Hello there, welcome to the first race of the new year for the Asian Le Mans Series. It is round 2. I am Nadia Nash and thank you for joining us. We are racing here at the Bend in Adelaide, our first visit to Australia, and we are really happy to be here at this state-of-the-art motorsport facility, and of course honored to be the first to be racing the full course in its maximum 7.77 kilometer configuration. Now, we've had our much needed break from the opening round in Shanghai. It was the New Year's and Christmas, but now teams are back and they are ready to win those 4 invitations to the prestigious 24-hour of Le Mans. As evident from yesterday's qualifying session, it was full of incidents, it was eventful, 2 red flags, and mind you, and just incidents to keep us at the edge of our seats. Now, on the grid today, we will be seeing Thunderhead Carlin Racing starting in pole position thanks to Ben Barnicoat's flying lap in the Dallara. In LMP3 class, we will be seeing starting in pole position is car number 2 from Carlin Racing, and in the GT class will be Hub Auto Corsa leading the pack. And teams will be competing in a 25-car grid today, 10 LMP2s, 7 LMP3s and 8 GT cars altogether. So talk about multi-class endurance racing, right? And of course, with a circuit that promises technical corners, fast-flowing sections, it is going to be fun to watch, and be sure there's going to be a lot of action in this 4-hour of the Bend. So all you have to do is sit back, hold tight, and enjoy another round of the Asian Le Mans Series.
Stunning images from Southern Australia, which is where we are broadcasting live from. My name is Jeevan Sovanathan. Graham Goodwin is with me in the commentary box, which we can now declare officially open for the 4 hours of the Bend.
Great to be down under for the first time at ACO Rules Racing for 20 years. Last time, an hour and a half up the road in the beautiful city of Adelaide, around the city streets. We've got one driver on the grid this weekend.
Yes.
Actually did that race. We'll talk about him, I'm sure, in the next couple of 3 hours. But for now, we're looking forward to 4 hours of action on this amazing new circuit. A huge credit to the Shaheen family and their vision in creating the second longest permanent circuit in the world after the infamous, the notorious Nürburgring Nordschleife.
And what we're going to see, of course, is the continuing evolution of the stories in the 4 classes that the Asian Le Mans Series covers: LMP2, LMP2 AM, LMP3 and GT. We've already seen some big stories from the initial round in Shanghai.
We most certainly have great racing in Shanghai. And then beyond that, we've had qualifying yesterday. This 4 hours, though, Jivan, is actually going to take us to the halfway point of the season. We've already had the 4 hours of the Agile Lohas World, 4 hours of Shanghai behind us already, 4 hours of the Bend still to come. Then beyond that, we've still got a further long haul for the teams coming out from Europe. It's perhaps better news for some of the Asian teams. Back-to-back with 4 hours of Sepang. That race is going to be into darkness in your home country. And then the following weekend, it's a really quick turnaround.
Just 1 week.
Absolutely, the 4 hours of Buriram in the Kingdom of Thailand.
Well, that's a great season for the 2019-2020 season, and that week is going to be a little bit of a challenge for the teams because of the logistics actually moving up from Thailand to Malaysia, but I'm sure that they've already got plans in place.
Absolutely. It's done it like clockwork here. It's been a real gathering of the clans, some real talent on the track. Some real VIPs around as well in the paddock this afternoon. Awful lot of people looking to see what's going to become of this 4 hours of the Bend. Not least of which the president of the ACO has made the trip. He's down on the grid now in the sunshine with Nadia Nash.
What an honor it is to have the president of the Automobile Club, the US, Pierre Fillon, here with us. It's not always that we get you. So welcome to the Bend Motorsport Park in Australia. And of course, we want to know your first impressions about this exciting new addition to the Asian Le Mans Series.
So thank you, Nadia. First of all, I'm very pleased to be here in Thailand Bend, bringing the spirit of Le Mans to the Australian fan.
Right.
I have to say that I'm very impressed with the facilities, with the track, with the circuit, and with the excellent, the warm welcome we have received from the Australian fan. It's the first time that SEO has run an event in Australian, but if you remember, Don Panos created the race of the millennium. It was in the streets of Adelaide in 2000, and so 20 years later, we are back, yes. And I want to wish a great race for all the competitors, and I hope all the Austrian fans will enjoy the endurance Le Mans racing.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Pierre, and you heard it from the man. It was a warm welcome here in Australia, so back to you in commentaries.
Great words there from the president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, Pierre Fillon. Now, let's have a look at this track. Graham, all you can say, 35 turns, 7.7 kilometers. How do you even start to describe this?
Well, that trace of the outline takes longer than most laps do in World Motorsport. Absolutely astonishing place this is. And as Nadia said earlier in the broadcast, a real mix, a real cocktail of really challenging technical sections, some fast sweeping turns as well, and that long kilometre straight in front through the start-finish line where the top cars are getting up to grazing 295 kilometres an hour through there. The tricky section is going to be that second section at the bottom through turns 12 to about 25. Not many opportunities to overtake there, so that's going to require some patience, maybe a little bit of guts, and a little bit of bravery, but this is for sure going to be a completely different test for the cars and the drivers of the Asia Le Mans Series, with some new boys as well on parade this weekend, and some big names amongst them. We'll talk about those guys as we go through the grid a little bit later. This track, absolutely completely different to anything we've seen before.
Yep, 3 sectors it's actually broken up into. Sector 1 being turns 1 to 7, Sector 2, 8 to 24, Sector 3, 25 to 35. Going to be interesting, for sure. And now, let's have a look back at what happened in round 1, because that was where most of these stories started out for all these teams. Let's get up to speed. This is what happened at the 4 Hours of Shanghai.
What a 4 hours we had in prospect as the grid lined up. 24 cars would take the start for the first race of the season in the Asia Le Mans Series, the Agile Lohas World 4 Hours of Shanghai. It was it was Aidan Reed rather, going for the lead. Battles up and down the order in GT. This car, the number 17 BMW, would take the lead midway through the race, and the Ferrari efforts, I'm afraid, were rather compounded by problems between themselves. Lamborghini, J-Lock, they were another team very much in the mix and took the lead too for substantial parts of the race, the number 88 car. The number 13 car coming into shot there, but in the background, that was the number 90 FIS Team AI BMW out of the race with a dramatic incident for Zheng Chen. He's fine, the BMW wasn't. The 77 Aston Martin would take advantage of that and of problems later on for the J-Lock car with a pit lane penalty. The 77 car, the debut for the new shape, new power plant, Aston Martin would take the win. LMP3, well, was a battleground all afternoon. It was a run to the front from Alessandro Bressan at the start of the race. He led after starting 5th and would drive off into the distance in LMP3. That looked a foregone conclusion at one point, but then this. With Lancieri at the wheel coming in, looks like an electronics problem or figure trouble. That car sat stationary as the cars went back to green. That handed a dominant lead to the number 13 Inter Europol competition Ligier. Nigel Moore and Martin Hipper, defending champions, the number 13 crew, and they would come home for a dominant win in the junior LMP class. LMP2, though, would serve out some astonishing performances and some astonishing entertainment. A 7-car Gibson engined grid with the Thunderhead Carlin Dallara fending off the close attentions for all. This was the determining move, though. Balked by yellow flag period, up the inside of the anti-penultimate corner, up the inside went Harry Tincknell down the main straight to win from the previous leader, the 26 Algarve operated G-Drive branded Aris by 0.378 of a second. Thunderhead by Carlin take their first ever LMP2 win anywhere.
There was drama post-race though when the car that took the checkered flag received a time penalty, the Carlin team having made an error on driving time for Ben Barnicoat. That dropped the number 45 Dallara down to third, and number 26 Oris 01 from G-Drive by Algov takes the win, the first Russian team to win in the Asian Le Mans Series. Philippines-based Eurasia's number 36 Ligier takes second. As you can see, absolutely anything that could happen did happen in Shanghai, and what this means is, of course, that it's going to be a G-Drive Racing looking for a second win now, RLR looking for a second win as well, and a lot of action happening in the GT and LMP3 as well.
But yeah, we've got now a first Dallara pole position. We've already seen the track map. We've already talked about what's going on here at the Bend. But let's go down now to Nadia on the grid with the man that's had the vision to bring us here down to the Bend. She's on the grid with the MD of the Asian Le Mans Series, Cyril Teichwallen.
As always, we love talking to Cyril Teichwallen, the Managing Director of the Asian Le Mans Series. And of course, one more time, we want to ask you, why did you choose to come to Australia?
Good afternoon, Nadia. Why? It seems obvious now that we brought the series here. No, jokes apart, it's very important because Asian Le Mans is a very international series, but we have a very narrow window when it comes to our calendar, which is a winter calendar. And when it comes to expanding the Asian Le Mans series, somehow it was obvious for us to expand the footprint rather than expand the number of events. And when I came here for the first time to meet with Sam Shaheen, the man behind what teams are enjoying this weekend, he put a great world-class facility together. It was a no-brainer decision for us that expanding Asian Le Mans to Australia, because don't get me wrong, Australia is part of the Asia-Pac region, and it's, to my opinion, a must in such an international and premium series in the region. So here we go, and I think all teams and drivers have been amazed by what they have discovered when they came here on Monday this week. So no, we are very happy because it's a new venue, for Asian Le Mans. It's a new step, and this is a very important step, I would say.
Yeah, of course. And I guess it's a no-brainer. Great weather, great people. So of course we're here. But also we want to ask you, we hear that you were around the lap driving on the circuit, so you had a taste of what the Bend circuit is. Tell us what you think of the track.
Yeah, a little bit of a taste because I'm not a racing driver, as you know, but I've been lucky enough to drive the safety car around the track. I have to say, I can understand the feeling and the feedback from all the drivers, from platinum to bronze, all the gentlemen, the pro driver, factory driver, the same kind of feedback. It's a very, very interesting track. It's a kind of an old school track in the good way. It's a mix of very technical parts, very fast corners. It's very demanding. It's very, very challenging, but what a hell of a track. And I have to say, it is something which is, in addition to being a new venue, brings something very, very new to the driving experience for the drivers in the Asian Le Mans series. And yes, very challenging, but it's a great layout, really great layout, I have to say.
Fantastic. You heard from the Managing Director of the series himself. He went around the track and he had a great time. So we can't wait to see.
We are having a great time in Australia, but I would like to add something. We partnered with the Red Cross Australia this weekend. We put together a web page so people can donate and help the Red Cross facilitate the recovery for all the people that have been impacted with the devastating bushfire in Australia. And this was very important for us to contribute towards the help and the recovery, because we come here, it's a sport, it's entertainment, but people have suffered in Australia. And we thought it was just the normal thing to do. So if people want to donate, they can log on the asianlemans.com website and make a donation. But
it's great that we are here making an impact and giving back to, of course, the local community. So, of course, now we have spoken about the lap just now, but let's get into the car for a hot lap with Jack Manchester.
Hi, I'm Jack Manchester. My Thunderhead Carlin number 45, Dallara LMP2 at the Bend in Australia for Asian Le Mans Series. Now onto the start-finish straight. Here we go. Into turn one. Probably getting near 300 before you brake heavy and hard into it. It's turn 2, slight lift. To 3, using all the camber you can to help slingshot and pull the car around. Coming up to a nice, fast, flat left-hander. Now we come to the first of the hairpins. Heavy braking, quite a late apex, and nicely on the power. Comes to 2 flat double lefts. Around the LMP3 car. Heavy braking into this kind of double apex left-hander. And lift, back on power, fight with the car around this corner, and then you get into this really kind of a real fun part of the track through that flat right-hander, down to this great left-right section, really cambered, really carried quite a lot of speed through, coming to this left section, you go a lot faster than you think you can, and now it's this long sweeping right-hander. This corner here can really be tricky, can really catch you out, blind crest. Now into a heavy braking again, one of the other places that you really need to stamp on the kart brake. Out. Now into a real fun corner. Over the crest, down the hill, let the car run out, and then back for this really right-hander, and then a long left hairpin. They come up to a part way, a lot of run-off and road at the exit of this corner, where the 2 tracks want to meet. It really gives you a lot of room. Another fast, blind right-hander, which is good, really good corner. And into a kind of it's 2 corners, but it's almost constantly turning. Little lift, back on the power. Come up to the final 2 corners. Down the gears. Second to last corner. Now we come up to the fast last corner. Little dab on the brakes. And then straight back on power to finish the lap. Catch all of the action of the 4 hours of the Bend live on Sunday.
Incredible onboard lap there with the Thunderhead Carlin racing team, and you would have noticed that there was some rain in that. That's just an indicator of the kind of weather changes we've had this week. Graham, the grid positions for today.
Indeed, the 25-car grid for the inaugural 4 hours of the Bend, headed up by the first ever LMP2 pole position for the Dallara P217, the 45-car Thunderhead Carlin Racing. Ben Barneycoat did the lap. Jack Manchester will start. Alongside is going to be the Racing New Zealand car from Eurasia, the number 1 car, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Daniel Gorns and Nick Cassidy. Down through the LMP2 cars, the 6th place car on the grid, the 59 LMP2 Amcar Varro M Sports, Norica 05, Arjun Mani actually putting in the pole position lap there. LMP2 and LMP2 carry on through there till we get to the 11th position on the grid. Nielsen Racing, the Norma M30, Colin Noble putting in his first ever LMP3 pole position from 11th position. Norma Ligier is the order in LMP3 before we get on the 16th grid position to number 27 Hobalto Corsa car, the Ferrari 488 GT3 Davide Rigon, with the world debut of the Evo version of 488 GT3 putting that car on pole. Then it's a second Ferrari before Jens Klingman spoiled the party for the Ferraris, putting his BMW M6 GT3 on Astro Veloce Motorsport third on the grid. And just propping up the grid at the moment, Nielsen Racing, the number 3 car. It's been a traumatic weekend for them. New engine required and a new chassis required for that car after a shunt in free practice. There's the heat haze that's just masks that 25-car grid packed with guests here. We've got just under 10 minutes to start the race. We're going to be down on the grid with another interview in just a few moments' time. Down to Nadia, who's on this roasting hot grid, 25 cars ready to go. Nadia, who have you got with you right now?
Of course, I have the car that is starting in pole position right now. Here with me is Harry Tinknell. Who is starting? I see Jack Manchester. Is that a good guess?
Yes, Jack's going to start the race for us. He's been doing great all weekend. We've been on the simulator learning the track, and great to be here in South Australia in real life.
fantastic. And of course, Ben, we spoke to Ben a bit yesterday about the track, but maybe you can tell us how challenging is this new track actually?
It's so challenging. I mean, 35 corners, second longest track in the world. It's absolutely incredible circuit, and the Dallara is going really well around here. Carlin have done a fantastic job, and Ben did an absolutely fantastic lap yesterday to get the pole. And yeah, Jack's going to start us off, and we'll go from there. But I think we're in great shape for the race, and we're looking forward to entertaining the fans.
Nice. I like that you used the word entertainment. We will see how entertaining Thunderhead Carlin Racing will be. Starting in pole position, all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Nadia. As you can see just on the side of your screen, we're about 8 minutes away from the race, but this isn't the first time that these cars have already been out on this brand new track for the Asian Le Mans Series. They were out yesterday on Saturday for what turned out to be a very exciting qualifying session indeed. Let's have a look back now at what happened for qualifying for the 4 hours of the Bend.
And for the Asian Le Mans Series first trip to Australia to the Bend Motorsport Park, it would be 3 15-minute qualifying sessions. GTs out first, and Jens Klingmann in the number 17 Aston Veloce Motorsports BMW would be in the mix. He'd finish the session third quickest. The car guy, defending champions, and the returning Com Ledegar to the team, they would be in contention too for pole position, but ultimately they'd make the front row, but not the top of the shop this time. That was because after a torrid time in Shanghai, the number 27 Hub Auto Ferrari in the hands of Ferrari factory driver Davide Rigon would put in the telling time and therefore the qualifying lap record around this Bend Motorsport Park. It would be a 2:56.109 for the 27 car, pole position for Hub Auto Corsa. There'd be a bit of a disjointed LMP3 session. Quick red flag and Colin Noble there keeping cool as they got the cars underway. David Drew would be in contention for pole position in the Graf Racing number 9. Norma would be frustrated at the end, feeling he was balked by another car. So it meant Alessandra Bressan, dominant at Shanghai, would come through to second position, but could do nothing about Colin Noble, the young Scot in the number 2 Nielsen Racing car, his first ever pole position in LMP3. Normally, the gentleman driver takes on those duties in Europe. Here, it was the Scot that took the glory. It would be a 2:50.802 for Noble and the number 2 Nielsen Racing car. Then it was time for the big guys, LMP2 and LMP2 AM. The mixed field again of the older and the newer generation. The first time that an Australian audience has got to see these cars live, and much did they enjoy it. Early session, and another red flag, and then when looking like on his way to pole position, the first time of asking, Ben Barnicoat running wide in the Thunderhead Carlin car. LMP2 AM, when they got back running, would go to the RLR Tour events, Orica 05, and Arjun Mani. Nick Cassidy came close but couldn't quite grab the pole position for the number 1 car, the Eurasia Racing New Zealand. That's because the pole position eventually went. Thunderhead Carlin Dallara would go to pole position.
Was a great qualifying session indeed, and it has, of course, led to this fantastic front row. In fact, the first 3 rows are going to prove a lot. Very interesting as we get into the first corner. But I think this is the time now, Graham, where we have to start talking about, one, what was your take on that qualifying session? Just 4 laps completed for LMP3, so that really came down to the wire.
Well, I think we're going to see a very varied form book here. We saw all 3 chassis we've got in LMP2 well in the mix. We saw pretty close stuff as well in the LMP2 AM class. We're looking at the second of the Rick Ware Racing cars there. GT, that Ferrari rather dominated. Brand new Ferrari GT3 Evo, but with 10 kilos of extra ballast aboard that car. For me, though, it's all going to be about not how fast this track is, but how well it races. It's how well this, once we get into lap 3 or lap 4, and these LMP2 cars catching the GT traffic, can they get by in that second section?
Because it's very much a test run here at the Bend.
For mixed class racing at this level, it most certainly is, because remember, the closing speeds here are enormous. So it's going to be about whether or not the GT drivers can help out the LMP traffic coming through, and frankly, whether or not they want to.
Or whether they determine the position of the cars on the track, because as we found out from talking to Jack Manchester just after he did that onboard lap, it gets very narrow around sector 2.
Well, there's two ways you can look at this. One is if you've got quite a large lead, you could lose it in about three or four corners. If you've not got a big lead and you do get a bit of luck in traffic, you could end up with a big lead at the end of a single lap. That, by the way, is the number 27 car, the new look front end of the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo, and with radical cooling.
That's what I was just about to say. We saw some reflective blankets on some of the LMP2s at the front of the grid, but this is another new way of cooling. There are actually no official cooling systems for a track as hot as this.
Well, certainly the GT3 cars and the newer LMP2 cars have cooling systems installed in them. It's going to be a rather warmer afternoon for the LMP3s and the LMP2Ms that don't. And with temperatures at the moment predicted to hit the early 30s in degrees Celsius, that's going to be quite a test for some of these drivers.
Which is actually cooler than some of the weeks that we've had in this area over the last few days.
Now here's a moment to actually just reflect on what we're dealing with here. You can see the front of the grid there, the Ford Mustang pace car. I had the privilege to be pedalled round by French Stig, none other than Cyril Teichvalen.
That's his new nickname.
3 minutes to go, and we're rolling with 3 minutes to go on the setup lap, simply because it's such a long track. So it's going to take 3 minutes for this formation lap. Immediately, Jack Manchester looks to try to get some heat into the Michelin tyres on the number 45 Dallara. Cars begin to stream away, and delighted to say that they are all, by the look of things, going to get away. 25 cars here, and just a moment, by the way, to talk about the fact that we've got 2 additional entries this weekend, and 2 cars that will not be starting. The 2 that we're not going to start, for starters, is the Kato Achino car. Get well soon, Haruki Kurosawa advised by his doctors not to travel. That means we're not going to see the Orica, and also the AAI BMW. We saw that in the lead up to the show with the big shunt it had at Shanghai. That car requires a little bit of repair before we see them back at Sepang. But the 2 new entries, the second LMP2 AM Rickware racing car, that car is here. That features in the driver lineup Anthony Lazzaro, who is that surviving, if you like, driver from the race of 1,000 years on the streets of Adelaide, just up the road 20 years ago. Was on the podium in that race in the GT class. And also a full addition to the grid, the number 14 car, and right on cue, there she is.
Brand new.
3 drivers aboard that car, not all at the same time, obviously, that would be ridiculous. But Austin McCusker, the IMSA reigning champion, who will join into Europol for the European Le Mans series as well. And also 2 local drivers, Garth Walden and Peter Padden, both very experienced in small prototypes here. They will share the number 14 car. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do with a little bit of local knowledge here at the Bend. And there are precious few drivers that have actually got that.
Exactly, and that's some very interesting things you said. I think one of the most significant things about the Asian Le Mans Series is you can actually have one of the drivers that participated in that race of 1,000 years 20 years ago still racing here, because most of the racing championships you find very young drivers. This has almost middle-aged, old gentlemen drivers, young drivers.
Well, one of the very late additions to the grid is young Gustav Krimbergers. He'll share the 52 Rick Ware racing car with Cody Ware. Gustav's just turned 17 over the winter. We raced last year in the LMS in LMP3. And at the other end, we've certainly got drivers who are, let's put it this way, I think I'm looking at being slightly younger than they are, and I've got plenty of grey hair kicking around. But let's wait and see. That's going to come into things as well. It's not just the age, but the levels of fitness you're going to see.
Yep.
This is where you get the men from the boys in these kind of weather conditions.
So I've noticed in the first 4 rows of the grid, all silver drivers starting in their teams.
And we've seen that before, and a lot of the reasons behind that are because they're anticipating this potential to get an incident early here. Number 3 car at the back of the grid there, dramas galore for that car.
Engine blow up.
Engine blow up in qualifying, but this is not the car they started with. This is the Graf spare car that Nilsson Racing had built up their 3 entry around after a nasty incident in practice testing for the car that wrote off the chassis that actually got.
So coming round now to the, well, about turn 35. It looks like a stable formation. I'm sure race director Eduardo Freitas is going to be having a look at that. Of course, he is entitled to declare an extra formation lap if he needs one. But I think on this new track, all these cars so far look to be in just the right position for what will be a landmark start for the Asian Le Mans Series. It really is a special event coming down here to Australia. And as I said earlier, the facilities here over the past week, not just for commentators, drivers, for everybody around here, have really been bang up to the mark. It really has been an experience already, and who knows what we're going to see over the next 4 hours. We will be here for that, of course. Don't forget, you can get in touch as well in this digital age. There are Twitter handles. There are the Asian Le Mans Series official Facebook page where you might be watching this. Hashtag 4 hours to bend, hashtag Asian Le Mans, hashtag endurance racing for Asia. That's how you get in touch. Let us know what you're thinking.
I'll talk to you soon in the studio. Try me on @DSC Editor, and I'll try and keep an eye on that Twitter feed. If we get a moment to think about anything other than the action as the cars come round to complete this formation lap, just take some time to do it, and we can get the 4 hours of the bend underway. Looking forward to this one enormously. Cannot wait to see what the future brings for this wonderful new venue.
Now, if you are new to this exact type of endurance racing, now let's just go through some of the prerequisites.
We're about to start the race. I think we're coming round. Is it the final turn?
It looks like turn 35. We'll have to get back to you or not. Yes, it might be. Well, we're just waiting to see if one's been, second formation lap's been called. It doesn't look that way, because all the cars look like they are in exactly the
grid
position
order. So this is deep inside. He was just looking, was struggling to see exactly where we were on that lap. We're now coming round the final turn. The Mustang will peel left into pit lane, and they'll be waiting for the red lights to go, and they go, and we are racing at the Bend Motorsport Park for the very first time in ECO rules racing. Jack Manchester goes way down the middle. We've got cars either side. The one to the inside, Daniel Gaunt looking for the outside line. It looks to me like, has Jack Manchester held it, or is he going to move him back down to second? 26 car in third position. The Aurus, 36 goes by 34. It is the number 1 car, followed by the 35, then 26, 36, and 34. Team New Zealand, or rather Eurasia Racing New Zealand, to the fronts. Jack Manchester under pressure immediately, again from James French in the number 26 car. So one from 45 and 26, looking for a way around James French, the more experienced driver in a prototype here. Still tight stuff here between the top 5 cars. Taravent's car in the hands of Raja Maini, hanging on in there with the newer Gibson-engined prototypes. He heads the little train of LMP2 AM cars. 4 of those, of course, we have here, 3 Ligiers and an Orica. Someone off in the background, some dust kicked up there as they come into this flick flag 18 to 20. What Jack Manchester was talking about a little earlier, one line through there in traffic. We're not going to get into traffic quite yet. Nice shots of one of the LMP2 and Ligiers from Ritware Racing. New look driver squads in both of those cars.
And that was a great start from Eurasia Motorsport. Just taking that initial turn in nicely and cutting the Thunderhead Carlin Racing team back 1 spot.
Daniel Gaunt is getting away a little here and is pulling clear of the Dallara just a touch, as Jack Manchester's got his mirrors full of the Aura Sierra 1. But not able to pull out too much of a gap here. It's pretty even Stevens.
Well, this is exactly what we thought might happen. That it is getting a little bit tight into these corners now. A very narrow circuit, especially in sector 2. And after that initial burst off the start, it now looks like everyone is fighting for some kind of area. And that's the first car off that new number 14 into Europol competition. Car has already found the dirt. That's our first casualty.
That's Peter Patton, who has actually been part of the support race grid here as well. So a bit of a moment for Peter. He's got the car back up. Now it's on what is anything but the straights. It is rather narrow in parts here at the Bend. But he's back into the race, but he's fallen back behind the J-Lock.
And I can tell you now, it is that Eurasia Motorsport #1 car from Daniel Gaunt that is setting the fastest sectors. 41 seconds for Sector 1, 1:03 for Sector 2. All purple for Eurasia and looking good off the start.
ARC Bratislava coming to the end of the pit straight, the end of their first lap. First flying lap, by the way, for the lead car. Daniel Gaunt was a 2:47.299. Of course, that's off from the start. LMP2 AM headed by Arjun Maini, LMP3 by Martin Hipper in the 13 car from Inter Europol. Liam Talbot retains pole position for the 27 car, Roberto Corsa.
And still a decent enough spacing between these cars. We haven't really seen any major traffic problems yet, but still just 4 minutes in to the first hour of the 4 hours of the bend.
It's going to take quite a while for these LMP2 cars to get around to significant traffic.
Yeah, back marker.
Might well be the odd back marker a little earlier than that, but I would expect it to be 3 or 4 laps before we see significant traffic coming in. Give you an idea of the kind of relative lap times. 2 minutes 47, as I say, for the lead car. The lead car in the GT class is around 20 seconds from that.
So looking at there, well, there's another car that's gone off there, and that I saw a yellow livery. It might be the other Inter Europol car again.
I think that was the 14 again.
And I don't think this time it's got back on track. It looked like it's
the 13.
Well, that is the sister car.
And it certainly isn't the 4.
Massive undertaking from Inter Europol to have 4 cars racing, 2 in each class, LMP2 and LMP3.
Well, the other possibility,
I think one of them has, yes, just gone off.
Well, the other possibility I was just about to say was the 33 car. It's not that either. I think it might have been the 14 having another major moment. We'll keep an eye on sector times for that car.
And that is one of the, there it is, have a look at that. That is number 33.
Oh, dear me, it wasn't 33.
That hit the curb.
They hit the curb at a bit of an airborne moment there. Was that John Corbett, I think, starting that car?
It is indeed John Corbett in the P217, yes. So
John had a bit of a moment, got the car wide, and trying to get back on the circuit, rather launched it.
Yeah, that's the trick when you do get offline here at the bend, because you do find yourself very quickly in some heavy runoff or some heavy curbs.
They're very, very dusty offline, but also those curbs potentially a problem for some of these.
High, very high.
So Brownlee can't compete on his only 2 laps, remember, 2:43.906. The lap time for Daniel Gaunt. He's now a second clear of Jack Manchester, who's still got his mirrors full of James French. Aidan Reed into 4th, and Kubishmovsky a couple of seconds back in 5th place into Europol car. Arjun Maini is making hay in the LMP2 AM class. He leads pretty convincingly. 10 seconds to good from Cody Ware. Anthony Lazzaro has gone by John Corbett after that incident for the 33 car. That makes it 1, 2, 3 in formation, with John Corbett falling back into the clutches of Mira Konopka. Then we get into LMP3, Martin Hipper with his mirrors full of Tony Wells' Nielsen Racing car, Eric Trullier in the Graf Norma in 3rd position. They're in pretty close formation. And then Liam Talbot is getting away from the field in the Evo Ferrari. He is 7 seconds to the good, and with the Ace 1 Valour Corsa Ligier between them in GT. So it's a Ferrari 1-2, but up to 3rd has come the Aston Martin Vantage. That's a cracking start from Tomonobu Fuji in the D-Station Racing number 77 car. That car up to 3rd in GT from 7th in class at the start and 18th overall. And
let's not forget, D-Station Racing have already a win under their belt from Shanghai, thanks to that retirement from J-Lock in the first race.
Let's take another look back at the way this race started. It was Jack Manchester from the grid that was looking to defend the turn 1. The formation lap. Here we go with the starts. Jack Manchester looking to defend into turn 1, looking to defend as well from a charging James French, but around the outside it was Daniel Gaunt. Saw that there was clear track ahead, knew that there was grip around the outside to actually take the lead there. Also, Aidan Reed making it through. Number 3 car coming through. It's a really weird problem there for the number 14 car. It's the 12 car that we saw running wide, as well as then the 33 car. So all the yellow cars seemingly in trouble. So it's the number 12 car went way wide.
Well, that's unbelievable stuff, Graham. We've seen the number 33, 14, and 12 car all off pretty much on the second lap. Where could this go from here?
Well, Daniel Gaunt is getting away now. That was a second clear at the end of the second lap, 2 minutes 43.906. He's taken us further half a second off his best lap time, a further second out of Jack Manchester, who remains in second position. Remember, he is the silver driver of this trio as well, as are all the major runners at the front of the field. We've got some very, very quick drivers still to come, but these guys are already putting in impressive lap times. And the sectors here is about 40 seconds, 38, 40 seconds.
For sector one.
For sector one, just over the minute and 2, minute and 3 for sector 2, and about the same for sector 3. So something around 2 minutes 40 is a pretty quick lap once we get the top pro guys in race trim in these cars. Looking there at that second, third, fourth battle, and it's a very mixed bag. Dallara leads Aris/Orica Chassis, leads Ligier. It's a Ligier that is beginning to pull away at the front here. Jack Manchester doing a good job of fending off the attentions of the more experienced prototype driver James French. He can read as well with no little experience at the wheel of LMP cars.
And that's really where the fight is right now between these three cars in second, third, and fourth. Daniel Gaunt setting up his teammates nicely with a fastest 2:43.483. The only driver so far to have actually broken into that 2:43 time. 2:44, 2:44, 2:44, all the way up to fifth with Kuba Szymachowski. And then, well, yeah, it's a 2:44 and a 2:46. That takes us up into LMP2 out.
We've had a couple of early pit stoppers as well, by the way, with Dominic Ang bringing in the Viper Nisa racing car. That car is still in pit lane. J-Lock's Lamborghini, remember, dominant at Shanghai as Jack Manchester puts a wheel in the dirt. Would have helped his off for the lead car.
Just too
running
fast
wide there. That's going to give Jack Manchester an opportunity to get on the tail of Daniel Gaunt. He's looking around the outside. Can he make it? Not quite room there, but that's given James French the opportunity to catch up. So it was a mistake from Daniel Gaunt there.
And what a mistake! All those three cars just waiting to pounce,
but didn't quite manage to gather up enough momentum.
I think it was shocked. They didn't expect it.
But he'd run wide on the previous turn. So Manchester right with Daniel Gaunt now. I think it was just the tarmac runoff, so I don't think he's got a problem with dirt on the tyres. Not that we saw at least.
That gap has now absolutely shrunk to nose to tail, and this could be the time that Thunderhead Carlin Racing team makes its move.
Let's keep an eye on what did happen there to Daniel Gaunt. Let's take another look. Let's see what we've got there. Daniel Gaunt there. Oh, big wiggle, big lockup. It was just the runoff. Almost spun it.
Wow, held it well
together. So actually, after making the mistake, good car control from Daniel Gaunt, but that's not going to have done his mixed-in tyres any good. The lockup was what caused it. Slippery conditions there by the look of it. Up the inside looks James French, and all of a sudden, what looked to be a pretty dominant position for Daniel Gaunt is all of a sudden given us a 5-car nose-to-tail battle for the lead of this race, just 12 minutes in.
And that was a 2:47. Because of that little run out, he's just put in a 2:47. That's what's allowed these cars, these other three cars of Thunderhead, G-Drive and Eurasia, to close up so dramatically.
That's 4 seconds lost on that lap from Daniel Gaunt, both to the mistake and also then in defence of his lead. Jack Manchester can sniff there's an opportunity here. He'll be running to a strategy that's been given to him by the team. That amongst those opportunities, I guess, is if there is an opportunity with no risk to take the lead, but he'll be being asked to just keep as many many positions as he possibly can until we get Ben Barnicoat and Harry Tinknell in the car. He's doing a great job of it. Great job. Not many LMP2 races under the belt of Jack Manchester. Had some dreadful luck in the European Le Mans Series in this car. Missed out on a lot of potential track time, but at the moment putting in a convincing run. Daniel Gaunt, though, will have, I'm sure, got a heart rate going there with that moment. Fantastic start from the Kiwi.
Now, one thing I do have to say, that little flick-flack you were talking about between turns 18 and 20, it might be trouble for the drivers, but it's fantastic for the neutral viewer that's watching. It looks beautiful.
I have to say, coming from the camera angle we got from high up there, does look pretty wide. It doesn't look like that from kind of ground level, I can tell you, in the passenger seat.
You've been in the car this week, haven't you?
Indeed, and it does. It's one line through there without a shadow of a doubt. And once we start to get to the stage where we've got these guys in traffic,
back markers, It's going to be very interesting to see.
Should say, by the way, the other car in the pits we said was the J-Lock car. Both those cars have been in the pits now for 9.5 minutes. So trouble for both the J-Lock Lamborghini and indeed for the Viper Nisa Racing car.
Well, heart goes out to Viper Nisa Racing. Of course, the Malaysian team, Dominic Ang, did have to start at the pretty much at the back of the grid.
And I've been told that it was contact between J-Lock and two of the P3s. The Viper Nisa Racing car, very likely one of those. Both will be back out soon.
Now, J-Lock, of course, as Graham pointed out, really had a stranglehold on that Shanghai. We see a number of cars pick up a bit of dirt just off on that front left wheel, but did have a number of troubles in the end of that 4 hours of Shanghai. They were leading, they got a penalty. That's what led to D-Station winning that GT class in that race. And now it's looking highly unlikely, unless they can really get that car out quickly, that they are going to make an impact on him. Meanwhile, Daniel Gaunt has now hit the pedal again.
He does.
He's going 2:42. First driver to hit 2:42.512.
2:42.512 takes half a second out of Jack Manchester on that lap. Jack Manchester pulling back a couple of tenths in the final sector, putting a purple sector in for the Dallara, so he's not hanging around. That GT class, by the way, we've got a great battle underway at the moment for second place. 75 car from T2 Motorsports is being caught by Fuji in the number 77 Aston Martin, a battle for second place there. Aidan Reid pushing hard. He's just put in a purple sector for this first sector. They're all trying to hang on to Daniel Gaunt. And here we are, by the way, 5 laps under our belts now, 15 minutes into this race. They have not yet caught traffic. That's how long this track is.
Now that looks like a big puff of smoke that's just hanging.
Dust in the air.
That's just dust in the air from somebody that's run off. Hopefully it isn't anything bigger. Of course, there are so many turns at this track, and you can just see on the back of your screen sometimes incidents that we are going to have to really keep our eyes open to find out what's going on. That is a look at the Viper Nisa Racing team.
About to get back into the race by the look of things. Just had a quick shot there of some of the locals actually watching from the spectator banks. I'm told by local fans here. We'll have a quick look at a replay here. What was that? That was
well.
Number 33 car with another moment for John Corbett.
That car has already led a charmed life, and it's only been 15 minutes. Now, you'd have to say, Graham, that if you've been off 3 times on a track like the Bend, that's going to have to be a significant build-up of dust on the bottom of that car.
It's certainly not helping him. The number 16 car there looks to be in some trouble as well. As Ray Liu not up to what looks to be racing speed here.
That doesn't look like racing speed at all.
The other point just about to make, by the way, viewing here, absolutely fantastic from a number of places around this circuit. You can see something like 90% of the whole track.
Yeah, it's very flat.
Whilst it looks flat, but actually, because you've got raised areas, that gives you an amazing view of much of the track. There's one, there is.
But definitely from the wow, that car is having some serious undertaking at the moment, and the mechanics know that it must be a pretty serious problem because they're taking their time with it. They're not trying to rush that car out in any way. It is a long race. Maybe they'll get back in. I'm guessing they'll probably be at least 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 laps down.
Change for second position. Jack Manchester loses out in second position to change French. He's under pressure as well from Aidan Reid. We watch the Arjun Mani pedalled 59 car.
The UK team, RLRM Sport, currently leading the LMP2 AM from defending champions, ARC Bratislava. They, of course, retired lap 77 in Shanghai. So, a little bit of a different season for Miro Konopka and ARC Bratislava. But for RLRM Sport, Arjun Mani, by far the fastest driver in this team. He's out, and he's proving his worth.
He is indeed, and check out the graphics on the side here. There's another team.
Great stuff.
Actually backing the efforts of the Aussie firefighters, the Royal Fire Services, battling those blazes in a number of states here. In Australia, our thoughts are very much with them.
And once again, don't forget, as was echoed by the managing director of the Asian Le Mans Series, Cyril Wash-Talon, there is a website that has been set up in partnership for the ALMS and the Australian Red Cross. Do get involved with it, make your donations, check the Asian Le Mans Series website for more details.
Quick laps, by the way, from Arjun in this car. 2:45.566, his best. That's just a couple of seconds off the best efforts, the very best efforts of the newer cars. Is Arjun as we've got the 75 car.
Ferrari's off.
That's the second place car. Now, how's that happened? Was that by himself, or was he helped? You see Jack Manchester coming towards the incident site.
T2 Motorsports in the gravel.
This is the lead car in LMP3, the Martin Hipper-pedalled Ligier JSP3. 4 seconds up on Tony Bowles in the Nielsen Racing car.
One of the very few cars that seems to have clear air ahead and behind him.
Quick laps, as always, from Martin Hipper. It's number 13 car, one of the most successful LMP3 cars on the planet.
Solid driver, Martin Hipper. I was surprised to learn he's a bronze driver.
Indeed, and of course our returning champion,
yes,
Martin
right,
Hipper.
defending champion.
With Kuba Shimosky, of course, last year.
But, fantastic season, inaugural season for
on the podium every single race. In fact, this car, without the dramas that befell them the last race of the European Le Mans Series, this is a car that has had, well, that would have been a 12th consecutive podium in all competition for the number 13 entry.
That's amazing.
It's a disqualification for a driver hours thing that's still under appeal.
Now, we're looking at the timing screens. T2 Motorsports and David Tipto Biantoro still not registered on track yet. Let's have a look back and see exactly how serious that that run off track was. Here he is. Well, there he is, stuck in the... Oh, wow, he's absolutely dug up there.
So, but we didn't see is what happened there. Did he slide wide? Was he helped? There doesn't seem to be a mark on the car.
That's a good shot of all the amount of pickup and dust that you can get on there. But he is now back on track. The timing computers have found him back on track, but he did spend at least 20, 30 seconds off track there.
It's a 2 minutes and 7 lap for David Biantora, and that is 30 seconds lost, and several places too. That puts the Aston Martin up into second position, 15 seconds back from Liam Talbot in the Auto Corsa car. So it is the 27 from the 77. Then car guy Takeshi Kimura is up to third position. Down to fourth now goes the T2 Motorsports car.
And as we look at Hub Auto Corsa, well, as we look at D-Station Racing, actually, the BMW M6.
No, that's Astro Veloce.
No, that's right, sorry, that's Astro Veloce, 17.
That car at the moment, the number 17 car, is down in 23rd position. And both the BMWs appear to have had early problems.
Well, I was actually wondering about these long bonnet BMW M6 cars. Beautiful cars, of course, beautiful to handle, but a tough... We saw a couple going off in free practice as well. So far, this car looks like it's handling itself pretty well. It did look like it was going a little bit off race pace a couple of minutes ago, but it looks like it's speeded up now, and that should be Spirit of Race in front of them, if I'm right.
Turbo chatter there from the 17 car. That's the unmistakable hairstyle, or lack of it, from Max Visa.
Great guy.
Not that it's not stylish, it's just it's not hair. But there is the mighty behemoth that is the BMW. Arjun going past the number 14 car that's had its moments, of course, earlier in the race. Now we are into traffic for a number of these cars, albeit some of these cars that have
to overlap.
Early pit stops. J-Lock, of course, still in the pits, and that didn't look as if they were in a massive hurry to bring the car back out. Daniel Gaunt now leads James French, by the way, by 2.3 seconds.
Lapping a little bit slower, 2.45. He's just dropped about 3 seconds, so it's probably taking it a little bit easier.
Traffic.
I'm sure it's traffic, yeah.
There is Liam Talbot, who's our dominant leader in GT. Liam already a class winner at the Bathurst 12 Hour, and indeed a class winner in the Blancpain GT Championship in their AM class.
One of the Australian drivers that... many Australian drivers that have come down to grace this event this weekend.
Yep, and he replaces Maurice Chen, the car owner in the Hub Autos Corsa car. They're thoroughly looking forward to the challenge here, and I'm sure he'll have a big wide smile on his face if he finishes his stint anything close to where he is right now.
Some of these shots, you can just see the heat haze now radiating off the track. This will be, of course, the longest time that any of these drivers, not yet, but later on in this afternoon, longest time that they've spent out in that heat. There were free practices, yes. There was qualifying, yes, all roughly about an hour. But this is going to really test how these drivers can circulate and cycle themselves.
Well, the other point to make is that they didn't really have very much track time in the real searing heat earlier in the week. It was actually
a bit overcast.
It was overcast the first time we were on track. Then we had heavy rain for the second session, and certainly nothing like the 30-degree heat plus that we're seeing today for free practice and qualifying. It was getting towards it. I seem to recall that whilst it was quite sunshine, it was about 22 degrees.
And there are, of course, restrictions. This is exactly what happened to Ben Barnicoat in the first race for Thunderhead Carlin. There's restrictions and timings, whether it's a 3-driver lineup or a 2-driver lineup, and depending, of course, on who started, silver, bronze, or platinum.
All of that for the team to get their heads around, and that was where Carlin, I'm afraid, fell down at Shanghai, putting Harry Tincknell in the car just too late, 6 minutes too late, did not do the minimum time.
Roughly, you could say 40 minutes for a 3-driver lineup?
Roughly, I mean, something like that. I mean, it does depend on the length of the race and the combination of the crew. But we are getting some long, lingering shots of this very good-looking livery on the Hub Auto car.
Now, what I was actually going to tell you just before the start, it's been so frenetic off the start over here with cars going off track, and of course the big fight happening up on top of the LMP2 as well, is that if you are new to this type of endurance racing, then you have to realize there are some pit stop protocols that have to be maintained. 2 timed stops will have to be executed by these teams.
See, race leader, by the way, passing now the GT leader, so that's how they've made the progress. That's also why the lap times have gone off just a little. They'll have recovered some of them. The 2:42, by the way, still the quickest lap. In fact, fastest lap last time around fell to the 5th place car, Kuba Szymovski, 2:42.012 to the Ligier. That's been one of the features this week. This track is not favouring just the Oreca. We're seeing very good lap times as well from both the Ligier and the Dallara. Drama's at the back of the track, meanwhile, and that is...
Big drama. That looks like Carlin.
That is not... Oh, is that the Carlin car?
That looks like the Dallara.
It is the Carlin car. That was a big lock-up from Jack Manchester.
Bit of debris.
There is indeed debris. So, big lock-up looking down the inside. And there's damage. Damage to the rear of the car, rear left of the car. But so dramas at the beginning of the race. Dramas at the start, at the head of the grid. Jack Manchester, by the way, falling down to 5th, and with damage to the rear left of that car.
He's not going to be lapping as fast as he should.
From that second impact.
That is possibly the worst piece of news that could happen to a car.
On pit lane as well. That looked to me to be the Aston Martin pitting.
Now, it did look, we got the rear view of that incident, but it did look like there was a fair few cars involved in that.
That was indeed the Aston Martin pitting. Tomonobu Fuji pitting from 2nd position. 65 car. And dramas at the start of this race. Let's go down and talk to Nadia, who's got Douglas Koo with her in pit lane.
We have got Douglas Koo from Viper Niza Racing here with us. Yes, we saw the car in the pits just now, but it's back out already. But we want to know from you what happened just now.
I think in the first lap, I think there was some contact with either one of the GT cars. So we had to replace the nose. We also found that we were actually overheating. So there was a radiator hose that was needed to replace. So we had to do that. So hopefully the car continues without overheating, and we'll see.
And as we are speaking, I think some incidents have been happening on the track. So this is the first time Asian Le Mans Series is here. You're here also. So what do you think of the circuit? How tough is it going to be?
I think if every driver has had enough practice sessions, unfortunately we lost one practice session due to rain. But if we all had enough practice sessions, the track is actually awesome to race, and it's a great venue. So we'd love to come back again.
All the best to your car later. You're getting in, and we'll hope to see you behind the wheels. That was it from Viper Niza Racing.
Thanks a lot, Nadia, and great to hear from Douglas Koo. He's a very level-headed team owner and driver, and even he has to say that there are a few challenges happening today. Now, we have heard due to these incidents on track, that there will be a full course
It's
yellow
now.
out.
So full course yellow starts this second. That will, I'm sure, be for debris. We saw some debris, we think, from the rear of Jack Manchester's car. We didn't see what caused that incident. Looked to me like Jack was having a look up the inside, an opportunity to pass, perhaps in traffic. We thought there might be the odd incident in traffic. And then there was at least one touch to the Dallara as the car tried to regain control. And I think a second one as well. Look at the 36 Eurasia Racing Australia Ligier with Aidan Reid. So we are just half an hour into this race, not yet in the fuel window for... There's debris on the track to turn 23 for... Well, there's one of our marshals looking to pick that up. I think that's bits of Dallara, quite a lot of bits of debris on the track there.
That's a lot of Dallara. And I think we're going to have... Yes, we can have a look back now, probably from a better angle as well. No, it's the same angle.
There's one hit, quite a substantial hit there. That was the Aston Martin. That's why the GT car has come down the pit lane.
Look at that.
That is very substantial damage. That's a shot we hadn't seen before. So that's damage. That's potentially race-ending damage for the Aston Martin. We'll wait and see what damage that's done to the cooling system of the car. We'll stay at full course yellow, but a significant impact on the side of the Dallara from the Aston Martin. It was the Dallara that was the car that was out of control. Nothing that Fuji-san could do about that. We've got the Aston Martin in pit lane, and I think he's going to be there for some significant time already. 3.5 minutes in. Car Guy have taken the opportunity to pit under the yellow. Also in now the number 17 Astra Veloce BMW, and then we've got the two more long-term cars in there. 12 minutes in the pits. But now out, back on track for the Viper-Niza Racing. Ligier, we heard from Douglas Koo, and the J-Lock Lamborghini will continues to be pit-bound after 25 minutes.
So definitely, the GT class has been hit probably the hardest here in terms of its entrance.
Well, bear in mind, that is the lead car in the championship. That's the car that actually won in Shanghai. So that's terrible, terrible news for the Aston Martin contingent and D-Station Racing.
Yet more debris, as you can see.
Looks to me to be a chunk of rear bodywork from an LMP car. Looks to be one of the legality panels.
Wow.
Got the 25 Rick Ware Racing car. This is Guy Cosmo.
Plenty of incidents we've seen in P2 right at the start of the race. We've only half an hour in. Start of the race, we've had the number 33 car was off. Of course, the Dallara hit as well. Couple of GTs hit, couple of GTs off track.
Indeed, and that was a little bit of repositioning of both the cars. Apologies, not Guy Cosmo, Anthony Lazzaro started that car. And with Cody Ware in the Sister 52 car, that's the car that had the dramas in the logistical dramas in Shanghai. As the Spirit of Race car comes in, out goes Car Guy. Just ahead of us there on pit lane.
Now, it's always the protocol to put fuel into the car first. I remember you saying that time stops can be used in full course yellows.
They can be used in full course yellows. But they are burning some of that time here. If you're anywhere close, of course, the difficulty here is, do you burn a time stop when you're out your fuel window?
Yeah, yeah.
Are you going to make up more time than you'll lose by pitting outside the window? In comes the number 16, Astra Veloce Motorsports BMW.
All cars absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. This, though, is the car that's had problems both in Shanghai and here. Mystery electrical bugs with that car.
Yes, that's right. Looks like they're checking out just to make sure the underside of the car.
That's the Michelin tyre technician just checking condition of the tyres as the team go to work and put fuel aboard the car. Ahead, the second Rick Ware Racing cars is released. Fuel only, I think, for that BMW.
Well, I was having a great chat yesterday with race director Eduardo Fritas and, of course, Ben Mark from Michelin about how important these tyre compounds are.
This is a time stop. That's exactly what they're doing here. They're taking one of the time stops right now. Full course yellow.
The rest of the cars down to full course yellow speeds. First full course yellow of the 4 hours of the bend.
They'll be taking the opportunity just for a bit of tidy up. We've seen a little bit of contact. We've seen some off-track moments. I've no doubt there'll be bits and pieces of debris from one or two of those. Pretty hefty clunks on the curbs as well. What you don't want is shreds of carbon fibre around. You can shred a tyre, however good the tyre is.
Ace Vilorba, we just saw going through the pit lane, another car that spent some time off AWOL.
Graf have pitted the number 9 car as well. Back from third in LMP3.
The term would be walkabout.
Okay, in comes the leader. Daniel Gaunt rolls to a halt with James French right behind him. So the lead 2 cars, they're just 5 minutes outside their pit window, so that's probably good enough.
Yeah.
They'll gain here by doing this while they know they've still got a full course yellow to play with. And now it's a matter of whether or not the other lead cars can come around and take that opportunity. Eurasia's 36 car will take the lead by dint of staying out.
Well, we've just heard that the red, I suppose, of the full course yellow will end, directed by race control, in about a minute.
Well, potentially this is a big, big win here for the race leader and any of the other LMP2 cars that manage to get in and burn any of their time. Here comes Jack Manchester. He's going on through. So they've decided not to stop the car. Now, with damage on that car,
that seems a bit of a risky gamble.
Well, number one, they're not using the full course yellow to pit the car and save a little bit of time. Should say, by the way, the lead 2 cars come back out in the same order, or the previous lead 2 cars.
Well, let's have a look to see if we get to green. Well, we are back to green. If we can just see the kind of damage, we'll get a closer up shot of that Dallara. And they've obviously determined that it's okay to carry on. And they are back up to racing speeds. You can hear that gorgeous sound.
Wailing V8, the Gibson 4.2 litre V8 that's become so familiar to endurance racing fans around the world. And trust me, standing on the balconies here at the Bend during the practice sessions and talking to some of the local fans, they are loving this. It's a very different V8 sound to the one they'll normally have here at the Bend with V8 supercars.
Yeah.
This is
talking of V8 supercars, of course, Shane Van Gisbergen, the V8 supercar champion, will be in this car at some point. Platinum driver on this team, but already he's probably very impressed with what Daniel Gaunt has done. And Daniel Gaunt, you have to say, has been rather lucky to miss half of these incidents that have been happening so far. So far, things have been working out quite well for Eurasia.
Well, he had his own incident, of course, ran wide, but
tiny one, but locked it and
managed to gather up his skirts, if you like, and get through. Retain that lead. James French is now the threat from behind as they deal with, as one of them deals with the BMW. Now James French comes through, manages to get by after the flick-flack 18 through 20.
Aurus looking very nippy through that.
So you can see Jack Manchester's car now behind. Certainly substantial panel damage to the rear left of that car, including removal of the rear light on that side.
And important to note that that incident, the big incident with the Dallara and the Aston Martin, happened on turn 23, which is actually the last turn on that tricky sector 2.
Right, so the other thing to say here, by the way, is Jack Manchester's still behind these 2 cars, but they've had a pit stop. He has not. So where Aidan Reed is in relation to these guys, he didn't pit, so I'm sure he will have gone through. Did he?
Into Europol has pitted, Daniel Gaunt's pitted, James French has pitted, you're right. And Aidan Reed says on the timing computers hasn't pitted. And
he must be ahead of these 2. There he is, yes he does. He pops up 12 laps to the good. Now Aidan Reed in the lead of the race. There's Arjumani leading LMP2 and up into 6th place overall. Still ahead of John Corbett's LMP2 car, the 33 car we saw with that rather airborne moment earlier.
There's a little bit of investigation going on within that full course yellow.
Just standard practice to just check those things through. So the lead order at the moment, 36 from 1 from 26. Then the 45 Thunderhead Carling car, but the lead car and the 4th place car have not taken a regular pit stop. Then we get into now 5th for Arjumani because, of course, Kuba Shimowski did opt to pit under yellow. I think that will pay him dividends later on. John Corbett stayed out and is 7th. And Lazaro and Ware almost together on track, the two Rickware Racing cars. 25 is now ahead of 52.
That's right, racing in formation almost. 8th and 9th overall.
LMP3 still headed, as it has been from the start of the race, by the 13 car from Inter-Europol competition, Martin Hipper. Tony Wells stays second. Charles Cruz is now up to third in the second Norma, so that's a substantial recovery from the number 3 car. Charlie Cruz, the USA, in the second Norma. This, remember, the replacement chassis to the one damaged in testing earlier this week. So it is a Ligier lead from 2 Normas, both the Nielsen Racing cars. Hipper, Wells, Charles Cruz. Liam Talbot, a dominant lead now, and I mean dominant lead in GT. He has a minute to the good.
Wow.
Over the second car. That is now the T2 Motorsports car, the 75 car. We saw David Tito Bianchoro have that off earlier in the race.
That is actually a perfect start from the GT Ferrari 488 GT3. 1 point, Graham, one car that's really out of place. ARC Bratislava, Mira Konopka down in 13th.
They're struggling with that car, aren't they? And he's down behind the top 3 in LMP3. So Miro's struggling to get the pace out of this car here. They were struggling a little for pace as well in Shanghai. I just wonder whether or not there's something inherently around the way the championship defending car is finding conditions here.
Well, still to come in that car, Adelaide resident, Adelaidean Garnet Patterson, and of course Andreas Laskaratos.
So just 40 minutes into the race, 13 car, dominant leader at the moment in LMP3. Dominant, 7 seconds to go over Tony Wells, who's hanging on in there. And there's something like 25 seconds before we get to Charlie Cruz.
As we look at Martin Hipper, just cutting his way nicely around this track, still managing just to keep his pace and therefore keep his nose out of trouble. Saying that, of course, just hoping that that doesn't turn into anything else. That looks like T2 Motorsports back on track. Yes, it is.
Yep, that car's been back on track for a while, he says, pushing along in second place. There's an investigation into the incident between cars 45 and 77. That is Jack Manchester's Dallara in the incident we saw where Jack rather lost control going into turn 23 and was hit by, and that's not meant to imply blame, by the number 77 car. It really had nowhere to go. And I think that 77 car, at the very least, has got a major delay with serious front-end damage to the Aston Martin Vantage. Rear damage to the Dallara, but they're still moving on and along at a pace in 4th place. Jack Manchester's time's a little off what we would have expected. And no doubt that will be because of the damage. And trouble there for one of the Rickware cars. To the dust.
Huge trouble
that
once again. And he
the
spins
25
it out.
car. So that is
Anthony Lazzaro.
It is indeed second in the class at that point. He was in close contention with his teammate. Let's hope that wasn't. Let's have a look and see what happened there. Here's the 25. Comes across the BMW. Looks up the inside and actually just trying to go up the inside and loses the rear of the car. Does he brush the BMW? He does hit the BMW. So that was Lazzaro looking for a way by the BMW. I think was trying to let him by. And Anthony, I think, just got the power in a little too early, slid the back, they lost the back end of the car and just nudged the BMW off the track. That, by the way, will put Cody Ware up into second place. I think Anthony Lazzaro possibly won't lose third in class.
Yeah.
Trouble there again. It's proving really tricky for a number of these drivers, these circuits.
Well, there are a few drivers out right now as we look at John Corbett in the P2 into Europol. A couple of drivers out there that have actually managed to find themselves with a bit of daylight and space, but really when it comes down to choke points and traffic, we've seen the greater proportion.
Oh,
well, that's a fire in the pit lane.
Now, how did that happen?
Well, that looks like some paper that's on fire there, but it may be
That's
touched.
into Europol.
It could have touched one of these red-hot pieces of equipment.
It's quite possible. There was some kind of cleaning fluid on the floor there, and there was certainly a small fire in the Inter Europol pit, or one of the two Inter Europol pit garages.
so much happening at the moment here as we just come close to 45 minutes in to the 4 hours of the bend. If you've just joined us, this is the second round of the Asian Le Mans Series 2019-2020 season, and I can't summarize all the incidents that have happened in the first 45 minutes right now.
I'll give it a crack, shall I?
Right, you're about to in about 15 minutes.
Eurasia Motorsport, by the way, having just put in the fastest lap of the race, best lap of 2:38.673. That's getting down towards qualifying pace from Aidan Reed. He leads at the moment by 19.6 seconds, but he hasn't pitted and will need to do so pretty quickly. Daniel Gaunt, who led from the off, had a bit of a run wide, almost lost the lead in the Eurasia #1 car. That's the black New Zealand coloured car. That car runs second, but has had a pit stop and did so under the full course yellow, as did the third place car, the winner in Shanghai, the 26 G-Drive Racer Algarve car. James French is just 4 seconds back from the second place car at the moment. Jack Manchester runs fourth, ran second from the start, but opted not to pit under the full course yellow, despite the fact there's damage to the rear of that car.
Surprising.
After what looked to me to be a mistake from Jack coming into turn 23, skidded through the turn and was then hit the rear of the car by the front of the number 77 Aston Martin, which is in a strong position in second in GT, but has now been in the pits for how long? 18 minutes, and with serious damage to the front of that car. So let's have a look at the number 59 car as well. There's another incident out on track. This is another look at the 25 car coming up behind one of the BMWs. BMW breaks through the turn. That was what caught out the 25 car. So the BMW in the turn, braking, running wide. I suspect the driver trying to get out the way of the LMP car, but that actually caught out Lazaro, and he spun through and then hit the BMW with the rear of the car. No real damage, I think, from the secondary, from the impact.
But wrong track position.
But
for sure.
it was basically Ante Lazaro caught out by the BMW driver braking through the turn. 75 car there.
G2 Motorsports has already had its fair share of action off track, but looking like it's settled down into a good pace now.
It's second place in GT, but way back. It's a minute and 6 seconds back in the order. That combination of the pace of Liam Talbot at the front of the field, the misfortune for the Aston Martin, and the off we saw a little earlier from the T2 Motorsports car. 24 car, meanwhile, is in the garage. Now, is that the garage we saw the minor fire? It's the other side of that garage, I think. It's one of the Gibson technicians talking to the Inter-Europol team. That's Kuba Szymowski.
Yeah.
So he's pitted after just 13 laps.
And
Kuba was looking good.
Pit. It's a serious pit. It's not just car's been wheeled back into the garage. As you can see, there are about 3 technicians underneath that car.
That's in the area where the gearbox would normally be in that car, so that's not good news. In fact, 2 of the Gibson technicians are there.
Well, Kuba's still got his helmet on, so he's not given up hope just yet.
But I'm guessing, that is a guess, that's something to do, engine or gearbox. But either way, that's not what we want to see in the first hour of this race.
Absolutely not. Here is the race leader at the moment, Aidan Reed. That lack of pit stop was followed up by some very fast Sector 1 times, and he's now about 21 seconds ahead.
46 minutes on a tank of fuel for these cars is pretty good.
It's pretty good, yeah.
They're normally about the 40-minute mark.
They're in for some splash and dash.
But
double Eurasia up front right now.
Absolutely. Eurasia's Australian liveried car leads the Kiwi version. 36 leads 1, but remember, Aidan Reed still has not pitted. Daniel Gaunt has, so advantage on track at the moment is Aidan Reed, but the reality is Daniel Gaunt at the moment has got an advantage in race distance here, and was pretty much on schedule as well for that pit stop.
Jack Manchester, just has to be said, is now lapping a second faster than this man on your screen, Aidan Reed, trying desperately to catch up some So pace, a very odd tactics being shown by Thunderhead Carlin right now.
Well, Thunderhead Carlin must have been basically trying to find out from Jack whether or not he was suffering any handling imbalance with the car with the damage. We've not really seen a very good shot of us yet to the rear of the car. Clearly, with a 242, it's not suffering that
not looking that bad.
Be interested to see what we see when it comes in for their first regular pit stop. I'm guessing we might see a new rear clip on that car. The rear clip is the bodywork that has the underbody to the rear of the car as well as the rear wing.
That looked like what took the brunt of the hit from that Aston Martin. We haven't actually seen a shot of that Aston Martin since, but we do know it's been in the pits for a very, very long time
Well,
now.
Realistically, game over for that car. Whether or not it's out of the race, its chances of finishing on a podium are more or less done. Aiden Reed, though, is pushing on. 242 last time around, that would have been a traffic lap. It was a 238 lap before that, but a purple sector now into this lap, bought slightly by the 33 car. It's John Corbett, not in a hurry to let him by. Why should he be particularly?
They're in the same class,
That is Arjumani in for his first pit stop. Leader driver out of the car. Looks to me like John Ferrano is climbing aboard. We'll check that out in a moment.
So far, so good for the team that actually picked up a win in Shanghai.
Thunderhead car is in the pits ahead of them as well. That's Jack Manchester into the pits. And climbs the new driver to the Orica 05. The last example of the previous generation of Orica still racing. Thunderhead away.
Thunderhead away pretty quickly as well.
AOC Bratislava in the pits as well, we can see now with the Dallara out of the way. And that looks to me to be a driver change too.
Well, I wonder if they're also going to check out the car to see if there's anything wrong with it.
It's Harry Tinkle who's brought out that car, so we're about to see whether or not there is any damage to that car. So with Mr. Tinkle aboard, that should be well down into the 230s. 230 something.
It's the ultimate test for a car.
Harry, a current Mazda factory driver. So we'll wait and see what he can actually do as the LMP2 leader before they come into the pits comes down off the jacks. Here's the change. That is actually not, that's the LMP2 car coming by the 25 car. So that's the second place car in the overall order, 26 Aurus going by the 25 car. Meantime, the 14 comes down pit lane. It's turn one as the 59 car. We've been leading LMP2 to the pit stops. John Ferrano, car owner. The man with all sorts of plans with endurance racing in the coming year will be at Daytona with an LMP2 Orica 07 back into Europe with another Orica 07. Clearly enjoying himself. Car 3, meanwhile, that's the second Nielsen car, which have been up to third in the LMP3 class. As out goes the Aston Martin. There's good news.
It's good to see.
Finally, going to be getting a drive-through penalty for car 3 for overtaking before the end of the full-course yellow.
Well, this is just a continuing story for that Nielsen Racing 3. Of course, it had such a torrid time in qualifying.
Struggling to start the AOC Bratislava car.
Now, that's what I was actually thinking about when it came into the pits.
And also in the background there is the 36 car from the lead through pit lane, so that is going to put Daniel Gaunt back into the lead of the race.
So it looks like a big stall from ARC in
Just
the
can't
pit
start
lane.
the car.
I did say it looked like it was a driver change. It looked like they were trying to get a lot of
Now
stuff done, but maybe they should have checked out to see why that car is so out of position, running in 12th at the moment as they come out of the pits.
Miro did seem to be struggling a little for pace, not something we've seen necessarily in previous races last year. So maybe he's suffering a little bit with the heat, we'll wait and see, but the number 4 car is now rolling. Still hasn't been looking up at the wheel.
Yeah, I was just saying, I was just thinking that. No driver change logged on as of yet. And while, he's right in the middle of a bunch of LMP3 cars.
Oil leak to the 34 Europol car. I'm hearing from the team.
Serious problem, has to be checked out.
By the way, reminded that it's not just drivers that were here for the race of 1,000 years. There were some of the team personnel too, and one of them was indeed into Europol's PR. Corridor Vlaming was here with the factory Vipers back in the day.
Unbelievable.
A lady that young as well.
Yeah.
4 car looking up the inside of the 3. That car was due and hasn't yet. Has not taken what is going to have to be a drive-through penalty. So we're back to not a new leader, but revised leader. It will be Daniel Dawn from James French. 3 seconds is the gap between the two.
That G-Drive Aurus just slicing its way through the back markers, keeping in contention, definitely looking at the back view of those two Eurasia Motorsports, somewhere up ahead.
Yeah, lots of quick guys still to come, by the way. James French is doing a very good job here. There is Daniel Gaunt. He's the new leader. Got a couple of lapped cars as one of the inter-Europol cars comes in. There is James French. The gap is, there's the black car crossing the line. And the black car with the copper nose behind is second place.
So Aidan Reid has now made his pit stop. He's on his out lap and logged in as being in 3rd spot at the moment. James French just 3.9 seconds behind Daniel Gaunt. That's what's happening up in LMP2. This is Cody Ware from Rick Ware Racing, now up to 5th and leading the LMP2 class, mainly because, of course, Arjun Maini changed over to John Ferrano in the RLR M Sport.
But mainly because that happened during the full course yellow. So what that means is that he would have lost less track time, Cody Ware, by pitting as up the inside goes James French. Just deals with the traffic there. But the Rick Ware Racing team opted to bring in both their cars early, lost less track time because the rest of the field was circulating at a much slower speed, of course, but will potentially have compromised themselves about the strategy they would have had had the race run full green. We'll run down where we are with things in what's been a, if not confusing, but certainly one that warrants a little bit of attention. 18 laps in the books for the lead car, that's Daniel Gaunt. He's 4 seconds ahead of James French. That's Eurasia #1 car, the Team New Zealand car. Ahead of G-Drive Racing Algarve Pro Aris. Aidan Reid, by dint of actually that choice of making the pit stop rather later, is now 45 seconds back from the lead pair, with Harry Tinknell in the car that clearly we believe has been rather hobbled by that incident Jack Manchester had with the Aston Martin, is 1 minute and 25 seconds off the lead.
Now, just having a look at this, Liam Talbot and Hubbard, of course, and it looks very much like that driver is going to be coming in and changing very soon.
A bit of a shake of the head there.
Yeah, there might be something wrong in that team.
So what's going on there? Just looking, certainly nothing wrong with lap time. Is okay at the moment from Liam Talbot. It's got a little bit of traffic. I suspect what the shake of the head was that Liam feels he can go quick on the LMP3 car ahead and was not being allowed to do so. So that was, I think, frustration with traffic that's sort of operating in the wrong direction, if it weren't for the fact you've got a potentially gentleman driver aboard the little prototype. Here comes James French through, completes another lap. This will be the end of...
Solid stuff from the Aris team so far. Remember, they are looking to build on this halfway point in the season at the end of this race. It's a very good jump-off point for the championship. With G-Drive, of course, winning that opening race in Shanghai was already a great headline for the Russian team. Don't forget, they are partnered up with Algarve Pro Racing, previous champions in the Asia Le Mans season anyway. But what would it be like if they could come up with 2 wins here, or even a really high finish in the LMP2 class and set themselves up nicely for Sepang in February?
Well, this is looking very good indeed at the moment for Eurasia and their Eurasia Racing New Zealand squad. Why? Because Daniel Gaunt leads the race by an increasing margin, pulled out a further 3 seconds, by the way, as the team manager from the Thunderhead Carlin is called to race control. I'm sure that will be the result of whatever investigation has gone on about the impact of the 77. I think that does not bode well for Thunderhead Carlin. Remember who we've still got to come. Nick Cassidy.
That's right.
Aware of who Nick Cassidy is. Nick Cassidy a very accomplished race driver indeed, being spoken about with all sorts of amazing potential career possibilities ahead of him. Words Formula and One have been mentioned in concert with the name of the man that has taken now both Super Formula and Super GT titles in Japan. Very quick man indeed. And that's without mentioning the third driver, the late addition to the squad, Shane van Gisbergen.
Very much the headliner this weekend.
Very much the headliner, but had never driven an LMP car before this weekend. Was quickest in the very first session. Amazing stuff. Has driven here on the international track, the shorter version of the track, and won the V8 Supercars. Followers of international endurance racing will be familiar as we see the T2 racing car in for their stop. Will be a driver change as well for the 75 car. Tito Biantoro will be getting out of the car. But
there he is.
As well as Shane van Gisbergen's efforts in GT3 racing around the world, where he's had some amazing runs there too. But he's actually quite a shy guy, not someone to kind of blow his own trumpet, but clearly thoroughly enjoyed his introduction to downforce racing here. And I think we'll see more of it for him.
It's very, very different from the big V8s.
Hugely. I mean, frankly, everything is different for the V8 supercars. They are probably the last surviving in terms of circuit racing rather than ovals. Old school race cars. Lots of tech involved in the V8 supercars, huge amount in fact.
But nothing close to the aero.
But the basic format of V8 supercars is very much a kind of older form of rear-wheel drive, big power. You know, a car you can really chuck about. Absolutely.
Well,
that. Someone's had a big off here. Who's
puff
that?
Of dust that we've now come to realise usually indicates some kind of incident off track. That's not accident.
Rob Radley, there's no one in sight ahead of him.
Doesn't actually see.
So
may have just been a car off track that came back on.
Maybe that, and the dust does seem to be hanging in the air for quite a long while here. We've not got much of a breeze. There is a GT car ahead, but to be potentially one of the Ferraris.
What we can do from here, of course, is look for question marks on our timing list to make sure
that will be that will only really happen when we get towards the end of the lap, so the predicted lap time.
There have been a couple of other determinations that, interestingly enough, Thunderhead Carlin Racing are being investigated by race control for whatever reason.
It will be that incident. I would also say, by the way, we did say to keep an eye on Harry Tinknell's lap times. Nowhere close to the 240 mark, 243 last time around. So we'll wait and see. This is the 51 car on pit lane now. So down to the hour mark. Been an hour of some incidents. So past the first hour of the 4 hours of the bend. The tyres swapped over on the 51 car. Tyres, of course, for all cars in every class. The Spirit of Race team from AF Corsa go to work.
Looks like a pretty nifty pit stop there. Everyone on hard fuels out, tyres in. Stops the car, waits for it, and should be given a green light to move on. Now that looks like
Rick Ware Racing pit stop. Francesco Piavanetti, it was in the car that came out. Is he going to stay aboard, or are we going to see Osnegri or indeed Alessandro Pierguidi? That is the 25 car by the look of it. It is indeed. Makes the stop. That was the second place car, Antonio Lazzara. That might have been just for a quick check of the rear of that car. 77 car.
Good to see that Aston Martin now with a front end.
They've done remarkably good work to get that car out. I suspect
there.
that's actually had rather a lot of race tape attached to it.
Yeah, that is, in fact, the front right fender is, I think, all tape. Well, I think they've managed to bridge that gap.
It's one of those kind of places where you look for a second-hand car, look from that side, it looks absolutely fine, sir. Slightly less beautiful on that side.
It's odd to see such a...
look at that. 14 again, I'm afraid.
That's another drop for the 14 off track. Not having much luck, this new entrant from the Europol team.
Not what we expected from Peter. Knows this circuit. He's been racing this weekend, indeed, in this circuit. So lapping this weekend in the circuit. 36 car, meanwhile, still continues in third place.
Well, let's have a look back now at the first hour of the 4 hours of the bend.
Well, no That meant that there was a dominant lead for the number 27 Hub Auto Ferrari, the international debut of the Evo. The lead that was handed back to the number 1 car, now in the hands, still rather in the hands of Daniel Gaunt. So the tactic of pitting the car on the yellow at the moment has paid off for Eurasia. Both their cars have led the race. 3 car, meanwhile, has been in a bit of woe and has had a drive-through penalty assessed against the second Nielsen Racing cars. That pit stop penalty, by the way, has been taken. We've seen Charles Cruz come through pit lane. That was overtaking before the end of the full course yellow.
So 22 laps completed in that first hour. Looking back at that hourly highlights, I have to say that it really does sum up some of the incidents that we've had. Some incredible incidents in all 4 of the categories. We've had cars off for P2, P2M, P3 and GT. Big shunt for D-Station Vantage, but it looks like everything is now settling down the way it should.
Let's hope. It'd be nice to have a quiet 5 minutes. I say quiet 5 minutes. As Daniel
I don't think that's going to happen.
No, don't think so either. Daniel Gaunt makes his way through past Charles Cruz and the number 3 Nielsen Racing car.
Now
that car,
19
by the way,
seconds ahead.
Yeah, after his run down pit lane has dropped now down to 4th to Alessandro Bressan. Remember, dominated proceedings early on in Shanghai, as up to 3rd in the LMP3 class. Martin Hipper, meanwhile, with a trouble-free run, is now up to 7th overall in the LMP3 leading car. So a minute and 9 off the LMP2 AM leader, with John Corbett just, I think, passing Tony Wells as they come through to complete what is their lap 21. It's 22 laps in the books now for Daniel Gaunt. He's now almost 20 seconds to the good on James French. He's been hanging on. Takes a second out here, loses a couple of seconds there. But as we said at the start, as we see the 16 BMW on pit lane, this is going to be about who can deal with traffic the best. Because the difference between being able to do that safely and without incident and not is very significant, probably more than any track we've seen on the Asian Le Mans Series calendar ever. And we're talking here, order of 3, 4, 5 seconds, not tenths. And it looks at the moment to see that Daniel Gaunt has managed that rather better than perhaps James French has done.
Well, fastest man on track right now is actually Aidan Reed in that number 3 car. 2:47.63 is, I think, the fastest we've seen all day. Still in 3rd spot, and looking at Harry Tinknell now, we were expecting 2:30s maybe. Still struggling, 2:43.
I'd have expected Harry by now to be under 2:40 or certainly the 2:40 flats, and he's not. He's
possibly put that down to something happening
Pretty convinced that's the damage we've seen to the rear of that car that is actually taking off the edge of the performance.
Unfixable.
We don't know yet, because they've been in for what was a regular stop, have not taken the opportunity to bring the car in for any repairs that we've actually seen. It may well be that they've looked at the damage and they don't have the
it's
required...
nothing critical.
Well, it's not necessarily nothing critical.
But they haven't got the required equipment.
Or they can't do it in the time that they think is going to be economical. They are still, though, under investigation for the incident with the 77 car. And having been called to race control, it may well be that there's further woe to come that way. Quick shot here with the number 12 car, the Ace 1 Vlorba Corsa Ligier.
A little bit quieter in this second round. Of course, this was the car that led for almost 2 hours in Shanghai and was looking very much like it was going to take that class win. It was off track earlier on, brought itself back on, and has now been sitting nicely. It's now cruising in 11th. Alessandro Bressan, he was the driver that was leading in Shanghai as well. And he's now sitting third in the P3 class.
Yep, it's not Hyrule answer at the moment for Martin Hipper's form ahead, nor the form of Tony Wells in the first of the two Nielsen Racing cars. That car, the number 2 car, is, what is that? It is 20 seconds back now from Martin Hipper. Of course, we've still got 2 quick men to come in both those cars. Martin will hand the car over later to Nigel Moore, and Tony Wells will hand the number 2 car over. As I speak, the number 13 car comes in for its first pit stop. That is more or less bang on time. Nielsen Racing car will hand over to Colin Wells, and I'm sure that will happen at the end of what will have felt a very long hour and 10-minute stint for Tony Wells in the heat of the day. These cars, remember, no air conditioning system aboard the LMP3 cars, nor for that matter the LMP2Ms. But we're racing, meanwhile, having a cracking run just now with Cody Ware still fending off the Arlo Sport car. That's the difference you can make if you choose to make the pit stop under your full course yellow. What we won't know for another 2 hours and 50 minutes, maybe a little before that, is whether or not that's going to play out in terms of an advantage on strategy as we get deeper into this 4 hours. So 10 minutes into the second hour, sticking with the bright yellow and black Ace 1 Vlorba Corsa car, defaulting to a all-Italian driver lineup. David Fuminelli joining the squad this time, and I believe will be with us in the last 2 Asian races as well. Martin Hipper watches the clock ticking down on his first routine pit stop. As we believe it's routine.
That's right, David Fuminelli in for Hirata.
Yep, so Hirata-san is... it's a broken oil pump, I'm hearing, by the way, for the 34 car, and it's not clear whether or not that car will manage to rejoin the race. Looking as if we're not going to see we're not going to see the J-Lock car. It's back out and running.
Well, that's great news for J-Lock. Of course, they have to be a number of laps down now.
They lost an hour, 55 minutes in the pits, but they're just recently back out. 4 laps in the books for them, as against...
That did happen for them right at the very start, you're right.
21 laps for the GT3 leader. So they, in terms of...
off for the
second place car, John Ferrano off the track.
And quite significantly as well. We've seen a couple of cars go off at that corner.
Now, did he just run off, or has he been into the barrier? We saw the end of that. We didn't see the beginning.
He was very close to the barrier.
Very dusty. Looks as if he might have got away with that. I'm looking nothing down the left-hand side of the car, nothing on the right either. But these are very dusty Michelins. So John Ferrano runs wide again. He's off again. So
wow, look at that. He's all over the place at the moment.
Other than the dust on the tyres, the only remaining thing to check for is, are all 4 Michelins still fully circular? Dust everywhere on this track, by the way, from various offs, and can't be much wind up there because the dust is hanging in the air.
Usually there has been a breeze over the last 3 days, but you're right, it does look like it's been hanging in there, but it's a great indicator for us to find out exactly who's been off and where. Now this is, again, our race leader, Daniel Gaunt, cutting his way through.
Got 3 cars, 3 different classes, 3 prototypes there. The 1, the 2, and the 25. That is one of those 3 cars. That will be the number 2 car coming down pit lane now. Tony Wells from second position in LMP3. In fact, of course, led in LMP3 because of the pit stop last time around for Martin Hipper. So led a lap, Tony Wells. And I've zero doubt that the young Scot, Colin Noble, will be aboard the car.
Now, once again, that RLR M Sport car has Well, as we take a quick look back now. Here it is. This is exactly what happened. Well,
he
stuck
ran through
dead.
the gravel trap, and no, is that the initial? I think that's the initial incident from which he got moving, and then ran off again at the next turn. So I think he'd run through the gravel, stopped, then ran off again with dust all over the tyres. I should say, by the way, while that's been happening, we've had a drive-through penalty dealt to the number 45 car for that incident with 77. I think they'll regard themselves as lucky that it's just that.
So that RLR M Sport car, that of course sporting that livery that's supporting the Australian firefighters, right? That yellow at the front of the car and the side of the car as well. That's a great initiative. And while we're actually talking about that, many of you will be aware those fires still burning. The Bend Motorsport Park might not be affected, but we are aware, everyone here is aware of the heartbreaking impact of those fires, and the ACO and the Australian Red Cross and the Asian Le Mans Series have partnered together and set up a website to aid, support and relief. Please check the Asian Le Mans Series website for more details. Make your donations. Both the ACO and the Asian Le Mans Series have already made theirs.
Yep, a fine cause and lots of distress. I know loss of life, human life, lots of flora and fauna. But there is the web link.
And there is that website address down at the bottom of your screen. Please get involved and do make a donation towards that.
So back onto the action. Car Guys number 7 car as the lead car with the pit stop for so I'm just checking as to how have we got a change in the lead in GT. Car Guy to the lead in GT, but both cars have stopped. Yellow flags at turn 14, by the way, so we've got an incident out there at the moment. So the Car Guy, with Kimura-san at the wheel, has taken the lead. Now, I'm just looking as to how that could have happened, because not a great deal of difference in terms of the pit stop time. It can only be because Car Guy took a pit stop under yellow, which I think they probably did. Well, we got some bad news, good news. Right now. Bad news is Jivan's taking his leave from us for 15 minutes or so. The good news, and it's particularly good news for me, I have to say, is I'd like to welcome to the microphone an old mate, a bit of an Aussie battler himself, Richard Craill. Crailsy, welcome to the Asian Le Mans Series. Welcome. I'm welcoming you to the Bend. I guess it should be you welcoming me.
Thank you, Graham, and welcome to the Bend on behalf of all of our South Australians that are here. Great to be with you. Thanks you to Jivan as well for jumping aside for a minute so we can talk South Aussie and Australian motor racing. What a race it's been so far. How intense was that first 10-minute period with the LMP2 cars carving each other up like it was a 15-minute sprint?
Pretty bonkers. I mean, so many off-track moments for so many cars. They're clearly finding conditions here very tough. It does seem to be a bit slippery. It does seem a bit edgy off the racing line. We've heard from everybody today and through the weekend that it's one racing line certainly through this extension, which is, I'm guessing, the part of this track you've had least experience of. We have seen some racing there, but certainly not racing this kind of level. The other car off to the right-hand side, by the way, that looked as if it might be the number 3 car. And in fact, Charlie Cruz is indeed late to the party. So I think the number 3 car is off the track, stopped off track at turn 14, I'm told there. Yes, so number 3 car in trouble. It's not been a great weekend. There it is. Black Nielsen Racing car.
There in LMP3 at the time, so that's pretty significant, isn't it? In what's a pretty tightly fought battle. It's been really impressive as an outsider coming into the Asian Le Mans Series how intense the competition is in each class, and that's part of the joy of this multi-class racing, where you get fantastic battles all the way through the field fighting for their own class trophies.
Absolutely. Now, this entry will just go through the traumas of the this crew through the weekend. Let's have a look at just how this came about, and that is the number 1 car by the look of it, at the inside of 2 of those machines. And that's the number 1 car going off. That is the lead car having a bit of an off-track moment. Now that has allowed James French to close up a little bit. That's the number 3 car. That's the LMP3 machine. This car, different chassis than started. It's a full course yellow now going to be required for recovery of that car. So it lets us to take a breather. We can all calm down a little bit, and we'll start again to explain exactly what's happened to the 3. They've been in engine trouble earlier in the weekend, but before that the team forced to change chassis, and using what you're looking at is actually the spare car from Graf Racing, swapped over all the bits and bobs from Nielsen Racing after a big incident in testing for Rob Hodes. And the number 3 car, I'm afraid, wrote off the chassis in that incident, so the Nielsen Racing crew swapped over all the bits and bobs. Then an engine failure, really unusual in these little cars. We've got the lead cars coming down pit lane shortly. Down comes the G-Drive Racing number 26. The number 33 car already with us on pit lane, as is the 3rd place car in GT, the number 75 car. Looks as if the Eurasia car didn't make it in before the yellows came out, Krelsey.
So they got the opportunity early in the race where they dived in under that first full course yellow and split the strategies at Eurasia Motorsport. Aidan Reid, the unheralded young bloke from Perth, who's not actually very well known here because he's done most of his racing in junior formula and GT and Le Mans competition around the world. He's done a terrific job. So too Daniel Gaunt. That moment around the back of the circuit, this is all learning experience for everyone, and it was the number 1 topic of discussion in the paddock was how to manage traffic in that section of the racetrack, because nobody knows. It's a blank sheet of paper as far as a racetrack goes, which is part of the joy and the stuff we're learning this weekend. So that was Daniel Gaunt trying to carve up what looked like a LMP3 car and a GT car in one corner, and got a little bit too anxious under brakes up the inside and fired the car off.
Watching at the back as well there, that is what I gather, you can see the little carts doing the rounds at the back there. That is the only CIK authorised or licensed kart track in Australia, correct?
It is, absolutely, and I've driven the fastest high karts around as well.
Oh, really?
Spectacularly quick. It's a proper challenge. I'll race you tomorrow. I'm still around. Let's go for a drive.
That was a challenge.
Yeah, how do you think you'd go?
I'll kick your ass, mate.
I've got a fair old weight penalty, so yeah. Interesting that G-Drive Racing by Algarve got into pit lane. So I wonder if that's going to change the way this race is playing out.
I wonder, because certainly it was a good call from Eurasia at the start. So when we had the first full course yellows, they've missed out on that opportunity this time. By the sound of it, just came past pit lane as the yellows came out, therefore couldn't pit under yellow unless they'd anticipated it. Waiting to see where we see the Carling car come in. I would expect that they would try to take advantage of this now, with clearly the damage on the rear of the car. Harry Tinkler has simply not got down to the kind of lap times we'd have expected from the very rapid multi-factory contract Englishman. Ex-Nissan factory driver, of course, current Mazda factory driver, ex-Ford factory driver, and now just named as a Le Mans driver for Aston Martin Racing, as well as his duties here. There, though, is our race leader, Grailsey.
And a car driven by another unheralded driver, but who's carved out a pretty decent racing career, a driver by the name of Daniel Gaunt. And I'm sure you know, Australians, Graham, that if a Kiwi especially becomes successful enough,
you'll adopt
they
him.
become Australian.
You'll adopt him. Yeah.
Russell Crowe, famous Australian. Crowded House, famous Australian. I think Daniel Gaunt's pretty close to qualifying for automatic Australianism. He's had a terrific category, terrific career, Porsche Carrera Cup, GT racing, a lot of international open wheel stuff as well back in the day. Very, very good stuff. His opening stint was really impressive.
Stellar.
2 little mistakes, that one we've just seen the replay of under brakes, and then grabbed the brake early in the race and ran wide, but defended. He was able to hold on to the lead. And of the 3 drivers in this car, Shane van Gisbergen, I heard you and Jivan talking about it earlier, how impressive he's been jumping in. Nick Cassidy, who is a bona fide superstar in the making. Daniel Gaunt was probably, if you'd rank those drivers, with all the greatest respect, the 3rd, but I think he's done an outstanding job.
He's done a great job.
Stint.
52 car on pit lane. That came in the of Cody Ware. Number 1, I'm sure, will be coming in this time around. Thunderhead Carlin indeed did bring Harry Tinkler. I can see that car on pit lane. Also in is the 52 car. Cody Ware, I think, will have handed that car over now. We'll see who emerges in the 52. Plenty of the remaining cars, Colin Noble taking a time stop in the Nielsen racing car, ARC Bratislava in, Garnet Patterson aboard that car. We'll want to talk about young Garnet shortly. Kimura-san, but that's actually a second pit stop in quick order, by the way, for the number 4 car. We did see that car struggling to get away a little earlier. Car guy pitted from what was the lead in GT. T2 had been in, Spirit of Race had been in. So most of the lead runners have been taking the opportunities, their opportunity to come down pit lane under this second quite lengthy full course yellow. So of course one of the other issues here with such a long track is if you've got to actually recover a car, it's quite a long distance to cover to come and get them. I'm not sure about what track access is like around the circuit, Krelsey.
It's very well set up in terms of getting recovery vehicles to it, but it's 1.1 kilometres from where we are in the main building to the back side of the circuit.
Right.
So to drive around it, it's a 3 or 4 kilometre drive to get to the other circuit. It's remarkable. So this is the leading car, and we'll follow it into pit lane, and Daniel Gaunt surely will jump out of car number 1 of these other incredibly rapid, unfairly rapid, many Australian young drivers would say. Kiwis will jump back in.
There you go. So who are we going to see next? Is it going to be the sparkling talents of Shane van Gisbergen, or the, unfortunately for the rest, equally sparkling talents of Nick Cassidy? That looks to me to be van Gisbergen's helmet.
The Red Bull Holden Racing Team uniform, that's his main team in the Supercars Championship. That's his day job, races GT cars and prototypes in between it.
We're going to be going back to green very quickly though.
So they need to get a wriggle on with this pit stop and get the car back out while it's still under full course yellow, because otherwise they're going to be chucking away time. Interesting to note, as Dan Gaunt jumped out of that car, hobbling around, left foot off the ground. I think he's got massive cramp down his left leg.
Wouldn't at all surprise me. Wouldn't at all surprise me. This is going to be a key moment in this race. We've gone back to green now, and it's just about where on track is the G-Drive Racing Bargov car. Now with Leonard Hergenboom aboard the car. He's in sector 3. It's a long sector, remember. They're doing tyres. It's got brand new Michelin's on this car.
And they're parked very, very close to the fuel rig, so
not
access
easy for them, is it?
Yeah, very, very difficult. So Shane's going to jump in, but all the while this is going on, now everyone's back up to full speed. That was 17 seconds it was, although G-Drive did pit, so it'll be the second Eurasia Motorsport car with Aidan Reid behind the wheel, who is out of sequence with their teammate, that's going to get some advantage.
And that's actually one thing we'd actually we've missed it there. Aidan Reid stayed out again there. He goes through and will lead. Also through now, and ahead of the number 1 car is the 26. So I believe when we get round to the end of this lap, it will be Daniel Gaunt, sorry, not Daniel Gaunt, Shane van Gisbergen will be, I believe, in 3rd position behind Aidan Reid and Leonard Hergenboom. Jack Manchester, meanwhile, by the way, has got back aboard the Thunderhead car, which took a 3-minute 24-second pit stop, and I'm sure that's to repair the damage at the rear of the car.
You mentioned Harry Tinknell before. He made the Ben Motorsport Park Managing Director Sam Sheehan the happiest person in the world after the first practice session, when he tweeted out that the full 7.77 kilometre GT circuit was like one of those movies you don't want to end. He enjoyed it so much, and Sam was beaming about that high praise. And the praise from the drivers for this place has been surprising how universally they've enjoyed this driving challenge. And the best thing now is we're seeing how it's working as a racetrack as well.
Absolutely, and the welcome here from Sam Shaheen and the team at the Ben Motorsport Park has been spectacular as well. They're clearly delighted to have international motorsports, and in particular international sports car racing here. Spoke to Sam a little earlier, interviewed him for another outlets for next week's Delight and Delectation. He's got grand ambitions for here, and grand ambitions too to listen to some of the comments, perhaps of a less favourable nature, from some of the teams and the drivers. It will inevitably come after racing has actually finally got underway here, to be able to make the changes that make it better, and that's a great thing to hear.
Well, positive comments are fantastic and great for puffing up the ego, but it's the other comments that you learn from, isn't it? And if there's been a consistent for the last almost 2 years that the circuit's been open, it's only 2 years old.
Yeah,
Graham, it's barely run in, quite literally in some places. They're the ones you learn
trouble,
from.
big trouble. Now we've got some kind of flaming debris on the circuit. Now what is that from? We know the Vipanisa racing car was in. What have we got there? It's a fire for the RLR car, and a big fire at the rear of the RLR car.
And there's some irony that that's the car that so brilliantly has been supporting the firefighters all weekend. They've gone full livery in support of the Australian bushfires, but they're going to have to put out a bushfire here at the moment. They've got right off the racing line, but full course yellow almost guaranteed, and hopefully the driver can get out here.
John Ferrano, I could see getting out the door, falls out of the car, gets out as quickly as he possibly can. Marshall's on the scene immediately. They'll be looking to do what they can about that. So that started quite a while ago. It's a big fire, and I've no doubt whatsoever there's going to have to be a reaction from race control to that. So something has failed at the rear of the Orica Nissan.
Parked right next to a marshal's
Great
post.
work for the marshal there.
And hugely quick reaction. Should point out the enormous effort it takes to staff a 7.7 kilometre long circuit, because you add almost 50% of the official requirements to a shorter 5 kilometre circuit than the one we're used to running. That's a great response.
A fantastic response.
And under control.
Now, I wonder whether or not that was, it looked as if he may have had a tyre down that corner, whether or not there's cause or effect. And I wonder whether or not that was tyre debris that actually just tore something. That's not something we're used to seeing very much of.
Fortunately today,
safety car.
Yeah, as expected. It's hot, but it's not a scorcher. It has been 45 degrees C here for much of the last 4 or 5 weeks. Today, low 30s. Inside the cockpit, very hot. And I heard you and Jeevan talking about the lack of air conditioning in the LMP2AM and LMP3 cars, so that will be a factor and would have certainly led to Daniel Gaunt's cramps that he had jumping out of his car. Incidentally, pickle juice is the key to decrampifying when you've had dramas like that. Get on pickle juice. There's a little tip from down under for you to take home. So that will lead to that, but the surrounds here, very, very dry. Not much rainfall at all for the last 2 or 3 months.
Now, this is an interesting moment because this is a safety car. This could just save the race for a couple of these guys. It might spoil it for others. It's 2 seconds was the gap between the Eurasia Motorsport car that had not pitted the second time. Methinks it almost certainly will do now with the safety car, to the 26 car of Leonard Hergenboom, but it was 44 seconds the gap. Just looking at what that was burning.
Looked like a piece of the rear under tray,
didn't it?
Perhaps.
But it's kind of paper thin, whatever it was. It is now paper thin, having burned through and burned out.
It possibly could have been some of the vinyl wrap on that car that may have caught
that's a very good
fallen
point.
off as well, potentially.
The medical team.
These guys are fantastic, Graham. They travel around Australia and putting in an enormous amount of people.
And hearing from our production team that happily John Ferrano has managed to walk to the medical car. These are the guys that do the rounds on all the big Aussie events, of course. They've been looking after me. I've had a bit of eye trouble this weekend, and they've been absolutely spectacular.
Up when you come into Australia.
I do. I always tear up, mainly when I see the cricket scores. But
if you want to talk cricket, we can do that if you like.
Let's watch this again. As that was a dramatic incident for the number 59 car. So this was John Ferrano. This is where I think we lost that debris underneath the car. Already ablaze at the rear there. I think by now it's around it, just ahead of the wheel. That's where the exhaust is.
I'm wondering if that's burst the tyre. So the fire on the left-hand side there, no, that's definitely not rubber. That's under tray that's come out from underneath that car.
Some kind of gasket as well went there.
That's significant, and dived out of the way. And very, very good job with the driver, John Ferrano, to get out of the way and park right next to the marshal post. But that's the outcome.
That's a sorry sight. But I want to say again, absolutely huge kudos to that marshal. He did a fantastic job of tackling that fire before the main fire intervention vehicle could get there. John Ferrano, just to repeat, we saw John tumble out the car. That was just a matter of getting away from the fire as quickly as he possibly can. But the walked to the car. Well, it's been an hour and more of real drama. I should say, by the way, another penalty been assessed that won't be taken quite yet. It's a drive-through to the number 88 J-Lock car for an early kind of incident with the BMW, and I believe with the 65 car. Let's have a quick look back again at the first hour. We're behind the safety car. Would say thanks for the moment for Krelzy. He'll be back later in the race. Welcome back to G-Van shortly. But let's look back at the incidents around the first certainly going the way at that stage of the number 13 into Europol, Ligier. The 59 car looking good at this stage. It would all go on a little later, as we've seen.
Really, some really amazing things that have happened in that second hour. Thanks to Richard Crail, of course, for coming in, and he will be back a little bit later on, very much in the spirit of the Asian Le Mans series with these driver and commentator changes. Unbelievable scenes in that first hour, but we are now going to get a really good view as to what's been happening in that first stint of the race. Daniel Gaunt was leading the race for Eurasia Motorsport for a lot of that time. He's down in the pits with Nadia. Let's get to hear from him right now.
Yes, you are absolutely correct, Jeevan. Car number 1 right here. Daniel Gaunt, we want to know how was your stint and how did you make it to the top and still maintaining?
Oh, I was very fortunate, you know, to be paired up with Nick Cassidy and Shane Van Gisbergen for this weekend, and you know, Nick put the car P2 and managed to get the lead off the start. So, you know, when your teammates do such a good job and put you up the front, it's necessarily easy, but makes it easier. Yeah, I was relatively happy with the start. I made one little mistake. I missed a down change early on over the back and just went wide. And then coming in for the last stop, I got cramped. But yeah, lucky I was getting out.
Timing, right? So now Shane is in the car. What is the strategy for the next couple of hours?
Well, my strategy is sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride now. So I'm done, you know, and I've got Van Gisbergen to watch now, and then Nick to bring it home. So I couldn't ask for two better guys to sit back, watch, and like I say, enjoy the ride.
Fantastic. So all the best to the other two drivers are going to get back into the car, and that was Daniel Gaunt, car number 1 at the top of the charts right now.
Well, Daniel Gaunt looks like he's done his bit, and it's a very good bit as well. And now he almost looks relieved to be sitting back in the hands, that car now in the hands of two very capable drivers indeed, but he gets to sit back and watch. Fantastic, amazing stuff that's happened the last half hour.
Absolutely. So the 59 car out of the race after that fire for John Ferrano. That car we can see now on the back of the flatbed and about to be recovered, so it won't be very much longer before we're back to green flag racing. To pan out where we've got to with behind this safety car, it really has handed back an awful lot of ground to Shane Van Gisbergen. Remember this, that car led the race, but then there was options taken about where you'll pit, whether or not you pit on the full course yellow or not. They didn't, and did so just at the end of the second full course yellow. That cost them something like 45 seconds. The gap now, Aidan Reed leads again for the second time. He's only pitted once, though. Will need to pit again to stay on cycle. He's just ahead on track of Leonard Hergenboom, but back in the train, 8 seconds now, not 45 seconds to Shane Van Gisbergen. We'll have a look when we get a good shot of the full train of cars, exactly where he is in the train. A lap down now, after a long pit stop for the Thunderhead Carlin car. Jack Manchester is back aboard the car and burning his time required aboard the 45 car. He sits in 4th. Gustas Grimbergus leads LMP to AM, and it's a Rick Ware Racing 1-2 with Anthony Lazzaro second. They're 5th and 6th place overall, ahead of the lead car in LMP3, the Ace 1 Valour Corsa car moves to the lead. That's courtesy of only having taken the one pit stop. It is Alessandro Bressan leads the way there, ahead of Eric Trullier. So it's a total change around now in LMP3. That car, again, though, has only taken the one stop. Just looking to see where we can see Martin Hipper. Martin Hipper has only stopped once, but has dropped from first to third place. We'll have to find out just exactly how that one has happened. That can only really be choices of exactly when those stops took place. So taking that one stop under a full course yellow has had a dramatic effect on where exactly these cars have come out behind the safety car. In GT, Hub Auto Corsa still leads, but with this safety car, what had been a mighty gap to what is now Kai Cozzolino aboard the car guy number 7 car is now down to just 5 seconds. So it is number 27 car from the 7 car, Hub Auto Corsa from car guy, and then it is Tito Motorsports in third. So it is a 1, 2, 3, 4 Ferrari with Chen Wian in the number 16 Astro Veloce Motorsports car. The BMW in fourth, Ozzy Negri in fifth, and then the second BMW in sixth. Just to reiterate, the D-Station Aston Martin is back out and running, but of course has lost many laps. I think there's something like 7 laps down on the lead cars in the class. 2 hours and 20 minutes remain. Safety car still out for the recovery of the 59 car after that dramatic fire at the rear of the 59. Just to reiterate one more time, John Farano absolutely fine, tumbled out the car.
Did well to tumble out the car,
and
as he did.
Great efforts from the marshal to get an extinguisher onto that fire as quickly and as effectively as he did. May well have saved that car.
Well, it's great to see these safety precautions, these protocols in action, but of course nobody wants to see them in action because that means there has been an incident to bring them to light. But it has changed the face of this, the complexion of this race completely. And while you were actually just going through the new standings as they go, we did actually have a shot of that car on the back of that flatbed truck, and it was absolutely roasted to a crisp.
The back of the end of that car, not at all sure what went wrong there. It seemed very, very odd indeed. There were bits of that car coming off very quickly, and I've got a feeling it was a tyre failure that did damage to the rear of that car and was just basically taking chunks out of the infrastructure, if you like, that was around it in that area. So whether or not the inner wheel arch failed and allowed tyre debris, and of course tyres have got plenty of metal in them, floating around there, it can do a significant amount of damage. Absolutely. So let's wait and see what the team can tell us later. At the moment, I'm sure they're dealing with download from John Farano, who will have taken a quick trip to the medical centre without a shadow of a doubt.
Just for a checkup for sure.
Yeah, but once John's back, he will tell them what he felt. That happened remarkably quickly. And burning debris falling from the bottom of the car that quickly, something dramatic happened in very short order.
As it stands right now, 31 laps completed, but all cars in that FCY train, safety car out as well. The most amount of restrictions you could think of in terms of speed, but they are for a good reason, as they make sure that this track is perfectly clear for the final 2 hours of this race. It could be very, very significant indeed. What are we going to see in LMP2? Well, Aidan Reed, Eurasia Motorsport, definitely having a much better outing right now. And G-Drive, of course, we have to give a shout out to G-Drive and Oris. They have kept that second position.
They have, and you know, it's going to be interesting when we go back to green. They've got an advantage here because when we go back to green flag racing, they're going to be in second position right behind the leader, but with a pit stop advantage. They've taken 2. Let's go down to the pit lane where we've actually got Nadia. It's down at Hub Auto Corsa. They've been the dominant leaders almost throughout this race in the EVO version of the Ferrari. Nadia down with Hub Auto Corsa.
Yes, Hub Auto is leading the GT class right now, and we just needed to speak to someone. David Rigon was nice enough to speak to us. So tell us, how is it going now that you guys are at the front of the pack?
Yeah, I mean, we're in the front, but we're in a big issue, actually. We have issue with the engine where I don't know if we're going to finish. And plus, we didn't change the tires because the car didn't lift up. So actually, not a good moment. We are leading the race, but not a good moment for us. Let's see how it will be, but we will do our best. With all our team is pushing hard to find something to recover, but we will do our best.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. That was an update right there about some problems that they are facing, although they are at the front of the pack. But you are going to be jumping into the car, taking over from Gomez later. So for you, it'll just be trying to make it to the end of the race? Or?
Yes, for me it will be my next turn, but I have to say Liam did an amazing job, amazing start. He kept the first position, he was going away, so amazing job from him. And also Marcos is doing a very good job. And then it's my turn in the end. I hope to be fine, to have a good car like yesterday.
Yeah. And we want to hear from you. You are the guy that put this car in pole position for the GT class. You've been around the track, of course, but there's so many incidents that are happening, just a lot of mishaps. What's your take on that?
We know this is a very, very difficult circuit. Now it's becoming also very warm, so we need to stay very concentrated, even for all the professional drivers, for the gentlemen. We need to be really focused because it's not easy to drive around here. Every small mistake, you pay a lot. So that's the key, to be concentrated and constant.
Of course, winning is a game, but of course, safety is first, right? So all the best for when you get into the car later. You heard it from Hub Auto Corsa. There you go.
Thanks, Nadia. Well, that just goes to show you that even if you are front and top of your class, there are problems in terms of rejigging the strategy now that all these incidents, as Nadia pointed out, have come to light. And so David Rigon and Marcos Gomez, Hub Auto Corsa leading the GT class, but still lots to think about. And according to David, the technicians in that team are still looking for solutions to find the best way out of this race.
Well, let's wait and see how this one emerges. Still be on the safety car as they do the last bit of clear up. Remember, there was debris on the track from that fire, as well as having to recover the car. John Ferrano sadly out of the race. Don't think there's anything whatsoever that John did. A bit of dominant opening session from Arjamaini in LMP2AM, but sadly the Oreca 05 now very much a retirement. Done to a crisp at that rear left corner.
And I have to ask, with a incident as serious as that one, what is the future of that car? Is that recoverable?
Well, it did seem to me that the damage was limited to one corner. There is a lot that's complicated about an Oreca 05 Nissan, but there's nothing that isn't known. And these cars are, you know, pretty well easy to actually, they're built as race cars. They're built to be able to easily repair in component form. I don't see there being a problem with that car being ready to roll at Sepang. We'll wait and see.
Have to wait and see on that one. And the cars still, now this can be a very trying time for drivers, as David Rigon just pointed out. The heat is beginning to rise as well, but for these cars caught in this FCY loop, in this train of cars, it means it's a completely different type of thinking from racing thinking. Of course, it's not necessarily that you're going to get a greater understanding of this new course that they've been driving around, but really when they come off the race, go back to green flag, that's what they have to watch out for.
So, as is traditionally the case in a mixed class race and a safety car intervention, you can have winners, you can have losers. One of the effects here is that it is going to affect the way in which the GT race actually emerges, because whilst we'd had some pretty dominant form from Hub Auto Corsa, Car Guy sticking in there, T2 Motorsports have had a wave by because they were in front of the leader when the safety car came out, but they are now the only three cars on the lead lap. So the T2 Motorsports car will join the end of the queue. It took a while before they get there, of course. It's got a long lap to play catch up. Still got the safety car lights on. So we'll wait and see just exactly at what point Eduardo Freitas issues the call for the safety car to make its way back down pit lane.
Now, with a burnout like that for RLR M Sport, can we expect a lot? There's a lot of black cloud of smoke coming off it, a lot of extra debris in terms of oil, for example?
I think probably we're okay. I'm not sure just how much of that was. It may well be there's a bit of clear up required at just one or two corners, but it wasn't long before John was in race terminal trouble, opposed to slow down. They've got a bit of fire at the back trouble. but it was basically a couple of corners. So if there's clear up required, it won't be, I hope, for too much of the track. They'll just be making sure that everything's back where it needs to be. Make sure, for instance, that if you've used up a fire extinguisher, there's another one there.
Exactly, yeah, keep those marshal posts fully fueled up.
The yellow flag's still flying, safety car still out there.
And while we have the time, just a reminder, if you do want to get in touch with us to let us know what you think about half the incidents that have happened in the first 2 hours of this race, then get in touch on Twitter and Facebook, the official Facebook page, Asian Le Mans Series Official. Leave your comments on that. Or you can hashtag 4 hours the bend, that's 4H the bend, hashtag Asian Le Mans, or hashtag Endurance Racing for Asia, and the Twitter handlers at Asian LMS.
We're heading towards halfway through this race, and it seems to have flown by. It doesn't seem we've had 2 minutes without an incident at this stage. Sadly, race-ending incident for one of the cars, that being the number 59 OLRM Sport car, John Ferrano, out of the race after that fire at the rear of the Orica 05.
That's the car there that's been doing most of the leading.
Absolutely, number 34 car, pit lane as well. That is the Europol car, number 34, Kuba Shimowski, with an oil pump failure. We saw the number 3 Nielsen Racing car, the Norma in LMP3 in the hands of Charles Cruz to a halt, and we believe that car may well be out of the race as well. Way down, the J-Lock car after a long repair following an incident at the start of the race for which it was called at fault. So that car way down. Pit lane at the moment, D-Station Racing car in the hands of the car's owner, Satoshi Hoshino. That car had heavy damage, lost a lot of ground after an impact into, but as a result of a mistake from the Thunderhead Carlin cars, that car as well way down the order, but still circulating. It would be if it wasn't on pit lane right this second. Also in trouble early on, and may well be in trouble right now, Vipanisa Racing, the number 65 car. Douglas Koo is out in the car, but team manager for the 65 Malaysian entered car has been called to race control for some reason. So
just 13 laps logged in and completed from Inter Europol, as Graham said, in the pits. J-Lock with 14 laps completed. Nielsen Racing with 23 laps completed, and of course our leader now on his 33rd lap.
In terms of the overall order, top 4 are all LMP2 cars. The top 3 of them almost in line astern behind the safety car. So behind the Mustang, we've got the lead car in the race, the 36 Eurasia Team Australia car, followed by the 26 G-Drive Racing by Algarve. They are the first 2. Then it's the Ace 1 Valorba Corsa car that leads LMP3. There are a couple more cars in the order before we get to Shane van Gisbergen, running 3rd, and he's the big winner behind the safety car in LMP2, having pulled back some 40 seconds. Lost that time simply by the timing choice for the pit stop for Eurasia Racing New Zealand. Didn't quite manage to get the car in with the last full course yellow. By the time he'd come around on his second opportunity to do so, it almost timed out, but puts themselves right back into it, a lap down, and sends the way back in the, in fact, ahead of Van Gisbergen in the queue. So just a lap down to the lead 2 cars. We're going, safety car will be coming in at the end of this lap, I'm hearing.
Oh, that's great news for...
Is the Thunderhead car. 5th and 6th, the 2 Rick Rowe Racing cars, are almost at opposite ends of this safety car chain. Is Gustas Klimbergus in the 52 car ahead of the 25 car of Anthony Lazaro. Lights are now out on the safety car. 7th is the Ace 1 Valorba Corsa car, Alessandro Brissan. Again, that lead from both pace and indeed the timing choice of the pit stop for Brissan. And I'm wondering, well, he has taken one of the time pit stops, so it's not that. And they're coming through now. The red Mustang will peel off.
There it is.
And down will go the hammer. And watch.
Racing once again.
Manchester will be in a hurry to try to unlap himself here.
This was the situation I was just talking about, coming off the
lead change. Lead change immediately. That is Leonard Hergenboom takes the opportunity to go immediately by Aidan Reed. Jack Manchester is going to look now to see whether or not he can unlap himself from the 36 car. Looks to the outside. There'll be no way through there. They'll be watching as well. Oh, that was a big twitch there from Jack on the limit on the outside. Don't think there was any touch there.
No.
That was just basically not finding the grip he thought there would be. Gathered up nicely though. The challenge here for Jack Manchester is to get by the 36 and the 26 to stay on the lead lap. That's what he'd be being told by the Carlin Racing team. Looking to see wherever he can do it. Look around the outside there. Manages to do it with the 36 car that will be on significantly older rubber, remember.
Oh, he pushed him very wide.
Meantime, closing from the rear on the 36 is Shane van Gisbergen, and that is a position. This is so it's the 5th car in the train, but that includes the lead car in LMP3. But meantime, at the front, Leonard Hergenboom getting away here. Jack Manchester won't want that to happen as Van Gisbergen clears the LMP3 car behind. No, doesn't manage to do that. Shows how tricky it is here in traffic.
That is in Sector 2. That is that narrow area. Jack Manchester himself earlier this week was actually saying how tricky this portion of the track is, but he did very well there, as Graham said, just to start that attack to get back on lap.
That's the Graf Racing car. And I think they are waiting on the time pit stop. And they've done that right at the end of the safety car. That's, again, not great timing from them.
They do have to get these timed pit stops out the way.
And that was the number 13 car, Martin Hipper. Now, Now that was them burning their second time pit stop.
And I think Nigel Moore is now in that car.
Now that means, if I'm right, and that's not always the case, by any means, that's my wife, that means that all their remaining pit stops, they can do as quickly as they like.
Yeah. That's the great thing about it. Well, one of the few advantages that has actually been prompted up in this hour. Not much racing happening in this hour because of that full course yellow, but now they're back up to speed and jockeying for position. And all very close together because of that FCY train.
There's Marcus Gomez, the leader in GT. This car and the chasing car guy machine have better part of a lap advantage on everybody else, with the exception of, apologies of course, because he's caught up the lap. The 75 car also on that lead lap. He's found himself in the middle of a gaggle of prototypes, including both the Rickware Racing cars, which are more or less nose to tail now. Just as Grimberger's being caught a little that time by Anthony Lazzaro. 52 and the 25 cars, sister cars of course. So
1 second between them, those two Rickware Racing cars.
I'm going to see just exactly what's happening here with the GT class. Where is the car guy car?
The
there
Hub
it
Auto
is.
goes. There's Marcus Gomez, is leading the GT class at the moment.
So he's a lap up on the 51 car that's behind him, but just in the background, there you go, is the flash of yellow. There's the car guy car. Behind the safety car, that was just a handful of seconds, 5 seconds as they crossed the line. So Kai Casolino is catching Marcus Gomez, who's just fallen back behind the 51. Osvaldo Negri.
Yeah, that wasn't for position, that was just for a lap. These two cars are not in the same lap at the moment.
Unlapping himself though.
Yeah.
Now, is he just 1 lap back? Because that will be back to the lead lap, in fact, for Osvaldo Negri. So puts himself back on the lead lap in the number 51 car.
So it is just Hub Auto Corsa Car Guy and T2 Motorsports, the top 3 GT on the same lap, and that's 32 laps. And you're right, the spirit of race Ferrari, Osvaldo Negri Jr. at the front here, is now looking to, well, he's going to have to do a lot more work.
Basically, he's got his 7.6 kilometres behind, isn't he?
He's got to...
But the more key point is that rapidly catching the 27 car is Kei Cosolino. There he is, and that's not 5 seconds anymore.
Yeah, that's now being cut down.
So we are looking here at a lead change in GT fairly imminently.
this is the situation that happens here at the bend when you do get caught behind a car that is roughly taking the same line as you. It's the same general kind of chassis as yours. It's very difficult to get past that car, and of course the chasers, the chasing pack to yourself if you're in the lead, just start incrementally getting closer and closer. That's what we've been seeing in the GT class. Now that camera panning around, what we hoped it wasn't going to lead to another incident, and it didn't. That's the number 33.
That's the 33 that's surviving into Europol LMP2 car. That's the Nathan Kumar pedal, another Australian driver, of course. He's 5th in LMP2, and he's looking to do what he can to get by the LMP. In fact, he's gone by the LMP3 leader on this lap to take another overall position, and that puts the car up into 7th. His next targets will be the LMP2 AM leaders.
And into Europol, amazing achievement to be basically supporting 4 cars at this round. We haven't seen that happen before in the Asian Le Mans Series. 2 in LMP2, 2 in LMP3. One of them, of course, completely out. That's Kuba Shmihovsky. Just 13 laps completed for him. We saw that car deep in the pits. I think it was an oil leak.
It was an oil pump failure. This is an interesting one. The Ace 1 Valoba Corsa team have clearly opted to stay firmly with their pit stop strategy on the hour or thereabouts. And that means they're going to be pitting under full green conditions. This is the lead car, or was the lead car. I think will remain the lead car in LMP3, because looking at this, have they got a lap lead as well from that safety car? They might well have done.
Well, it really has thrown a cat amongst the pigeons. I think that's the term, and we are kind of, well, deciphering exactly where all these cars are at the moment. Definitely, this is one of the teams that did benefit from that FCY.
Just looking to see where Colin Noble is going to emerge here. He's on a very quick lap at the moment, having got into the car fairly recently. So Colin Noble aboard the 72 car, the 2 car, Nielsen Racing car, sitting 2nd at the moment. Comes to now with a 2:52.590. That's not far off LMP2 AM pace for Colin Noble. Trouble for the 45 car. There was a bit of puff of smoke from the rear of the car there.
This car has pretty much throughout the afternoon been getting itself into puffs of smoke, but also getting out on track and managing to keep good fast lap times as well. Still in the top 5 for Thunderhead Carlin. They'd love to be, of course, leading this race, but you would be surprised the amount of times we've had to mention Jack Manchester or Thunderhead Carlin Racing in being just slightly off track.
Good news for lovers of screaming V8 powered cars funded by Polish bakers is that the 34 car is getting work from the Gibson technicians who are here. We saw the guys in the garage earlier. That failed oil pump. Might not quite be game over. We might see the 34 car back. Of course, way down the order.
A long way to come back. A long, long way for Kuba Shmihovsky. But it would be great burst for the team if they could get that car back up there. But it hasn't been, as I said, the cleanest of races for into Europol so far. It might be just from having to watch the evolution of 4 different cars, but currently 7th, Nathan Kumar, LMP2, that's overall, and of course that is 5th in class.
So back into the race for the Ace 1 Valoba Corsa car. Gabriele Lancieri brings the car back out into traffic. Meanwhile, onto pit lane and out of sequence with the rest of the main runners is the car that just until recently led the race, 36, Eurasia Motorsport Racing Australia. Aidan Reid, I'm sure Aidan will be getting out the car at this stage. And that car had dropped to 3rd behind Shane van Gisbergen. So Leonard Hergenboom leads Shane van Gisbergen now by 7 seconds.
As we look at that Ace 1 Valoba Corsa car looking in pretty good nick.
But by the way, we saw, I think, the end of a bit of an incident for Jack Manchester. Lost something like 15 seconds on that lap, so I think he'd had a bit of an off. What we saw there, yeah. Whether or not it was
coming
smoke,
back on track,
or whether or not it was dust, we wait and see from Jack. Nathan Kumar still going well, by the way, and pushing on in faster laps than we've seen before in the 33 car.
That did look, there is that. One Valoba Corsa now under the stewardship of Gabriele Lancieri. In hacking away today, they were off early on in the first hour. And so far, putting themselves, or at least keeping themselves out of trouble, and now find themselves halfway through the race, leading that LMP3. Well, actually, no, it's just second to Colin Noble's Norma M30.
Yeah, so Colin has come round to retake the lead. He's had 3 stops, though, to their 2.
A lap ahead.
But we'll be on the same lap at the end of this one. So it is again Norma from Ligier. Nigel Moore, though, is aboard the chasing into Europol 13 car. At the moment, it is Colin Noble. It's the quickest of the lot. 2:52 for Colin, 2:59. The in lap for race 1 for Lord Corsa, 2:56 for Inter Europol. So is this going to be Nielsen's day? A day of mixed fortunes for that team, with the seeming retirement of the number 3.
Almost a week of misfortunes for them. Now, let's have a look back at one of the most exciting hours, hour 2.
Shanghai leader back into the lead here at the Bend on the very first race we've had on this 7.7 kilometre circuit, G-Van.
You'd have to say, Graham, looking back at those highlights, this has really played into the hands of G-Drive Racing by Algarve completely. That was a perfect move by Leonard Hogenboom.
I think it was a good move from Hogenboom, but it looked to me like Aidan Reid actually let him go. I think he knew he didn't have the tyre to defend. But Hogenboom now 5.3 seconds to the good. And the reason it's only 5.3 seconds to good is because Shane van Gisbergen has got his racing hat on, and it's 2:39 now for the Kiwi superstar against 2:41 for the young man aboard this car. So the Orica chassis Aris comes round to complete what will be its 39th lap. Meantime, in the background, kicking up the dirt is Shane van Gisbergen in his pursuit. So this time around takes a further second and a half out the lead. It's under 4 seconds now for the lead.
And once again, just a reminder that that website at the bottom of your screen, that's where you get involved with if you'd like to donate towards the Red Cross disaster relief. There has been a partnership between the Asian Le Mans Series, ACO, and the Australian Red Cross. Very aware here at the Bend Motorsport Park, even though it's not affected as a racetrack, of the bigger impact of these heartbreaking fires that are happening all around Australia. The ACO has made their donations, Asian Le Mans made their donations, and we want you to make your donation too. So please get involved with that website down at the bottom of your screen and get involved.
Back to racing, and 26 car is going to have his mirrors full of a very large Kiwi very soon, and the very large Kiwi is not just the Kiwi on the side. Well, actually, it's a fern leaf, isn't it, on the side of the car? Hopefully you doesn't see that this side mirror, otherwise something's gone badly wrong with the Ligier. But Shane van Gisbergen is reeling in Leonard Hogenboom.
And 2:39, I think, is the fastest we've seen today.
Not quite. I think we had a 2:38 earlier on from, I want to say it was Kuba Szymanski, you know. I think it's got the fastest lap of the race so far. 26 car is pushing on though.
Well, it says Kuba's best on our screens was a 2:42, so it might be. I think maybe he did, but I'm now looking up and down the race. I think no, 2:38. Robert Mary.
It was Aidan Reid. My apologies.
Yeah, at that point for that car. Yeah.
So bit of traffic there. The 65 car just holding up Hergenboom, and that has given Shane van Gisbergen another sniff of the rear of the Iris.
Just a reminder, of course, about how significant a race this is for G-Drive Racing by Algarve. Algarve Pro Racing, well known in Asian Le Mans Series circles, previous champions, of course. They've teamed up with G-Drive Racing from Russia, delivered their first win. Whether it was a controversial win because of a default decision that came down to Thunderhead Carlin, well, that's what this race is going to prove. And so far, they've put in a good enough strategy to be leading this race, and should they pick up a win at halfway here, then they're going to be very hard to catch in Sepang and Buriram for the last 2 races of the season.
Action in LMP3, that is Gabriele Lancieri. He has got his mirrors full of the number 13 car with Inter Europol. So we've got Gabriele Lancieri at the wheel here. Let's go down to talk to Alessandro Bressano, who's going to be looking at the timing screens with his driver under attack from the 13 car. Down to Nadia.
Yes, amidst all that is happening with the other teams, it seems as though S1 Villacorba is doing fantastic. We've got Alessandro Bressan here with us, telling us how was your stint, and of course you can talk a bit about Lancieri's.
I went in for second as a second driver in my stint, and to be honest with you, my only job was to go in and push for an hour, so try to do my best. And I mean, when I got out of the car, we were leading, so I think it's good. We didn't have the best of starts, so we were expecting a little better from the start, but I think that the team is working great with the strategy, to be honest, because my stint was flawless, aside from the full course yellow and the safety cars, you know. But no, I'm happy with my stint.
We were talking a bit behind camera just now. You are in a P3 car. It is about, what, 27 degrees Celsius out there? Yeah. It's hot, isn't it?
It's very hot.
So how is that going to affect the performance of you and maybe your teammate?
Well, we have to train in order to, you know, it's almost like a sauna in there. So, you know, we don't have air conditioning compared to the other cars. So, you know, it's probably harder work for us, I don't want to say, but, you know, we need to bang in there and just go.
Now tell us a bit about the circuit, because it seems as though a lot of the other teams are having problems with it, and there are some tricky corners, you know, and all that. But how about you? We want to know.
To be honest, we love the track, all the drivers, so we didn't really have a problem with getting used to the track, and the car has been working great so far. So, you know, we didn't have any problem, and so far it's been going great, so fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
So good job so far, and all the best to you. So that's it from our team right here. It's Ace1 Vilova Course.
Thanks, Nadia, and a great insight there into the sauna-like conditions that these drivers are facing inside these cockpits. It's very, very hot indeed. No cooling systems around.
No, indeed. Looking now at the number 45 car. He tries his level best to keep the leading pair in touch, but it is 1.3 seconds is the gap between Leonard Hergenboom and the pursuing Shane van Gisbergen. No, it isn't. That's not 1.3 seconds. That's,
not at all.
That's about 0.1 second at the moment. That is a fully lit, not in a John Ferrano sense, but fully lit Shane van Gisbergen. Apologies, John. It's a poor joke to make at this stage.
Poor joke to be making.
0.635 of a second is the gap now, and that is Shane van Gisbergen sniffing the rear of that Aurus like a Labrador and a bloodhound in a park. Amazing stuff.
Very
great stuff.
Indeed.
This is, but let's not forget for a moment, this is the very first experience Shane van Gisbergen has had of LMP2 machinery,
you're right.
of any LMP machinery, of any real downforce car.
And he's pushing it to the max.
He's absolutely hammering on here. Leonard Hergenboom, already a title winner in LMP3 machinery. He's had experience in the Ligier LMP2 in the European Le Mans Series, and coming to this Aurus effort with Algarve Pro Racing, combining with G-Drive Racing for the Asian Le Mans Series, a race winner already, of course, at Shanghai.
Now, Shane getting closer and closer. There are plenty of his fans that have turned up here. I can tell you now, a lot of people have been waiting to see him in action. Wasn't in action in qualifying. A lot of people expected that as well, but now he's really putting on all the show he needs to, as he gets closer and closer to Leonard Hogenboom. Tracking each other on the racing line, down through the, I think this looks like sector 2 now.
It's definitely in sector 2. That's 18, 19, 20 coming up here as they've got traffic ahead of them, just at the point where probably Hogenboom would like to have caught it towards the end of this this tricky section rather than right in the middle. But cracking point here. This is a young gun and an established star. And
a GT backmarker.
That, I think, is the GT leader.
That's the GT leader, but to them, of course.
To them, it's actually not a leader anymore because Roberto Corsa dropped back 2 places.
Well, Leonard's got his way through, and the door has been shut on Shane.
There you go.
Now, this could be very significant, but he's now found a nice line on the inside. And so, nicely through, and he can now start his attack. Now, if they're getting up to sector 1, then that flat out straight, maybe. That's definitely not 7 seconds.
He's going to have to use every trick in the book to keep ahead of Shane van Gisbergen, an absolute superstar in anything he chooses to put himself in the driving seat for. LMP3 car ahead. In fact, that is the LMP3 leader, I believe. It is. That's Colin Noble. So number 2 car will have been told that they're coming. I'm sure of that. Nielsen Racing under Sven Thompson is very well aware of what it takes to keep his drivers ahead and safe and clear. But it's going to be mugged here by a pair of LMP2 cars. Shane van Gisbergen is closing. So let's caught them in exactly the right place. Flashed them to actually tell them that they were safe to pass. Colin Noble, beautifully done there by the young Scot. Lost not a single millisecond as Shane van Gisbergen comes into turn 1, almost under the rear wing of the Aurus. We go back with Jivan just taking a quick break here to Richard Krell. Richard, you're quite used to seeing Shane van Gisbergen in this sort of position, but not in these cars.
Hi, GG. This is just Shane doing Shane things, isn't it?
Doing Shane.
You know, it took me 35 years to learn how to breathe. This guy learned how to drive an LMP2 car in 2 laps of this place. For a guy who got a message from Daniel Gaughan on Wednesday on the in-flight Wi-Fi on his flight back from the United States to come and race here. He was at the Raw before the 24, the pre-season test for the Daytona 24 hour, where he's in a GT3 car. Got an aerial message at 38,000 feet, said, hey, do you want to drive an LMP2 car at the Bend this weekend?
Go on, mate.
You say yes to those kind of things, don't you, Graham? And here he is. He'd never driven one of these cars before, never driven anything with this kind of aero before, and now he's driving it like he has been racing it full time. This is what, for mine, before the race, was going to decide how today played out. This section of the racetrack and coming into the GT cars right now, and you can see the elastic band between the 2 cars, and this is killing the race leader. But of course, when the G-Drive car goes through, Shane's got to deal with it as well.
But Shane's got the momentum here, and is he going to run on Hogenboom? Not quite. He didn't quite have it. That was a matter of meters. I think if that BMW had just cleared it just a moment earlier, there would have been a run through the middle there, and we would have had one of the most spectacular passes in world sports cars.
And if anyone's going to do it, it'll be Shane van Gisbergen, and I can tell you. The full credit to the BMW, held his racing line.
Yes.
Let the faster cars go by you. Don't try and dive out of the way. Here's another situation, and this is where Shane may be able to strike.
I think he's going to do it around the outside. Is it who's going to get the luck of the draw this time? This time, though, the Ferrari sort of gave it and took it away, didn't he? But a cracking look around the outside from Shane van Gisbergen, but then again taking the racing line. The 51 car did exactly what he had to do, and in fact, Van Gisbergen's now going to have to wait for the next opportunity, and that's going to come with the GT race leader. It's the next target here. Next car up is the number 7 car, the very, very, very bright yellow Ferrari from Car Guy.
And the intricacy with the back of this circuit is that it's rubbered up now on the racing line, but if you go offline, very dusty, you don't have that grip to turn and brake the car. So that's why Shane struggled when he was offline around the outside there, couldn't commit, and then got boxed in by a Ferrari. This is the key opportunity here. Maximise your run out of the final corner. It's quick. A right-hander in these cars, well over 200 kilometres an hour, and then try and get the aero assist, the toe, into what is the biggest stop up here at turn 1. And that was almost a Ferrari taking out the race leader.
But that's going to give Van Gisbergen the run. He's got a quicker run through the corner. Has he got the momentum to do anything about it as he come into this right-hander? Almost took a sniff there. I think he might have got him here. No, not quite. A cracking stuff from both these drivers. Aggression through traffic. Heads-up stuff from most of the GT drivers, it has to be said. Not quite sure we could say the same for the car guy, Ferrari there. That almost caused us a bit of an incident there. But again, Van Gisbergen, he's looking up the inside whether or not there's space, isn't he? He's basically keeping Hergenboom on his toes, trying to force the error. It's not a matter of if, it seems to be a matter of when the opportunity will come for Shane Van Gisbergen.
That was Hergenboom just going a little bit too late into turn 6, which is a really difficult, slightly off-camber hairpin, one of the biggest stops at the racetrack. He went a little bit deep, he was caught out with that BMW. I think just trying to maximise that little bit of an advantage he got with the lap car. This is terrific stuff. There's an hour and 41 to go in the motor race. It could be the final lap.
We can only hope it stays this way, can't we? But in clear air, Hergenboom has got the better car, it seems. Seems though in traffic, that's when the racecraft of the wily fox that is Shane Van Gisbergen comes into play. And that's exactly what we'd have expected, Richard. The upside for Leonard Hergenboom is, whilst that must have been, frankly, a traumatic 3 or 4 minutes, there's no traffic now.
And what's happening here with Shane caught up behind the race-leading car is it's taking life out of his tyres and, of course, caught up behind the hot air, the dirty air of the car in front. We'll be just upping the engine temperatures a little bit as well. So Eurasia Motorsport will be on the radio to Shane. Hey, mate, keep an eye on your dash. Watch the temperatures. What are your tyres doing? How are the Michelins behaving? Running off the rubbered-up side of the road into the dirt, into the debris. And with that understeer that they'll be getting with the aero push from being caught up in that car in front. It's been a terrific drive. Now, it's the 12th of January now. By the 18th of February, Shane will have raced an LMP2 car, a GT3 car, and will be jumping aboard his Holden V8 supercar for the first round of the pre-season official test, right back at this very venue.
Versatility. Now, we brought you in actually to talk about some other stuff as well, but there's not been time. It seems that every time you've stepped into the booth, someone's shoveled drama in through the door after you.
I feel terrible for Jivan because he's missing all the good bits. I've just been handed all the good stuff. Although it's been compelling the whole way through, it's got to be said, and they pit.
There you go. So Bell's out of that and into the pit. So Leonard Hergenboom will breathe a sigh of relief, I'm sure, and that gives us the opportunity as we look at the car completing its 44th lap. Tell us a bit more about this place, because as we watch the pit stop, it will be Shane Van Gisbergen staying aboard. We've been here for 3 or 4 days with fantastic hospitality from the whole team here. Dr. Sam Shaheen and his crew. You've been here from the very start, Rich. You know all about what's happened to start this place. It's a bit of a struggle off the line from...
A bit of an experience there, I think. Hot clutch, fuel load in the car, so the weight, of course, goes up. So trying to launch the car in first gear, quite a tall first gear ratio as well in these LMP2 cars. So that's just Shane being a little bit of a rookie in these cars, but didn't lose too much time. I think we'll come to the bend in a minute. I think they've decided to get him out into clear air. Just abandon this battle. It's going to be so difficult to overtake on track. Try and do it in pit lane. Yeah, this facility, it's a real privilege to be here. In South Australia, GG's got an amazing history of motor racing, and I would argue quite vehemently, some would say, that per capita there are probably more motor racing fans here than any other part of Australia. And before you call up if you're listening in Victoria, I apologise. We'll talk about later. But racing for here at a high professional level, and race leader now, all that advantage that he gets from running in clear air, he loses behind the Lamborghini. Great to see that car back on the racetrack. What a fantastic effort just to get out and get some laps. But the Australian Grand Prix was first held in South Australia in 1936 on Boxing Day. It was the centenary of South Australia becoming a state. It was won by an MG, of all things, on an 11-minute handicap. It was a handicap race. And that was run on a road circuit about 45 minutes from here, down on the coast, a seaside town called Victor Harbour and Port Elliot. Lovely part of the world, great tourist location. The GT cars are going at it here into the East Circuit pit lane area of the Ben Motorsport Park.
That is the lead car in the GT class, Kei Cozzolino, trying to deal with the 16 car, I think, G1. And he's hit him. He hits him from the rear. Oh dear. Now, is that going to have further consequences for Kei Cozzolino? He was looking to get by the lapped car. but has punted him straight into the gravel trap. And that seemed to me to be a simple clip to the rear. Was that another occasion where the BMW is braking, where perhaps a driver behind wasn't expecting? And there's a yellow flag at turn 25. We'll keep an eye on that one as the AVM to see Giovanni Minardi on the headset.
Well, there's an Adelaide connection for you.
Giovanni Minardi.
Giovanni Minardi. It's easy for some
lead car
to
in the
say.
pits, by the way.
Yep. He is the son of Giancarlo Minardi, who ran the Minardi Formula One team in Adelaide, perhaps most famous in motorsport for hosting the Formula One Australian Grand Prix between 1985 and 1995. 11 amazing years before it shipped off to Melbourne. So, terrific history there. I had a great fortune to chat to him yesterday, and he was talking about how he'd come here with his dad as a kid and grew up here as the final race of the year. So the Adelaide links just weave their way into motorsport all the way around the world.
It is a strange thing as someone who kind of follows motorsport around the world that when you bump into an Aussie in World Motorsport, almost inevitably, is that a second? No, they are going through. That is Van Gisbergen, who is going to take that position
yellow
under full course yellow on track, because that's Van Gisbergen coming round to take the lead.
So that's worked. That decision, GG, to pit early under green has worked, and I think the full course yellows rolled in their favour this time, where it didn't last time around.
They've clearly done a fuel-only stop on the Ligier. That's despite the fact that he completed the lap under full course yellow conditions. So it has gone their way. There goes the Aurus. Now, would they have taken tyres? Let's keep an eye on exactly how long they were on pit lane. But Hergenboom comes out now behind Shane Van Gisbergen, and the clock will tick around. Look here, there is Cozzolino. Round, looks to get the inside of the BMW. There's a tap there. That's the first contact.
So on the left, Graham, is the East Circuit pit lane, the separate second circuit, and under brakes just gives him a big shove. I don't know a lot of race controls around the world, but whether you're the race leader or not, you just cannot go punting lap cars off into the gravel trap. No. So I'm not too sure that will be looked on favourably by the smoothing, calm tones of Eduardo Freitas. It's been amazing to have him in this part of the world as well.
Contact, unsurprisingly, is under investigation. The one thing I would say in potential defence of Kei Cozzolino, that is the same BMW, I think, that braked in the middle of the corner and caught out Antonio Lazzaro. So it's possible he braked where he wasn't expecting him to brake, but that did look, from the angle that we had it, and often different angles can tell different stories, to be pretty cut and dry. Down pit lane comes the RC Bratislava car.
Mention Antonio Lazzaro, the only driver in the race,
Indeed.
I'm sorry if you've already mentioned it, that was here 19 years ago on December 31, 2000 for the race of 1,000 years down in the famous Adelaide, the Formula One circuit that utilised that full layout. That was cool. I fell in love that day with a Raffinelli Judd V8 power.
Was it a long-term relationship?
No, very brief.
Very brief.
Just that New Year's Eve.
Just you and Nick Foster, I gather, will be one of the drivers aboard this car later, the 36 car on pit lane. Was here in his offence hanger with his parents at 7 years old, and that lit the fire that eventually brought him to a professional racing career. Fantastic stuff. It's that amazing how an event, a culture, can actually affect the way in which a city, a nation, can actually follow a particular sort of motorsport.
I can count a dozen of my colleagues and friends that still work in the industry on the basis that the Adelaide Grand Prix was in Adelaide, and we all grew up with it and became motor racing fans through that and started our careers working in the sport. It's left such an indelible legacy on the state, and this place is a result of that, I think. The Shaheen family built this because there is such a passion for the sport in South Australia, and to grow it and to build it.
Where Racing go to work on the number 52 car. That car came in from the lead in LMP2 and in the hands of young Gustas Grimbergers. Ludicrously young Gustas, 17 years old now, raced at 16 years old in LMP3 with the Oregon team in the European Le Mans Series. Another man to get a very late call-up for this, replacing Mark Tham, who was originally supposed to be aboard this car, partnering Cody Ware. It's been a great race so far from Rick Ware Racing. Total turnaround from their fortunes in Shanghai, and albeit their run to the front aided by the woes for the 59 car, the moment running a solid 1-2 with the IRC Bratislava car a lap down.
Rick Ware Racing, relatively new to this style of
very new
motor racing, but what a good place to put a good performance in, and I say that with the knowledge there's still an hour and a half to go. One vibe I've got from a lot of teams this weekend is that they've loved coming to a place that is a level playing field.
Yep.
No one has any data, no one has any information.
Yep.
Very few people even have this circuit on a racing simulator.
Absolutely.
To get laps. So teams that may not have the resources, the budget, the pro gun Shane Van Gisbergens of the world to plug into their race cars, they start on the same level as the very best teams in the business. So it means that they can compete a little bit. Fairly is probably not the right word, but it levels the playing field. And I think that coming to a new venue is such a big part of this weekend.
Well, for a young driver like Gustav Grimbergers looking to get his start in the sports, a run at the front of a race like this at 17 years old, Lithuanian driver, and a very proud Lithuanian driver as well at that. What could a race win do for his career? You don't know. What is the next call that might come by somebody impressed by potentially his pace and consistency in a car like this? Got the J-Lock Lamborghini coming towards us now, just to remind everybody, under full course yellow conditions. The race with just over an hour and a half to go. And then comes the second Rick Ware Racing car. They're not making the mistake of double stacking this time.
That, I think, was another reason why you raised it.
Oh, sorry, apologies, it's number 2 car. This is the lead car in LMP3.
But also split their strategies earlier on for Eurasia Motorsport, so they don't have to deal with that stacking situation when you've got 2 gun-leading cars. And they've done a terrific job. I spoke to Roberto Meri yesterday. He's an impressive young lad, isn't he? Mano Marussia, Formula 1 driver for a little time, and now plying his trade in sports car racing, and another one who really enjoys his time. Now, he rode to the circuit from Adelaide.
On his bike.
On his bike. Now, it's about 120 kilometres.
Yep.
90% of that is uphill.
Yep.
Quite a lot of it, in fact, is uphill. And then the rest of it's all dual carriageway, 110k an hour freeway. That's an enormous effort. And he did it on Thursday when it was 42 degrees C.
But he did it after having done 190 kilometres of training with the Tour Down Underriders the day before. I'm speechless. I struggled to get out of bed.
Rode a bike once.
Did you?
Didn't like it very much.
No, didn't do that again. Bought a Holden.
Correct. Several.
So full course yellow is now gone. We are back to green flag running with an hour and a half remaining of the 4 hours of the Bend. Inaugural race here at this fantastic new venue in South Australia, just 90 minutes outside the fair city of Adelaide. And for now, to the Adelaidean, it's a new word, I'm going to keep using it.
It's a thing. It is actually
it's a thing. For the second of what are going to be 3 very welcome interludes with Richard. We might get to talk about the circuit at some point, and we'll go from there. Let's go down to the pit lane in just a few moments to Rick Ware Racing. We've been talking about Anthony Lazzaro. And Anthony, as we said, was the only driver in our field to have featured as part of the race for 1,000 years. He's down there in the pit lane with Nadia, we think. Let's go down to Nadia with Anthony Lazzaro at Rick Ware Racing. She's in pit lane right now.
Yes, you're right, Graham. We've got Lazzaro here with us. In the car right now is Guy Cosmo, but we want to know about your stint. How was it?
Awesome, I tell you. Well, the stint itself wasn't awesome so much. Had a bit of a spin, but the car is phenomenal. And this track in a P2 car is like a dream come true. I haven't driven one, haven't raced one really since 2014, and the bend in a prototype is like a dream come true. I mean, the place is so rewarding. It's really a driver's track. It's one of the best tracks in the world, seriously. So for me, coming back to Adelaide after 20 years, we raced of 1,000 years. It seems like maybe 1,000 years ago, but I know it wasn't. But no, Australia is fantastic. The people are beautiful. It's a wonderful, wonderful country. I'd like to thank OJets, who flies everybody around first class in Asia. So They're a sponsor this weekend and will be from Malaysia and Thailand.
Fantastic. Great to have you with us in this season. And of course, we are so excited for you. Guy Cosmo in the car right now, but it's for now back to commentary.
Thanks a lot, Nadia. Graham, I was just listening to yourself and Richard. I have to say, that's absolutely fantastic. What he said is true. Every time I've left the commentary box, something incredible has happened here.
Does it pop out now?
Yeah, you never know. But of course, I mean, it's great for the neutral viewer that all this stuff has been happening. Off full course yellow now, of course. And sure you will be talking about the circuit when he comes back in. Richard Crell will be coming back in.
Two leaders there, but drama's out on the circuit, we believe, for the 65 car. And what's happened here, that is it by himself? And it's just a run to the outside, tries to get the power in, and it's half spin.
And a very dark rubber track.
Dominic Anglia aboard the car this time, but we've got Shane van Gisbergen trying to run away at the front of this race. He's 4.2 seconds to the good now, ahead of Leonard Hergenboom, not giving this up. Van Gisbergen pushing his car hard as he possibly can and pushing a little too hard in a couple of places, it seems. But Shane looking to do what he can do to eke out and keep a gap, while the young Dutchman determined to make his name with the biggest scalp in this field. Household name here in Australia, Shane van Gisbergen. Well known way further than that, of course. Has run races here in V8 Supercars on a shorter international circuit.
Well, I think one of the interesting points that Richard Crell brought up, and of course he will be, as Graham said, back in the next hour, the final hour of the race, was the state of the racing line right now. With a lot of rubber down the middle and a lot of dust on the outside.
That's it. I think, you know, this is the problem when you come into kind of lap traffic, trying to get off the racing line and do what you can to get by this traffic where it's one line. It's going to be very tricky indeed, particularly if you're in close contention. Particularly in close contention with another car. If they pick the right way through and you don't, there's big margins here. 52 car, by the way. This is Gustav Skrenbergus. He's still leading in LMP2 AM, the 52 Rickware racing car. Cosmo, as we heard from Anthony Nazaro just a minute ago, has taken over the 25 car. Just two drivers in that car. Philip Milacek hopes to be making it 3 later in the season.
Of course, this means that even though ARC Bratislava, also in LMP2 AM, have been having a much slower outing here at the Bend than they probably would have expected, they are third in class because of that fire flame out by John Ferrano and RLR M Sport. That, of course, opens up the class as well because RLR took that opening win in Shanghai. Just aboard the car, by the way, the number 7 car guy, Tom Ledegar, is going to be, I'm afraid, serving a penalty for the contact we saw from Kei Cozzolino on the number 16 BMW. It was expected indeed. So he's lost the lead with that last pit stop to Davide Rigon, who's now aboard the number 27 Alberto Corsa car, but will lose further ground because of that drive-through. I was actually while we were switched over, I was reading some of the comments, and that actually happened. And I can tell you now that most of the people watching from around the world have absolutely assassinated Kei Cozzolino for that. It did seem to be. It was a bit premeditated. It did seem to be a rather premeditated punt. Yeah. We've got a Ferrari 1, 2, 3, 4 total turnaround from what we saw, by the way, in Shanghai, where the Ferraris rather assassinated themselves. But whilst we've got woe at the moment to come, self-inflicted woe for the car guy car, it is the 27 from the 7, then the T2 Motorsports number 75, then the 51. Davide Rigon, Com Ledegar, Christian Colombo, and then Alessandro Pierguidi, your 1, 2, 3, 4, with Jens Klingmann beginning to make real impact on the advantage of the Ferraris ahead in the first of the Astra Veloce Motorsports cars. The 16 car, now recovered from the gravel, is pushing on as well. That was deep in the gravel as well. It was indeed. It's 4 laps back, I'm afraid, although going very quickly for the ongoing efforts of Ross Gunn in the recovering Aston Martin Vantage. And the last car in the class was the much delayed from that early, and another self-inflicted blow, it seems, the J-Lock Lamborghini Huracan. Meanwhile, we are looking to the 52 Rickware Racing. Gustas Grinbergus, a young Lithuanian driver, cutting a nice line with the car that, of course, faced so many problems in Shanghai. None of these cars got delivered on time in Shanghai for their first round. It caused a lot of frustration for the Rickware Racing team.
Let's have a quick look back. This is a change to the lead during those pit stops. Because this is where the change of lead happened. And it happened with a quick pit stop, no tyres taken from the Eurasia #1 car. That's the car just cresting the brow now. And you just don't see the Aurus there pulling out of its pit stall, the 26 car. And that was a full service stop for Leonard Hergenboom. So what we're now looking at on track when we get back to when we get back to live coverage is a car on older rubber, that would be the #1, up against what I believe to be the 26 Aurus on newer Michelin tyres. So it's an even more impressive run, it seems, from Shane van Gisbergen, because he's already on stint-old rubber. That said, Hergenboom going quicker than that car's gone before, just putting a 2:40.212, fastest lap of that car's race, with an ultimate fastest sector 2. So it looks like he didn't have any traffic in tricky sector 2 here, but he's pulling back some of that advantage from Shane van Gisbergen. The gap under 2 seconds now, with 1 hour and 21 minutes remaining. So in terms of the class order, the 12 car here, the LMP3 car from Ace1 Valois Corsa is indeed into the lead, but is being reeled in by Colin Noble, who's at the moment 3 seconds a lap quicker than this. He has been by far the quickest man in LMP3 through this race.
And he's 10 seconds back, so we should be seeing him at this current rate.
About 3 laps.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 laps.
Absolutely. So Lancieri pushes on in the #12 car. Ace1 Valois Corsa leading again. They led at Shanghai. We heard it a little earlier from Alessandro Bressan, very happy with his own performance after what he said it had been a pretty poor start for the car this afternoon, but managed to pull it back to the lead. Lancieri now inherits the lead, and in fact in the background there is Colin Noble, and the gap at the end of this lap, it was 10 seconds, down to 7. So 4 seconds quicker from Colin Noble. So 1:58.4 from Lancieri, at 1:54.8 from Colin Noble, and at that pace, 2 laps.
Yeah, 2 laps max. Saving grace for Nielsen Racing. They've been troubled with a lot of issues this weekend. And #3 car, of course, the sister car, is now off track.
That's out of the race. That's out of the race.
Some of the other people that have retired, of course, probably the most significant, John Ferrano's Orica in flames. The Kubush Mahovsky, we thought he was coming back, but he's out as well. And look at that, some damage there.
No, just watching in the background, that was the number 7 car doing its drive-through, but I think there might have been a car in the background kicking up the dust, whether or not that was just the line into pit lane from Comledegar.
I actually thought I saw some debris or some damage on the side of the Viper Nisa just behind this car.
Right,
there.
look at that.
It looked that way. It could have been a reflection, but let's just have a look at the left front skirt, because that's where I thought I saw it.
We'll see.
Looking good, yeah.
27 car, meanwhile, pushes on. This is Davide Recon, and he will breathe a little easier, knowing the car guy Ferrari is now back out on track after taking its run through pit lane. Had been just 7 seconds behind, now rather more than that. But that, as a result of that contact to the rear, deemed by race control to have been avoidable from Kai Cosolino on the #16 car of Xiang Qi.
So just those 3 cars we were talking about into Europol Endurance. Nielsen Racing, RLR, M Sport has the definitive DNFs. J-Lock were in there for a while. Expecting them coming back, but they are now out on track.
Should say, by the way, Schenker van Gisbergen was clearly listening to what we were saying earlier, and clearly irritated by the fact that we were saying that he possibly couldn't make that kind of level of lap time with his old tyres. Just on the second fastest lap of the race, 2:38.971. So only the 3rd car to go below 2:40.
I remember you called him versatile. You have to be very versatile to be listening to this commentary and doing this as well.
He could probably
in
do
his
the commentary.
car, watching it with a little in-car cam as well.
But no, Shane van Gisbergen, a mightily impressive LMP2 debut.
A really good start. And as just reading off some of the accolades he's had, and of course Richard was talking about how he's going to be back in a V8 by January the 18th. Unbelievable schedule for
Well,
him,
it's
really.
I mean, the interesting thing here is we've got a remarkable number as the Viper car comes by the 27th
and
car.
no damage to him at the end. It must have been a reflection.
I do wonder, with the number of LMP2 cars we know we're going to have active in Europe, and in particular at the Le Mans 24 Hours, whether or not there might be the odd LMP2 team owner looking at this form and thinking, fancy a bit of that.
Well, that's one of the things about this significant landmark day for the Asian Le Mans Series coming here to Australia. A lot of people are watching, not just the massive motorsport community in Australia, also a lot of people that have seen this. They've been waiting for this fixture, this event, for almost a year since it was announced by the series itself. And so far, it has done nothing but deliver exactly what we expected. Having looked now at Com Ledogar, used to be, of course, with the Spirit of Race team, has returned this year with Car Guy, defending champions in the GT series, having a tougher time of it this year, it has to be said. And now, of course, in second place in the GT class, Hubbard of course leading that by a full lap, right, Graham?
Hubbard of course are not quite a lap up.
Not quite a lap.
Leading, they've just completed a lap, so we've got 3 cars on the lead lap, I believe, with GT Motorsports just on the lead lap. But number 7 car, of course, losing something like 20 seconds in that drive-through after Kei Cosolino's whoopsie. Meantime, quick lap from Nigel Moore in the number 13 car. He's looking to see what he can do to close down yet another of our Australian drivers, Ricky Capo, who's in the number 9 Graf Racing Norma, running 3rd. So Nigel Moore's next target is a podium position. Colin Noble in 2nd is now under 5 seconds back. So we've got in GT leading at the moment the Hubbard Corsa car. This is the 2nd place car in GT. The gap now after that drive through 23 seconds.
And still enough time, an hour 15 on the clock. Something to happen in there.
We've got the number 25 car. That is the 2nd place car in LMP2 AM in the hands of Guy Cosmo. He's a minute 11 seconds back from Gustav Grimbergus. Losing a little bit of time to the young Lithuanian is the very experienced IMSA driver. This is our 3rd place car in GT. That is a minute and 11 seconds away from the lead in GT. Something like 45 seconds back, maybe a little more, from the 2nd place car. So needs to push on, Christian Colombo, to stay in touch here. At the moment, not maintaining, well, is maintaining just about the kind of pace to stick with the car. Com Ledogar, we believe, is aboard the car now.
Still be very happy with the current performance if they can keep this up and stay here for a podium position in the GT class. Let's not forget, they were well off the podium positions in Shanghai, and this will be effectively the start of their season, just the right time.
Shane van Gisbergen, meanwhile, lead of the race, 7 seconds to the good now, and pulling away now from Leonard Hergenboom. Impressive stuff from van Gisbergen. He's just gone by the Viper Nisa racing car. Next up is going to be Ross Gunn, who's put in some storming times in the Aston Martin, the repaired Aston Martin, after that big impact it suffered from
huge impact.
Well, not spinning, but outbraked himself, Dallara.
Absolutely no problems for van Gisbergen there on the inside of turn 1, and he's just throwing this P2 around at the moment.
Should be just one more stop to come for van Gisbergen's car. We've not yet seen Nick Cassidy, who Nick Cassidy is not a name you're familiar with in world motorsport. You're gonna be, because he is a superstar right now in various parts of the world, but he's going to be a world superstar, I believe, in the coming years. He's already a champion in Japan in the highest level of single-seater racing, and I say that advisedly. Super Formula is
Oh, round the outside from Van Gisbergen.
Absolutely,
That was unbelievable.
Just looking for where he can find the space to get by safely.
Well, he did flash the lights. He gave him fair warning.
It's number 1 car down the hill.
That's another. I think that was just dust. I think that was just dust.
There's a lot of dust.
A lot of dust around, but that didn't look intense enough to actually be caused by a car that was off track
I think he's
into the flick flack.
Yeah, indeed. I think he's pulling away from Hergenboom, despite the fact he's got older rubber. I think he's making
7 seconds now. They're both lapping at roughly the same. 2:43.190 was Shane's last lap. 2:43.205 was Hergenboom's last lap. Both of them a good 3 seconds faster than Roberto Meri now, who's piling away at 2:46 in Eurasia Motorsport in third. So a double Eurasia showing in the top 3.
This is a attempted pass for putting a lap on the third place car in LMP2 AM by one of the Ritware racing cars. I think that might be young Gustas Grimbergus looking to put a lap on the third place car. There's Andreas Lascaratos at the moment at the wheel of the 4. The ARC car is defending the championship in LMP2 AM. Let's see if I can spot exactly which of the Ritware racing cars that is. Very similar colours on these cars.
Yes, they are actually.
It is the 52. That is indeed Gustas Grimbergus, and he's in a hurry because he wants to, well, number 1, he'd like the lap on a podium competitor, but number 2 is he doesn't want to give any indication at all to Guy Cosmo that there's going to be half a chance to close the gap. At the moment, losing a little bit of time.
Yeah, he's currently caught up in this very interesting gaggle of cars.
Goes by the LMP3 car, that is the 13, that is running in 4th position in LMP3.
And noticeably, we actually managed to get a shot of that ARC Bratislava P2, which hasn't been doing much, has to be said, and truthfully, to be completely honest, this race so far, but is still, as you can see right there, that's just moving past the P3 of the Viper Nisa team. That's Andreas Lascaratos in that car now, idling, you should say, in 8th. 3rd in class, and only 3rd in class because of that flame out from John Ferrano. He's not coming back, of course, and if you saw that RLR M Sport Orica 05, you'd know exactly why. So this will be a better performance based on default for ARC Bratislava, but I'm sure Miro Konopka and that very hard-working Bratislava team are going to be really hitting the drawing board to find out what they can do to pick up the performance of this car before Sepang, because this is the 2nd race now that they've had to deal with some late-on problems. Retired on 77th lap in Shanghai. But there is just passing D-Station Racing. Looking good when you're getting past the back markers, but not really making much ground on your class competitors. Now, and I think it's just gone off.
No, he's not. It was.
No?
I think he just ran a bit wide, and it was dusting. And we've seen that a couple of times, and it's caught me out too. This is
just a couple of wheels off.
Lancieri in the Ligier. Now, where is Colin Noble? Has he gone by him? I think he might have done. You know, I think Noble is thrown in the lead. He has.
Well,
taken the lead.
Quicker than we thought.
So Colin Noble has put in a stellar stint here. He was half a second back at the end of the last lap, but manages to get past Lancieri and will now try to actually gap the Ace 1 car, because we've still got David Fumanelli to come in the 12 car in the final stints, which should be 10 minutes or so's time. So Colin Noble, emerging star in LMP3 racing, already has caught the attention of a couple of the LMP2 teams, tested for due drive at Bahrain at the end of the year. Here comes the J-Lock car.
Oh, good to see that car still moving, up and running. Of course, if you have just joined us, this car lost a lot of time in the first hour. And is now really just, if I'm right, it is on 32 laps. The rest of course, the leader on 53 laps. Nick Cassidy, by the way, is now in the Eurasia Motorsport car.
This has been an interesting moment. Leonard Hergenboom, of course, will have gone through, I think, to take the lead, because I don't think he didn't pit. So it'll be
well, he was only a few seconds back, yeah.
Yeah,
so.
be Hergenboom into the lead.
That is the 4th stop for Eurasia Motorsport, but one for the future. Now looking here.
So they will have one more stop before the end of the race.
Yep. And there is the Norma M30 chassis. just introduced this year. There was a lot of hype around that as well. I know you're a big fan of it as well, Graham.
Well, it's a very different kettle of fish to the Ligier. It's very strong in the straight line. We've had this car for a couple of years now in Europe, but the first couple of teams opted to bring those out here to Asia. What's been the final season for these original
new look
cars.
LMP3s coming out from 2020 to 2024, which will be next year.
Indeed.
And Ligier, Duquesne, Ginetta and Odess, the four manufacturers.
Talking to the representatives of Duquesne, so the normal becomes Duquesne. You can upgrade this to a new car, as you can, by the way, with this car to the new JSP 320. Save your pennies. But, significant sales of both of these cars. Certainly hearing that the first batch of Ginettas is sold as well. Wait to hear what happens with Odess.
Colin Noble seems to be pulling away from Gabriel Lancieri.
Oh, he most certainly is.
Lapping 2 seconds faster. He's currently just put in a 2:50.4757. Gabriel is on a 2:56.841. So at 50 laps completed for both these cars, Colin Noble is doing Nielsen Racing proud this weekend. They have had their problems this weekend. The number 3 car was mostly at fault for those problems, and you just saw it earlier on in the highlights, being dragged off because, again, engine problems for that car. But this number 3 car has come good on race day, and hopefully will stay that way for another hour and 6 minutes. Now, meanwhile,
this is the 36 car. There's Roberto Merri, who, with that pit stop, is through into second, but is going to have his mirrors full of Nick Cassidy. Just behind, there you are. There are the 2 Eurasia cars. Australia versus New Zealand. I've heard that before somewhere. Cricket, rugby, everywhere.
Pretty much everywhere.
Outside the pub.
Well, you'd have to say that this is Australia, New Zealand in Australia, so there's a home ground element, but you could say that no one's been here before, so.
Remember, these are from under the same awning, as it were, in the same garage, the Eurasia team, but one with 2 Aussies and the Spaniard, Roberto Merri, the other with 3 Kiwis. A lot of very good-natured banter and rivalry between these 2 crews. This is a battle where Nick Cassidy is going to want to get through. He's got his 4th pit stop in the books already. He's want to get through and do what he can to put the edge on. And that was Merri just letting him go. So Merri lets him through. He's told this is the car that's got a better chance of the win. Reality, the car we're looking at there, the Australian livery car, is effectively a minute down because he's still going to pit.
Yeah.
No sense in holding him up too long.
I think Mark Goddard especially is going to be very happy. The fact that these 2 Eurasia cars are doing very, very well. Eurasia Motorsport, of course, another one of these long-time affiliates and associations with the Asian Le Mans Series, year after year. This year in LMP2, so a lot of them in LMP3 in previous years.
Yep. So, meantime, a couple of questions about what's happened to the Carling car. Still running 4th. It is a lap down on the top 3 cars on pit stop cycle after the repairs required for the rear of the car, the incident with the Aston Martin.
Yeah, definitely been a bit more of a laboured run, especially in the first half of the race.
Not had the ultimate pace, possibly as a result of the damage. So Aurus from Ligier, from Dallara, and it's been great to see multiple chassis competitive here. The Ligier in particular has been particularly competitive here, and we've seen some quick laps as well from Dallara, including, of course, the first ever pole position from the car.
That's something. That's a point, of course, in the championship as well for them. But more importantly, as you said, the first ever pole position for that chassis. That's a great piece of history that's been made, in addition to all the other firsts that we've already seen from the Asian Le Mans Series. This, not just at this track, but this season, of course, in Shanghai was the first time that the 2 different types of LMP2s were together.
And then we've, absolutely, the LMP2s, the post-17 and the pre-17 on the same grid. That's something that has not happened anywhere else in the world. Happened for the first time in Shanghai, and the trackside fans and you watching at home got the chance to see it for the 2nd time ever here. Those LMP2M cars, by the way, still led by the Rick Ware Racing duo, 5th and 6th overall, before we get to He's slightly out of position, 33 into Europol car. Nathan Kumar still improving his lap times, lap by lap, as he gets more and more time in this car. That's 7th. And 8th is the RC Bratislava car, completing at the moment the provisional podium positions as we're 3 minutes from the end of the 3rd hour.
That's Leonard Hogenboom coming down this home straight.
Cassidy still some way back, but I'd say about 1 minute and 10 seconds back. But
He's just put in a very fast sector 2's Nick Cassidy.
But of course there is a pit stop still to come from the leader.
So now usually, and just before we get into a look back at the 3rd hour, this is the greatest time, Graham, for you to put in one of your Graham predictions as to how this is going to play out in the next hour. This is where things come together for these strategies for these teams. What's going to happen?
We're going to see Roman Rusinov in this car at the end, as we did at Shanghai. And he's a feisty contender, but was reeled in, of course, by Harry Tinknell. We're going to have Nick Cassidy, I think, in at the end for Eurasia Motorsports in the #1 car, the New Zealand car. It's going to come down to how quickly can the APR team get this car turned around in the pits. Where are we going to emerge in the last 40 minutes or so of this race with these two cars, the 26 and the 1? Effectively, we've got the same kind of battle. The 26 car involved in both, but last time it was the 45, this time it's going to be the 1. It's going to come down to just exactly how quickly can they get the car out of the pits. This car needs 2 more stops. The Nick Cassidy car needs 1, but they've got 1 minute and 15 between the two. So in reality, right now, there's nothing between them. You get this car turned around with a full service pit stop, it's going to be back out on track, broadly speaking, handful of seconds either way to the #1 car. You're then down to teams going head to head for a splash and dash.
Well, that's exactly what we wanted to hear, and for all the viewers watching around the world as well, that's where we might be. It might very well end up as a nose-to-tail finish. Just going to have to wait and see, and of course hope that there are no more incidents. Most of the drivers, I would think, you could actually stretch your neck out and say, have really come to grips with it, especially in the 2nd and 3rd hour. The 1st hour, there was so much traffic around, such a new track that a couple of nerves were frayed on that. Now having a look at David Rigon from Hub Auto Corsa, the GT class. Should be, unless looking at his times, well, he's 10 seconds ahead.
But it's not a great lap time last time around from
and he's
David Rigon.
Well, that's the Astra Veloce Motorsports. He's just taken a very interesting line through that turn.
Yeah, the bit rallycross there, but David Rigon had a relatively poor lap last time around, which means that it's 10 seconds is the gap, but he was 5 seconds slower last time around. That could have been a bit of traffic, could have been a bit of a kind of run off track. LMP3, meanwhile, as we keep watching the beautiful 27 car, Colin Noble has not quite got away here. He is pulling away, but it's not by very much. In fact, that's just right now the Ace 1 Valoba Corsa car comes in for their final pit stop. So this is going to be a battle in the pits as well, because Colin Noble will need to bring the Nielsen Racing car down pit lane at some point before the end of this race. We'll find out then whether it's Colin or Tony Wells that will need to complete
Early strategy, yeah.
Here's #4 car, Andreas Laskaratos. And I believe Gustas Krenberg is way off into the distance now, so he's lapped. Here is Gustas, young Lithuanian.
Very young Lithuanian.
Yep, painfully young. He's 5th position. Overall, leads the LMP2 AM class by over a minute, or around a minute, from teammate. You can see Laskaratos there in the background, so he has put the lap on him. Teammate Guy Cosmo in the 25 car. And interesting little aside that may have been lost by some. Anthony Lazzaro effectively confirming he will be in the car for the remainder of the season. Tonight, yeah, great. He did say that the backing he was describing in that very US way.
Well, let's have a look back now. We're ready to look at the 3rd hour of the 4 hours of the Bend.
So into the 3rd hour of the hours of the Bend. Is it going to be the Auris of Roman Rusinov, Leonard Hergenboom and James French, or is it going to be the #1 Ligier, Eurasia Racing New Zealand car of Nick Cassidy is aboard the car now, being taken over from the flying Shane van Gisbergen, that takes the honours here in the 4 hours of the Bend.
Now, having a look at the temperature there, 27 degrees. Actually seems to be hotter than that, but the wind is what's keeping that down, 21 kilometers an hour. Humidity very dry indeed, 33%.
Of course, the driver's not getting any benefit from that wind, and it's going to be greenhouse-like for the drivers of all the LMP cars, the more so for the older cars, the LMP3 cars and the LMP2 cars that don't have the cooling system that either these newer LMP2s or indeed the GT3 cars have in place. And 28 degrees will feel, well, go and sit in a greenhouse, see what it feels like.
A little bit more than it should.
A little bit more than that.
58 laps as we get into, we're now 6 minutes into the final hour, as Graham predicted. This is where some of these pit stop strategies are going to all start colliding, and we might, if all factors remain as is, get into a very close situation, which is what all these endurance fans around the world are waiting to see. 58 laps, we said, completed for the Roman Rusinov in that car right now for G-Drive Racing.
Yep, Rusinov aboard the car, 2:45 last time around, almost 5 seconds slower than Nick Cassidy, who is reeling back time as best he possibly can. We'll keep a watch out on the stint times for each of these drivers. The quicker of the two should be Cassidy by a distance, but there's an advantage at the moment to the Auris. It's really a matter of just exactly what tyres you've got left and how quickly can you put the required tyres and indeed fuel in the car when it comes down to the final stops for these guys. They're going to come any time between the last 15 minutes or so, next 15 minutes or so, or in the case of the Auris here, they'll be able to stretch that and just do a splash and dash at the end. So 1 minute and 11 seconds was the gap last time through. Through comes Rusinov with a 3:42. That was his out lap, wasn't it? So a 3:42 from Roman Rusinov. It's 8 seconds is the gap now. So that is the real world gap. But what we're going to be looking for now is just exactly what are the relative performance levels like through each of these stints. It's a short first stint, so short first sector rather at this track, about 36, 37 seconds for the leading cars. Then after that, just over the minute. So tenths somewhere else actually translate to potentially rather bigger chunks of seconds here at the Bend. 38.2 through the first sector. Remember, 8 seconds dead, more or less, was the gap. 7 tenths taken out in the first sector by Nick Cassidy.
He's reeling him in for sure.
He is. We then need to wait another minute to see just how much more is going to come out of that stint, if indeed it's not traffic affected, which could swing the pendulum back the other way.
We saw in LMP3 with Colin Noble that we expected it to be a clear 3 seconds a lap. Ended up being about a lap and a half in the end. It is a combination of exactly how that lead car is dealing with the track, in addition to the extra speed that's being carried on by the chasing car. Roberto Meri, by the way, some 21 seconds off the lead now, lapping at a 2:41.607. Seems a bit slow for him, actually.
Now, here's another thing to watch towards the end of this race, and that's in LMP3. Now, if I'm right, I think Inter Europol burned their required time stops pretty early on. We've now got a new second place car. It is that 13 car from Inter Europol with Nigel Moore, just under a minute back from Colin Noble. But I think I'm right that certainly the Inter Europol car can turn that car around as quickly as they possibly can. And I'm not quite sure where Nielsen Racing lie in terms of having burned their time laps. They should be due in any time now, those cars. So Nigel Moore up into second position. David Fuminelli now aboard the number 12 Ace 1 Valour Corsa car. He's not as quick at the moment as Nigel Moore, but then again, very few people are. David Drew, though, is flying, and he certainly seems to have the pace at the moment that tends to indicate he might well be able to get onto terms with the Ace 1 Valour Corsa car as the battle develops in this final hour for the podium for LMP3. In GT, Davide Rigon is going remarkably quickly again. Com Ledegar under 20 seconds back We know he's quick too. Christian Colombo stays on the lead lap at the moment, but he's dropping back from those three. It's 1 minute and 10 seconds for Alessandro Pierguidi to actually catch the 75 car, but he was 6 seconds quicker last time around. So that's not off the cards in the last 50 minutes. Jens Klingman, meanwhile, is staying on terms with Pierguidi, and who knows, it could actually end up with being something like a 3-car battle by the end of this race for the final podium position.
Well, meanwhile, on the screen, we have, that is Roberto Meri, that number 36 Eurasian Motorsport. Just went past the leader in the LMP2 class. That's Kostas Grinbergas, the young Lithuanian. Rick Ware Racing car doing much better in this second round than they did in the first round. Now they've got their team up to speed. Most of the first round, as I pointed out, was actually just wondering where the cars were. They weren't delivered on time.
Nathan Kumar, by the way, has picked up another place. He's now split the Rick Ware Racing team after a race-long battle to find the pace in that 33 car. This is a crew that's learning their way in LMP2, and Nathan Kumar's times have been coming down through this race, down into the mid to high 240s at the moment, 247 last time around, and he's now gone by Guy Cosmo to put himself into 6th position overall, due through any moment now, Nathan, to complete the latest lap. Nice guy, Nathan. Never seen without a smile, it has to be said.
Now, you were wondering, just as we look at Roberto Meri coming into, I think it's 18, 19, and 20, what that gap was like between the top two, Roman Rusinov and Nick Cassidy. It's down to 6.367, so he was shaving off more and more time. As we just take a quick look in at that ravaged front side of that beautiful Aston Martin. You really can see it. It's got lines of this car are so beautiful. This really stands out that half it's taped up.
Not as designed by Marek Reichman, that car right now.
Not a special kit either.
Indeed. As we watch this pit stop, just to tell you that the current lap that the two leaders are on, Nick Cassidy nibbled out a further half a second on Roman Rusinov in the first sector, but lost half a second in the second sector. Likely that's to do with traffic. In for what will not quite be, I don't think, their final stop. 48 minutes is pretty... We've seen them stretch the envelope with the Thunderhead Carling car in from 4th, and is actually back onto the lead lap at the moment, the Thunderhead Carling car, courtesy of Roman Rusinov's latest stop. He's 2 minutes and 10 seconds back from the leader at the point at which the cars crossed the line. As the lead two crossed the line, and we're about to see the Aston Martin off the Jackson released, the gap is 4.17 seconds. So we've got,
Nick Cassidy is flying.
Remember, we've got one more stop for each of these cars. There is our LMP3 leader. That's Colin Noble aboard the number 2 Norma. And where is Nigel Moore? Nigel Moore is about a minute back. We know that much. So we now wait to find out exactly what car Colin has got under him. He should be any time through the pits.
A great performance from Colin Noble today. He's had to fight his way up to the front.
Something about this track where we are seeing the cars being remarkably fuel efficient. Generally speaking, I tend to kind of fairly well keyed in to the kind of time frame within which these cars will pit. They're all extending that envelope here for whatever reason. Whether or not that's something to do with the heat we've actually got here, whether
Might
it's
be.
to do with,
Could be.
to do with their ability to just keep the momentum here.
Could be the amount of full course yellows that we've had.
Everybody's able to go further on the tank of fuel here than we've seen in most of the other tanks in Europe and in tracks in Europe and in Asia. Keeping an eye while we're watching the form of Colin Noble, and why shouldn't we, at what's going on at the front as he makes his way through that flick-flack, as I like to call it. Under 4 seconds is the gap now as they've completed sector 1, with 3 further tenths taken out from the lead, and it's a further, well, almost 2 seconds. The lead battle is going to be almost nose to tail as we come back to the lead battle any moment now, I'm sure, because that was the ultimate fastest sector 2 of the race, 59.991 seconds in that sector from Nick Cassidy, as opposed to 101.776. So we're down to about a 2-second gap.
Now, once again, as you can see, the redcross.org.au website at the bottom of your screen, the Asian Le Mans Series very much concerned with the serious bushfires in southeastern Australia that are still burning. The ALMS and ACO have partnered up with the Australian Red Cross. That website there at the bottom of your screen has been set up to aid, support and relief. ACO and Asian Le Mans Series have already made their donations. Please, please, please get involved with that website. All the details you need are right there, and do make your donation. And we hope the very best for those fires that are still burning.
Yes, indeed. As we said earlier in the programme, the world is watching and crying at what's happening to this great nation. It's an awful thing to see. We're about to have the services of Richard Craill for the final time in this race.
I'm just going to say before I go this time, because we can see in the future that if something happens on this race when I leave this commentary box, Richard Craill's coming up very soon.
So into the pits as the mic is switched over. Eurasia Motorsport with the number 36 car, Roberto Merri, in for what might just be his final stop. Nielsen Racing come through to complete another lap. It's been a fine run from Colin Noble. Also in Gustas Grimbergus, which could well be the final stop for the LMP2 AM leading car. That car being pulled back into its pit stall, so it had to manoeuvre around the number 16 BMW. Now it looks like Gustas is staying aboard as well for this, for the end of this stint. In comes the RC Bratislava car. That's the car running third in LMP2 AM. And not out of contention ultimately, that car. It's 2 minutes back. Any problem for the cars ahead? And ARC Bratislava could be in with a bit of a punt here. 44 minutes left, Richard Craill. Have you been entertained by this?
Thoroughly. Just noticing the 36 Eurasia Motorsport car has completed. Now, will this be their final stop? 44 minutes left. That's on the window, isn't it?
It's on the window. It's very tight. And I think there might well have to be some fuel saving done in this stint to actually make it through. But I think with what we've seen here this afternoon, it's one of the reasons I said it, was looking for when that car would be in. And I think that can just about make it here.
So Nick Foster is behind the wheel. This is a terrific young driver. Actually races under a UK licence, but Australian racing champion. He actually raced with an Adelaide-based team in Formula 3 racing.
We'll claim him. We'll claim him.
Oh, 100%. Well, it's already locked away, mate. Terrific young guy, former Porsche Carrera Cup Australia champion. He had a horror start to his Carrera Cup Australia championship year. 0 points in the first 5 races. And won it. Wow. It was a remarkable turnaround driving for Sonic Motor Racing. And he's carved out a terrific little career now, and he's got some really good programs in place for this year. And this is another opportunity for Nick. He's another great young Aussie talent on the world stage.
Well, he's been in the WC with Gulf Racing. He's gone on with Hub Auto and others in GT3 racing to win some very big races and some very big pole positions. Surprised a number of people, fewer people surprised in Australia. Bit of a twitchy run through there. He's really on the ragged edge here, Nick Foster. He's pushing. They can sniff a result here, and I think the result they can sniff is they're looking to see whether or not there might be an issue for either of the cars at the front. So they're also looking to the rear with a charging Ben Barnicoat just aboard the Thunderhead car.
Well, and the fact that these guys could be the first car to get home, maybe that little bit of an incentive they're looking for, in the knowledge that the 2 cars in front have got to stop. They don't have track position, but they may have fuel position to get to the end. Nick Cassidy's absolutely flying, by the way.
This is the lead battle, though. Apologies for interrupting you, because it's an almost nose to tail. Nick Cassidy has absolutely got the boiler all the way up to temperature, and he's catching Roman Rusinov. Rusinov has got the hurry-up call, and what you're going to see now, I think, is a bit of aggression in traffic. And there's a bit too much aggression in traffic. Managed to get by the car, but then ran wide, kicked up the dust, and that's not going to do any favours, Krelsey.
Turn 15-16 at the back of the GT circuit. Awesome bit of road, lots of banking, positive camber on those corners. The cars hook in there, but it means that when you're exiting the corner, you open the steering, the car has a tendency to drift wide and drop out over those exit curbs. And went and spectated from there yesterday morning in the official practice session, and there were some lurid moments as drivers trying to find the grip level on the exit of corners that are faster than they look because of that almost banking. I've seen ovals with less camber than some of these corners.
It is astonishing from track level, the proper banking, and then the reverse camber on other corners as well. This is a full-blown battle for the lead now, but that's exactly what you were talking about earlier in the show, Krelzy, when we talked about the fact that no one's got data, no one's got knowledge, and even a lot of the Aussie drivers have not driven this circuit.
Exactly right. So they're all sailing into the unknown, sometimes sailing into the dirt in the process. What about Nick Cassidy? This is a guy that in this part of the world is grabbing headlines, not just in the motorsport press, but in the broad industry as well. 25-year-old from Auckland, the most successful driver in the history of New Zealand's remarkable Toyota Racing Series, which has just bred so much young, great racing talent. He headed to Japan. He has made such a star of himself there in Super GT and in Super Formula in those incredible open wheelers. P.S. maybe bring some of them here as well. Maybe at this event. That'd be a tremendous support program. He is a star of the future. He's got Formula One written all over him as a potential. He's got a lot of friends in this paddock. Really excited to see what he does. This is the next big tick in the box, is to try and get some track position now past the G-Drive Racing by Algarve RS01 chassis, get themselves in front and then dictate when that final stop, that splash and go, happens to get themselves to the end of the race. This is just really nicely poised though, isn't it?
Just, and we've got another spin for the 65 car. They've had a bit of a traumatic 4 hours of the bend. That car way down the field. In the top 20, just, but struggling back onto the circuit in front of the 75 car. And actually, I think he's just about to lose a position to the Aston Martin Vantage. It'll be back up into the top 20 in just a few moments. But that's the back of the field. This is the front of the field, and better still for those watching at home, and I know there's lots of you doing it because social media is going bonkers, there's traffic. Here they come. It's the Ace-1 Valorba Corsa car and one of the two BMWs. Oh, and that was a lunge, and that's going to be a mistake, and that's going to be the lead for... That's a beautiful move there from Nick Cassidy.
Beautiful, opportunistic, aggressive. Rusinov, he was almost too aggressive to try and work his way past.
He got him back.
Extraordinary racing.
He got him back into the 18, 19, 20.
I was just about to throw the speculative question, and Cassidy's going to get up the inside here. Rusinov pulls back in. This is tremendous stuff. Now, there's a good drag strip here to get down the inside, but Rusinov's trying to get two things done at once and get past the bright yellow prototype that's right in the mix, the LMP3 car. And now he's got a buffer zone between himself and this fast young Kiwi. I was just about to pose the question, Graham. Do Eurasia Racing, do they pit the Kiwi car early, like they did earlier with Shane van Gisbergen, pull him out of this battle, fill the car up, get him in clean air, out of this fight for the lead, and then go on the offence, and then hand the dice over to G-Drive Racing to then call the shots and respond?
Speaking purely for entertainment reasons, I hope not. Because I'll say this much, that was definitely a mistake from Roman Rusinov, but then two blinding bits of inspired aggressive driving from Rusinov to both claim back the advantage and then nail that back down with what was a gutsy move. It was risky, but it was gutsy to get past both those pieces of traffic, and it's handed the baton back to Nick Cassidy to say, come on then, son, what you got?
And that aggression has been a factor of this race since the first stint, those opening 15 minutes when we had the train of the top 5 LMP2 cars all going at it, squabbling for track position, with Daniel Gaunt doing such a good job in car number 1.
And they've done exactly what you said they were going to do.
So there's the roll of the dice. Dictate the strategy from the front of the race, or get yourself in clear air to do that. So they'll dive in, they'll be on the stopwatch to put fuel in, and then it will be all up to this amazing young Kiwi driver to go and drive as quickly and as hard as he can for 36.5 minutes by the time they leave pit lane. And this will be done to a timed fuel number. They'll know the fuel rate that goes into the car from their fuel rig. They'll be able to time how many litres they need to put in to get to the end. The difference is this will be a longer stop for this car than it will be for the 26, because they stopped about 15 minutes later.
Quite rightly so. So they've got a time stop, and it'll be a quicker time stop if the APR team get it right for the RS01 and the G-Drive Racing team. So Nick Cassidy on his way now for what will be 36.5 minutes of frenetic action from the number 1 car. ARC Bratislava ahead of them on pit lane there. He's going to have a clear track there when he gets out back onto this fabulous 7.7 kilometres of tarmac, just ahead of Colin Noble, who still leads in the LMP3 class. There's a healthy lead ahead of Nigel Moore. think we still need to see another stop, though, from Colin Noble.
So that's worked well for car 1. The second Eurasia car yet to cross the line, about 15 seconds away from doing so, with Nick Foster behind the wheel. So this car now second, definitely. Yep. And now we wait and see where the 26 car pulls out. We've been talking about Eurasia Motorsport. They've embraced this event. Mark Goddard, who's the team boss, team owner there, knows this part of the world extremely well. Ran Formula 3 cars here for a brief time in association with Adelaide-based BRM. They've liveried their cars up. We've adopted Roberto Meri as honorary South Australian to join Nick Foster.
Yeah.
He's now, 100%.
Got him.
We'll take him. And we should mention Nick Foster and Shane van Gisbergen are absolutely brilliant mates and have been so for a very much long time. They've set up their own little clothing business, Apex Hunters International, and they've just launched their range this weekend, and they're doing some of it in support of bushfire relief as well, which is just
I think 2 charities actually. One is to do with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. The other one is in the process of actually selecting a charity that's supporting the recovery of wildlife that's been decimated, we know, across a couple of states there. And good luck to the guys there. I know they've got a big fan following, particularly Shane. He's got a big fan following. And if you are listening and watching, have a look at apexhuntersunited.com. Buy a T-shirt. It's helping somebody. 52 car. Dominant at the moment, young Gustas Klimburgers. He can be very happy Lithuanian at the end of this one, I can tell you. Didn't have the best of seasons in ELMS. It seemed that the car let down his colleagues before he got in most of the races in the European Le Mans Series. Didn't stop his enthusiasm. He was always one of the very first of the young drivers to ask for an opportunity to observe. Certainly I've had some time with Gustas this season, asking whether or not I could introduce him to people to just watch the way they go about this form of racing. He spent time with a couple of the WEC teams and a couple of races this season, watching and learning. I like to see that. I think that shows real maturity. You know, it's not beg, borrowing and stealing. He's asking nicely, can I have a listen on the headphones? Can I listen to the way you do this? Can I learn from... and I know that's impressed a lot of people, and that may well be one of the reasons why the phone was picked up to Gustas Klimburgers, and he ended up buying the world's most expensive ticket as a walk-in. Can I have a ticket to Adelaide, please?
And that team, Rick Ware Racing, 1 and 2 in LMP2 AM, which is just a massive comeback. And you and Jeevan were talking about that and their dramas at Shanghai last time out in the Asian Le Mans Series. 3rd place in that class, the ARC Bratislavia entry with Adelaide's own Garnett Patterson behind the wheel. He is actually based here in South Australia.
Absolutely.
He lives in the suburb of Richmond, not too far from the CBD, but South Australia's capital city. He's been something of a face for this race in the build-up. Garnett, he's been in the Advertiser, the local paper, all over the internet. 26-year-old young bloke, very, very talented young man, and another young driver plying his trade internationally and doing super things. And it's great to have them back here and give them an opportunity to race these cars on home soil.
That was the lead car in GT making what will be its final stop. Now that will lose them, for the moment at least, the lead in class. I have to say, I think the car still needs to stop, because it's had 4 runs down pit lane, but at least one of those was a drive-through penalty. So a lot is going to be determined here by, with the varying strategies that were put in place by the full course yellows and the safety car period we had, what fuel have they got left in the car? So let's wait and see how that one pans out. Colin Noble, though, is driving on and on and on, coming on to half an hour left now for this first international mixed class sports car race in Australia for 19 years. And it's been an amazing place to come back to. I've zero doubt that we and others will follow, because the welcome here has been absolutely sublime, not just from the weather gods, but also from the people here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Sam Shaheen and his team have got every reason to be massively proud, not just of this facility, but with the way they offer that Aussie hospitality to anybody that cares to come and knock at the door.
And I was very pleased to see you dive into a chicken palmy last night. It's mandatory for a visit to Australia, let alone this part of the world. I'm very proud of you, Graham.
That was the leader in LMP3. This is the 2nd position car in LMP3, and in the top 10, this is Nigel Moore, minute and 15 seconds back from Colin Noble. That's not going to be done on pace. With 31 minutes left to go. It might actually have a bit of a bite into it, depending on where we are in pit stop cycle. So Nigel Moore, 2nd place in LMP3. It's been a bit of a fight for the 13 crew. 45 crew members, including the drivers here from Inter-Europol competition across their 4 cars. The 34 car we hoped we might see back out, we haven't. Oil pump issues for that car, I'm afraid, brought the garage doors down on the 34, but the 13 car, which is their lead LMP3 entry, just about worldwide. Winners, of course, here in the title last year, were the championship leaders coming into the final round for the European Le Mans Series. There's still an appeal to be heard there. At the moment, they are not provisional title holders. They're looking to appeal a decision there. But until that point, I think that would have been the 12th consecutive podium for this entry in all competition, which is an astonishing record for any sports car racing team, and particularly in the depth of competition you get in the ACO Support Series.
And with the ACO's support and blessing, LMP3 racing launches in Australia later this year with the LMP Cup Series, which kicks off in late March in Sydney, and that may be another opportunity to build this event moving forward. Come back to that, because this is actually a key battle in the race, because the Hub Auto Ferrari, which is doing a very nice job in the GT category, has actually got the overall race leader caught up in lap traffic in that ebb and flow margin as we wait for that final pit stop. GG, Graham, Jeevan's about to jump back in, and we'll get him in for the final half an hour. I just wanted to say that the Asian Le Mans Series staff have been unbelievable, and the welcome from them has been tremendous. Teams and drivers, the level of presentation is outrageously professional, everyone friendly. From the locals' perspective, it's been terrific to have this series in South Australia and have sports car racing back here. And I can only hope that this is the start of something very long. And you and I were walking this morning down in pit lane when the autograph session was out, and we looked up and the pit lane was full of fans in their racing gear grabbing autographs, soaking up the atmosphere. And I think that was a sign we went, this is a thing.
It can only build.
Yep.
I'll say one more thing before we go off, Mike. You've got another big race to come in Australia just a little later, in a few weeks' time. Good luck with Australia's other great endurance race.
Thanks, mate.
The Bathurst 12 Hours, in which you've been a spectacular part of making that a huge event and building an endurance audience in this part of the world. Thanks very much again, Krelzy, for your input here. Well, my colleagues will see you. I'm afraid I won't. I'll be elsewhere in the world. But for the Bathurst 12 Hours, and I'm certain we're going to be back.
Can't wait. Look forward to it. Countdown already. Thanks, guys.
Great stuff. Back to track action, and as we watch the 75 and the 27 cars, that is actually a battle for position. That is Davide Rigon, having fallen behind Christian Colombo in the T2 Motorsports car. That's by dint of a pit stop for what had been the race-leading Hub-Auto Corsa car, the Evo version of the 488. Com Ledegar back to the race lead in the number 7 car guy, Ferrari. We've got just 28 minutes to go. The gap at the moment, Roman Rusinov, is being reeled in. It's 49.6 seconds now. But remember, Roman does owe us a stop. On pit lane last time, by the way, Nick Cassidy was 54 seconds on pit lane. That's not the gap, but that's the time on pit lane for Nick Cassidy for his time fuel stop. Remember, as Krelzy quite correctly said, the longer we go, the less time that Roman Rusinov has to spend on pit lane. So it's really now a matter of, well, the gap on track versus the time on pit lane that Roman is going to have to spend. 27 minutes to go. I think he's got about maybe somewhere around the next 10 minutes before he has to stop. It's a matter of whether or not he then chooses to do that. There's every reason to stretch the envelope as much as he possibly can, but the gap is currently 49.6 seconds as they cross the lap to start lap 69 of the Forest of the Bend.
Absolutely, that has been an evolving battle. I can't tell you. Once again, thanks to Richard Krels. Great to hear his input as well. So great to hear about the impact of this race down here in South Australia. And I can tell you that while I was actually off air, I was checking some of the comments that have been coming in, and a lot more people now know where the bend is. A lot more people now know about these Australian drivers that have taken part here as well. So it has been a resounding success. And there are a lot of people also in support of Nick Cassidy and Eurasia Motorsport. They hope that that pit stop that took place while I was off air is going to pay off.
Nick Cassidy is certainly pushing. Lost a little bit of time in traffic there, so dropped a second or so, I think, on Roman Rusinov on this lap. But what endurance racing gives, it also takes away, and it might well go the other way with Roman Rusinov. Remember what happened at the end in Shanghai, where we didn't think that Harry Tincknell could actually catch him. He did, and because he came a little bit hot into a yellow flag area, Harry managed to make the pass. The key thing, of course, beyond that was there was a mistake in play, but no, mistake actually by Carlin that meant that they lost the race. But on track, we saw an epic battle. Team manager of car 33, meanwhile, has been asked to go to race control. That's Mitchell Nielsen, who's just climbed aboard the 33. Mitch, it might well have been a pit lane infringement there, but just watching how this is going to be emerging in terms of the lap times. 2:41.365 last time around for Roman Rusinov. It's a 2:42.1 for Eurasia's Nick Cassidy. As I said, lost a bit of time.
4 seconds, yeah.
It's 50 seconds. 50 seconds, we think around 45 seconds lost in a pit stop. Less and less and less. And trouble for the Graf car. And
big trouble for the Graf car.
Now I think that suspension gone. I don't think that's just the tyre. Has that car been in the barrier?
It looks like there's been some heavy contact on that left rear, and I think the suspension's been affected. I don't think that was the reason.
The tyre's up, so it's the suspension has gone, I think.
Well,
so what happened there?
I mean, the end result, regardless of however that was caused, is that this car...
That was our fourth place car, by the way, in LMP3, and had been battling away to see whether or not there might be a possibility for a podium position.
The front wheel is now off the ground as well, so it's basically running on 2 wheels.
It's damaged. It's got damage to the right rear and the left rear.
Now the problem here is,
I think that car's been offered in the barrier.
Yeah, it did look that way, especially with the angle of the way it's actually positioned right now. But the question is whether it's dropping debris on the track.
In comes the lead car in LMP3 for their final stop, and through and into the lead should come at some point Nigel Moore. No, Nigel Moore's just been in, so Nigel's made his stop.
We're going to have to wait and find out if we can any information on that strange incident for Graf. Of course, they are now, as I was just saying, it's going to be a struggle just to get back round to the pit. It was in a different part of the circuit. Let's hope that it is not just spewing debris all over the track and oil or whatever else, because I don't think a full course yellow.
I don't think the fluid was there. I think there's a chance that we might have carbon fibre bits and bobs, which is a bit of a worry, and maybe a full course yellow in the last 23 minutes. That could be a disaster for the developing battle overall. So the Eurasia team will be hoping that they can get that number 9 car back around. It's in the final sector and should make it back to pit lane. They'll hope they can do that. Car 9 has stopped off track at turn 30.
As
so
expected.
It's off
it didn't
track.
look like it was going to get back to the pits,
so
to be honest.
at the moment, that doesn't appear. There don't appear to be. Might be yellow flags up that corner, but there don't appear to be a full course caution required for recovery of that track.
Here is the leader of the car guy, the leader of the GT class, Com Ledegar with full car guy.
Indeed. So Com Ledegar in a very comfortable position at the moment. Roberto Corsa back up into second position. That is in a place of safety at least.
Yep.
So that's David Drew. David,
well done.
Very able driver indeed. So as things settle down there, that's
another one.
That's the 16 car.
I wonder if there was...
That's damaged front and rear as well.
Let's just see exactly where they were supposed to be.
Let's have a look at this 16 car. So this is ahead of the 25 car. 25 car goes up the inside of... He goes wide to allow it through, and he's going to go straight into the wall here.
Oh, it just looked like he lost all sorts of traction, and then he just kept...
Now that was... now I'm just looking at who it was in the 16 car. That was Zhang Yaqi. I think that was a GT driver trying to be courteous, and while you're off mic, I think we talked about the single line thing here with so much dust offline. Once he'd gone offline, it just almost drew him off up the camber, the circuit there, off into the dust off track and straight into the wall. That's really such a shame. I think we have got a full course yellow.
Well, I think with that, the couple of incidents happening now, this is going to be so significant, isn't it, Greg?
This could be the race right here for the 26 car. The 26 car is in the final sector. I can't believe he won't come down the pit lane now to do what he needs to do, because he's going to lose less time in doing it. I think that has just handed the race right there to the number 26 G-Drive racing car.
And as we said, after a win, however it was won in Shanghai, this could also be the moment that puts them in a very good position at halfway through the season. How significant. One moment that echoes out into bigger and bigger situations.
There may never have been a more important moment for Stuart Cox and his crew to put in a clean pit stop here.
And if there's one team you know that can put in a clean pit stop, it's Stuart Cox.
They're usually pretty faultless in that regard. So Roman Rusinov, calm here. Fighting drive from Roman. And this is a major switch around, because
I think that's an important point. It's not just the full course yellow, it's the fact that Leonard Hogenboom and Roman Rusinov have come in and actually managed to set this up. Here it is.
So he's going to lose far less time, remember, under full course yellow, doing the required timed fuel stop. Now, I presume it is only fuel. They don't need tyres at this point. There's a possibility he might need a tyre or two tyres. Doesn't appear to be tyres ready. Yes, there are tyres ready. But no, tyres just ready as a precaution. That's the technician saying, okay or not okay. Sam Cox there, blonde lady, team manager here. Stuart Cox in the front of the car. Fuel only. And the car is rolling.
Nice, quick, efficient, and that could be it right there, as you said, Graham.
I think that's it. Where is the Ligier? Not on the start-finish straight yet. There is the number 2 car, Colin Noble. That's the LMP3 leading car. It's a matter of exactly where in the final sector, because it's another long sector, remember, is the Ligier. That was 42 seconds on pit lane. It was 48 seconds, the gap between the two. And that's 48 seconds, of course, remember, at full racing speed.
Yeah, we're just waiting now to see. Sport, as expected, a little bit more delayed coming down the front straight. But Nick Cassidy should be crossing the line very, very soon. The other cars are now going to settle into this full course yellow pattern, we should say.
And still not seen, by the way, Nick Cassidy across the line. That's the physical gap. So remember,
well, no, he's just gone through now.
Right, so it's minute 36 under full course yellow. So the gap will, of course, have closed, but not to the extent that they would have expected in full green flag running. Eurasia will be absolutely furious.
More importantly, that pit stop is now gone. So that car
that's
has
it.
been
I mean,
played.
basically now we're down to 18 minutes at whatever we've got running in full course yellow, and then back to green in what we'd hope would be a lap or so's time. It may well be they take the opportunity to recover both cars. In comes the 75 car for what will be their final pit stop, also in the 51.
I'm still going to say, I think a very solid performance, even though they've been off a couple of times. T2 Motorsports had a bit of a nightmare in Shanghai, and this is going to be a good outing for them.
Well, it looks like they could well come home with a podium as a result of their labours.
This was the car that really set the domino
effect off. The 65 is off as well.
Viper Nissan Racing. Viper and deep in the gravel, and really.
It's either he needed to go to the how can we put this, service behind him in the grey cubicle, or deeper trouble.
I don't think that was it. If it was, that would be, I think, one of the most viral parts of this motorsports this weekend. It's going to make it on the net if it did happen. But
it's the Viper Nissan car parked by the dunny, but
Viper Nissan have been having their own tail today that's been really quite twisted. Called to race. Got a bit of debris there, as we expect. I'm guessing that's from the Graf car. It has to be, really. That looked like it was shake, rattle, and rolling all over the track.
Well, it'd be interesting to hear from David Drew post-race as to what exactly happened there, but it looked to me, with damage on both sides of the car, that had been some kind of impact with something other than a moving object from one side. So whether or not there was contact and then contact with a wall, or whether or not it was simply off the circuit and into something solid.
And it was really the combination of that suspension loss from Graf and the Astro Veloce at turn 9 going out and staying out pits and hitting the wall, that was probably what knocked him over the edge for the full course yellow. I think, as you said, it probably would have been just a flag at the turn at T9 if it was just one incident, but two incidents, you're definitely going to have a look. And of course, that dominoed into giving G-Drive Racing by Algarve the perfect opportunity to pit in, and that, by doing that, took away probably the only chance that a speeding Nick Cassidy had.
In comes the number 7 car, this from the lead in GT. Com Ledegar is into the pits and will retain the lead through this pit stop unless we have any further drama.
That should be it for car guy. David Rigon currently in second spot with Hub Auto Corsa. Hub Auto Corsa, of course, leading for most of this race.
Well, that was a very quick splash and dash, and off they go. And that should be car guy off.
And this will be an important, and talking about final results, if Com Ledegar can hold this reliability for the next 15 minutes, and that is literally going to be the start of the start of the season for the defending champions car guy, and that's good to see.
It's an interesting moment as well, because with the changes we've seen for car guy, it does look as if Kimura-san will be the only point scorer in all 4 races for the team, because David Fuoco, Antonio Fuoco rather, stepped away from the team after the first race. Com Ledegar therefore has missed the scoring opportunity. Hanko Zolino will be in the WC race that I'm afraid now clashes with Bo-Ram.
As a factory driver.
So there will be a further change for that team. So the only driver that will score full points, whatever they score, is Kimura-san. So we'll wait and see what happens with car guy's defence. Still would be the team. So the championship winning driver, were they to be successful, would be a solo winner.
I know, absolutely. But it's just important to see the defending champions in any class just getting their season underway. I hope they wanted a result here. Not the ideal result of winning the whole thing, but I have to wait and see. Ben Barnicoat now is one of the changes. I can see Thunderhead.
Ben got in about the top of the hour. So they're at the moment running in a pretty solid 4th. Obviously lost that lap to the repairs required for the rear of the car after Jack Manchester's misadventures early in the race. Shame that, because they did look as if they could make it a 3 chassis battle.
Other things of note here as we get into the last 15 minutes. It looks like it's going to be a double for Rickware Racing. Fantastic result for them.
What a comeback for them.
If they could do that. From the troubles in Shanghai to come back and get the first 2, that is really incredible stuff.
Well, while we're still watching the race under full course yellow, let's talk a little bit about some of the traumas further down the field for anybody joining us later on. And with the time differences, there's more and more people joining.
Just a quick shot before we get to that, Graham. This is a fantastic shot of some of the hydro power, or I should say the air power, that is powering some of the Marshall posts around here. It's a very eco-friendly circuit that we're at there. That's a much better shot right there.
All the systems, isn't it? It's the camera systems, comm systems, lighting, etc. Any cooling systems they've got there for the Marshall's post. You can see the solar panels as well on top of. So it's solar and wind power for these Marshall's posts. This is a great innovation that is for.
And everywhere around this circuit, you can see that. You can see these little great innovations. Well, that's the Veloce car that hit the wall, and that's the side it hit the wall at. And as you said, it was magnetized towards the wall as it tried to get out of the way. But look at the damage that wall has done.
Significant damage.
Wow. It's literally taken the bumper off. It's taken the fender off. It's taken the boot off.
Well, it's taken the suspension out both ends as well. But so significant damage there. That's another retirement. There's been actually, I have to say, uncommonly large amount of attrition here. We lost the Inter-Europol car, 34.
Nielsen Racing.
Nielsen, 34 with an oil pump failure.
Flame out for 59.
59 was a fire, as yet unexplained fire. Number 3 stopped out on track, lack of drive. 88 still running, but much delayed after contact. It was later penalised for. We've just seen them stopped out on track somewhere, the Vipanisa car. car. The 77 car, D-Station Racing, were the victims of the contact from the Dallara, are still running quickly, but have lost many, many laps. The 16 car, and in fact, I think, that 16 car will be overhauled in the final order by the 77, which will make its way up to 6th position as a result of we saw the wreckage of the 16 car, the retirement of the 16 car there. The 14 car delayed with a hole in the brake line that's been replaced. They've not replaced a hole, obviously they've repaired.
Yep.
You don't replace holes, that'd be ridiculous. There's a couple of kangas.
I think that is, in fact, a couple of kangaroos just off the.
It's
Do
Kanga.
you need any other proof that we're in Australia?
No, that was definitely Kanga. I've read Winnie the Pooh. That was definitely Kanga, and I think I might have been Mr. Kanga as well. But kangaroos have been spotted in the outer paddock here throughout the weekend. Could there be anything more Australian?
100 kilometres out from Adelaide. This is very much the countryside. Some beautiful country out here near Murray Bridge.
Yep, there's 3 things that make this definitely Australia. There's the kangaroos in the outer paddock, there's the complaining about not winning at cricket, and of course there's Vegemite, which isn't as good as Marmite either. I know that's... There we go.
There you go. You can
give us a
actually see
wave,
them there,
Kanga.
yeah. Or even a jump, which is what we'd expect.
No, they'll wait till later.
No, I think they're wondering as to what's going to happen here. Last 10 minutes of the race, it looks like it's not just humans that are involved here. They're interested in what's going to happen.
Well, they're just keeping an eye. They're probably, I think they're probably kind of our 01 fans.
Yes.
They've been watching and
I thought
learning
that
and
as well.
thinking, there's that
went up
Roman
close.
Rusinoff there, mate.
Yep.
He'll be right.
I'm sure that's what he wanted to see as well. So anybody that missed out on that.
We've got the flatbed in the background there, taking the remains of the BMW M6 back to...
Busy flatbed today.
Hasn't it just?
Very busy flatbed. There's so many things. It's been out and in, out and in. Of course, the biggest one being that flame out for John Ferrano. We thought that was going to be it. But no, we've seen a lot of damage. I guess you could say it was expected. We've just heard, by the way, that in about a minute, the full course yellow will end. And then you'll have about 8 minutes left.
Well,
I'd like to say
10 seconds, in fact.
I'd like to say it's frenetic racing, we'll see, but it isn't, because this is all really played into the hands of G-Drive Racing by Algarve.
So 9.5 minutes remain of green flag running. We go back to green flag running right now for, well, under 10 minutes left at the bend.
Let's hope reliability doesn't affect, or issues doesn't affect any of these.
Something always happens at the end of an endurance race. Maybe that was what we were going to get, and sadly, that means that the pace of Nick Cassidy is not going to be what makes the difference here.
But he did show the world exactly why everyone's been talking about it.
There's no doubt whatsoever that we were going to be treated to a grandstand finish had it not been for multiple cars suffering lots of bizarreness with 20 minutes to go. But he'll give it a go, I've no doubt whatsoever. Crossing the line, though, at the end of the 73rd lap is Roman Rusinov in the Aras 01.
And remember, of course, Nick Cassidy making his first appearance in the Asian World Series here wasn't a starter in Shanghai.
No, he wasn't indeed. And it will be Daniel Gaunt amongst that crew that will be the ever-present if he completes the season. Nick Cassidy will cross the line relatively soon to start his 73rd lap, and we'll see the real. We won't actually quite yet see the real gap. There's actually a mistake there from Roman Rusinov, runs off the track.
Well, that could be the problem with just sitting at a very late full course yellow, really hyped up to finish the race, and then now you're back up to full speed again, having to deal with a lot more power.
Well, let's hope that's all it was for Roman Rusinov. Colin Noble still harassing the rear end of the Aras. Still haven't yet seen Nick Cassidy complete that lap, by the way, so it's a significant distance back.
Well, I said it before, I'm going to say it again, that is the most dangerous time. We've had 4, if I'm right, full course yellows.
Minute and 14.
One every hour.
So a minute and 14 across the line. Remember, that's slightly flattered by the full course yellow, but Roman Rusinov has found a little bit more heat in the Michelins, gone back by the LMP3 leader. And Roger Moore, by the way, is about 50 seconds back. It's trouble for the number 1.
Well.
Oh dear, and that sounds horrible.
It sounds horrible. He's coming into the pits, and this could be after what was a glittering run from all 3 drivers in this car. And this car just really performing really well.
Because what I hadn't noticed is the car that crossed the line wasn't Nick Cassidy, it was Nick Foster. It's this 36 car, the #1 car. I think that's game over.
Wow, this is going to be heartbreak for that team. They've watched this car. Daniel Gaunt, Shane Van Gisbergen both put in absolutely blinding stints, and they are rolling it into the garage with 6 minutes left on the clock. 3 hours and 54 minutes that car has been running, and now out for the count.
Well, well, well. And that, remarkably, looks set to put the Thunderhead car back on the podium.
Great stuff for Ben Barnicoat and Thunderhead Garland.
Well, 26 car is going to have well over a minute's advantage here. Nick Cassidy, Nick Foster rather, I'm sure will want to put a bit of show on in the last few laps here to show the pace that he and they have got.
What do you think? You heard the sound coming off that #1 car. What do you think happened there?
It sounded just horrible, sort of mechanical sound, whether or not it was gearbox.
Grating. That's right.
My guess would be gearbox.
Yes, it was moving at that kind of pace, I guess. Well, at least that's something that kept him on track.
But through now, 74 laps completed, just under 6 minutes to go. And, there's the Carlin car. Now, who's at the wheel of that? That's Ben Barnicoat. He's just gone through in a 2:39. I think he's going to try and unlap himself here.
Oh. Much can happen in 5 minutes, it would seem.
Yes, I think that is Ben Barnicoat on a charge. He was 20 seconds quicker than Roman Rusinov last time around. So I think this is Ben Barnicoat on a charge to unlap himself from Roman Rusinov.
Oh, that's right. Rusinov with a 2:59.715. Barnicoat with a 2:39.287. You don't see that very often on one lap, 20-second difference.
2 seconds quicker in the first sector for Ben Barnicoat. He certainly seems to have the pace underneath him to unlap himself to the race leader.
Well, of course, some of these times still reflecting the full course yellow. Nick Foster's been locked in with a 4-minute lap.
Well, Nick Foster
with a 6-minute lap, but we understand that because he's off now.
Nick Foster just goes through now with a 2:52.
Oh, that's nice. That's very nice.
Still not as quick as it really should be. That must be traffic related. He's taken 7 seconds out from Rusinov, but of course that's not going to be enough with 4 minutes to go. I would expect...
It's not the fastest we've seen today for sure. And of course, his best, or the best in that car is a 2:38.673. That was the fastest we have seen full stop today.
The other one to watch is going to be the battle for second in LMP3. Nigel Moore goes through with a 2:56. But much quicker is David Fumanelli, 2:52, takes 4 seconds out. He's only 8 seconds back. So there's time yet. If that's reflective of Nigel Moore's current ability to get pace out the car, that could become pretty close. So a remarkable disparity in lap times at the moment, and that's not just related to the full course yellows.
Well, once again, it's exactly as you said. However it has turned out over the last 4 hours, there has been something happening pretty much every couple of minutes here at the Bend. It's a race that's going to be remembered by everyone that has watched it.
Pretty certain that Ben Barnicoat has made his way through and has unlapped himself. I think you're going to see that the Dallara is ahead and not behind of the Aurus when we get a longer shot. Or is he? He's certainly not behind him.
Trying to make sense of exactly what's going on here in the last 3 minutes.
Well, as it comes to Costa, he has indeed. Yeah, there he is. He's significantly ahead of him. That is a 2:41 against what is Roman Rusinov putting in at the moment? That'll be a 2:53.
On his last, so yeah, it's a good 12 seconds faster per lap, 20 seconds beforehand. So he is racing around.
So this will be his penultimate lap. Remember, it's the 4 hours plus a lap for the Asian Le Mans Series.
Let's just hope that Ben Barnicoat doesn't overpush that Carlin Racing Dallara. That car itself has had plenty of stories etched into it today.
Well, it's a highly unusual 1, 2, 3 in LMP2 that doesn't feature the word Oreca. Aurus, Ligier and Dallara, albeit this is an Oreca built chassis, it is an Aurus homologated car chassis. They paid their fees, they're entitled to the name, and quite rightly so. And it's great to see an emerging brand Aris.
Earning rewards for sure.
Those that don't know what an Aris is Russian limousine.
Limousine maker, yeah.
It is
and
indeed.
G-Drive, of course, the petrol stations.
G-Drive, part of the Gazprom empire. Roman Rusanov, a full-time employee in a marketing role with G-Drive.
Very much this Russian front happening in the Asian Le Mans Series, and this has confirmed, of course, this second race that it really is down to a 3-horse race in LMP2 at least between G-Drive Racing, Eurasia, and Thunderhead Carlin. All three of them were right in the mix, right in the last 5 minutes of Shanghai, and once again, they're the three names that we're talking about in the last 10 minutes here at the Bend. Will they continue their rivalry in Sepang? Most probably.
Absolutely. So at the moment, top three, it's the Aris 01, the 26 car we're looking at here, Roman Rusanov, with 1 minute and 4 seconds on the clock. Eurasia Motorsports Racing Australia, number 36, Nick Foster, shown on screen as British, but actually very fully Australian, as the Algarve Pro Racing crew waits to welcome the car home. Ben Barnicoat is aboard the number 45 Thunderhead Carlin racing car. They look like following up their second place, the third place rather, last time with another third place here. Fourth, no, Nick Cassidy will not be crossing the line, I don't think, in that car.
No, so I don't think he's coming out the garage before the end of this race.
Looks like it's going to be number 33 there for Mitch Nielsen to cross the line in fourth position. Then we get into the LMP2 AMS. Rick Ware Racing looks set for a 1-2 with Cody Ware back aboard the 52 car, ahead of the sister 25 car Guy Cosmo. They're about 75 seconds apart, with Garnet Patterson will be another Aussie on the podium in another class, and the number 4 ASC Bratislava car, the defending champions there. Colin Noble has 32 seconds from Nigel Moore, Nielsen Racing's Norma, ahead of the Inter-Europol Ligier, with David Fumanelli trying to do what he can, but I don't think he's got quite enough to catch up Nigel Moore to earn second position. So it's Nielsen Racing for Inter-Europol from Ace 1 Valour Corsa, Norma, Ligier. Then we have what's been a topsy-turvy GT class, and it looks like it's going to go the way of Car Guy and Com Ledegar, putting in some stellar times at the moment. Com Ledegar ahead of David Irigon, who is under attack from but will not be caught by newly installed in third place the Spirit of Race car, because they've passed Christian Colombo's T2 Motorsports 75 car. It is Spirit of Race with Alexandra Pierre Guidi in third, David Irigon second. Com Ledegar leads the race, and a Ferrari clean sweep of the top 4 places right now. Jens Klingman is not close enough to do anything about that. Clock has run down.
Clock is out now. Just about to say, this is going to be the final lap. And it looks like
2 laps. It's this
yeah,
plus
sorry,
1.
It'll be this plus 1. But it looks like everything is falling into place for this beautifully liveried car. It gets past the J-Lock Lamborghini. Good to see that car out on track at the end of the race.
Indeed, after their self-inflicted woes at the start.
Many laps back, of course. It is now on its 52nd lap, some 24 laps back from the car that just went past it.
54 seconds is the gap. The last time they crossed the line, Nick Foster to Roman Rusanov leading the race.
On that note, by the way, Nick Cassidy fans who are wondering, he's now been in the pits in that car. That Eurasia Motorsport number 1 car is still there. 8 minutes, 42 seconds that's been in the pits.
They're not going to get that car
out. Coming out.
No,
they're not coming out.
I don't think so. That sounded pretty terminal. I would be surprised at this stage to be told it was anything other than something gearbox related or drive related.
Which means Mitchell Nielsen, who's currently with the last surviving Inter-Europol Endurance P2, will be in 4th in the class.
Indeed. So 76 laps. Doesn't sound a lot, does it? But then you realise it's 7.7 kilometres.
That's the thing. It was 111 laps.
Absolutely.
I remember that they completed in Shanghai, but yeah,
fastest
76 laps sounds normal.
Fastest race lap here will go to the second place car, the 36 car, with a 2:38.673. This is the start of the final lap now.
There you go.
Last lap shown on the start-finish line, and you're going to be holding that for a couple of minutes more, mate, on the timing stand. Rusanov goes through.
Proud moment for G-Drive Racing by Algarve, cruising towards what will be their second registered win in the second race of the season for the Asian Le Mans Series. 2019-2020.
Harris Brown will take his second, well, actually unbeaten in Asian Le Mans Series competition. Harris at this point.
Taking it nice and easy, making sure it's a 95% drive from now on. Doesn't want to get himself in any trouble, wants to nurse the car around. Taking a good line through that. And this will be the final time he moves into Sector 2. Got a couple of cars in front of him in terms of traffic, but I'm sure he's not going to try and take them. He's just going to sit back. Absolutely under no pressure, under no pressure whatsoever. 51 seconds back, Nicholas Foster. He is going to go through.
That's the second placed LMP2 car, and the leader in GT is the traffic. So Rusinov goes by, then that will be the final lap for Car Guy. That would be a sensible move to make, to just let them go.
Yep, 18, 19 and 20. Now coming up to turn 23, which has seen most of the incidents today, I have to say, but he's now thankfully got himself out on the front of that, so he's ahead of that situation. Nice clear air. This is the corner which saw a lot of incidents today. Nicely round there.
Well, that's good news, by the way, him going by for both Car Guy and indeed for Inter Europol, because Nigel Moore was being caught, though I think he's managing the gap to the back to David Fuminelli, who's now under 5 seconds back. But of course, as soon as they cross the line at the end of this lap, he'd have taken the checkered flag. It will be race over.
So it is into Sector 3 now. Final few turns for Roman Rusinov. And this time, they're not going to need any declaration or infringement of the law by another team, any punishment dished out, any win by default, as they have cleanly put together a very good performance, all three drivers together. And helped a little bit, obviously, by a full course yellow, but that's legal. That's what it's all about.
They have run fault-free, and all credit, by the way, to the Argyle Pro Racing team, who have turned the car around faultlessly, and to all three drivers who've driven well. We did see the car Nick Cassidy actually getting alongside and through briefly, but then some great defensive driving from as he takes the checkered flag for the win for the number 26 G-Drive Racing by Algarve. Aris 01, Gibson Power car, Roman Rusinov taking the flag.
See some of the Algarve Pro technicians there, they're just engineers, very happy.
Sharing the win, of course, with James French and Leonard Hergenboom, also through and to win their class. Car Guy, Tom Ledegar, Kimura-san and Kei Cozzolino take the class win in GT. We wait for the LMP2 AM and LMP3 leaders. Next through will be Colin Noble to take the LMP3 win. He's 24 seconds clear last time around. It's just been driving conservatively and just giving a little bit back. Into Europol, not shown as having crossed the line, but they must have done. He was behind the leader. Here comes Colin Noble. He takes LMP3 for another race win for Colin Noble, Tony Wells and Nielsen Racing, as they've done on a number of occasions in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. Now do so on another rung of the ladder.
As we look at the checkered flag, Eurasia Motorsport have now finished in second spot in LMP2. We also have our, and second spot in LMP3 as well. Nigel Moore coming through there.
Russian flag being shown by the APR crew. Through comes David Fuminelli, and that was very close, I think, at the end into Europol. Very close.
Yeah.
It was.
I was just looking at that.
1.2 seconds. That was Nigel Moore falling back into the clutches of David Fuminelli. You got a good run on him.
It was really
took 4 seconds out of him on the final lap. So that would have been. I reckon that was Nigel Moore saving fuel as best he possibly could. So retained second position. So Nielsen Racing from Inter Europol competition from Ace 1 Valour course in P3. They're all home. First and second, Eurasia's. Eurasia Racing Australia, Nick Foster comes home 45 seconds back. He waits for the Carling car through to take the win in LMP2 AM. Goes Cody Ware. He takes the win with Gustas Krenbergers. And wait for Guy Cosmo a little way back. ARC Bratislava through and have finished third. Thunderhead Carling Racing, Ben Barnicoat brings the car home in third position overall and takes that car's fastest lap of the race, and just 0.05 of a second off the fastest lap overall the race on the final lap. So it was a spirited finish from them. Took, by the way, in the last 2 laps, 28 seconds out of the leader.
Wow.
Ben Barnicoat.
And that was just from him pacing around. That was a really
And
fast
final
end.
podium sitter in LMP2AM 25 car comes home second in the hands of Guy Cosmo. Meantime, car guy we called home as being in first position. Davide Rigon fended off and ever closer attentions from his Ferrari GT stablemate Alessandro Pierguidi. It is the 7-car guy from the 27 Hub Auto Corsa from the 51 Spirit of Race, all Ferraris. Only the 27 with any difference. That is the car sporting the GT3 Evo kit for the first time here. It is a Ferrari clean sweep and a very, very different story from Shanghai.
Very much so. As we look at the victory lap here for that number 26 G-Drive by Algarve Horus 01. Now, as you said, refashioned chassis there, but this car has been proving its worth. Now, halfway through the season, we can officially say that.
Yep, as Roman Rusinov gets a bit of cool air in the car and salutes the marshals, I'm sure, amongst other things. By the way, that final lap from David Fuminelli was the fastest LMP3 lap of the race.
2:51.692.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
So that was
That's
a
really good
punt at trying to get second position back in a fight back for David Fuminelli. So 26 car, welcome back by the pit crew. Everybody else will go around, I believe, to Roman Rusinov will be very pleased indeed with that.
Very happy indeed.
But all the other cars will go to Parc Fermé. Roman Rusinov celebrates, pats the top of the car. That is James French and Leonard Hugenboom there to celebrate. Winners' caps being handed out by the event manager Colin Ong from Asian Le Mans Series.
And that's a great shot there.
Very happy indeed with that.
Russia making its impact on the Asian Le Mans Series in spectacular fashion here down at the Bend Motorsport Park. Round 2, another win for G-Drive. And can anyone stop them now? You'd have to say this time absolutely on their own merit. They came through and they did what they had to do.
They did. A little bit of luck handed at the end there with that full course yellow. But you know what? You've got to be up front when that happens. And you've got to have the strategy that gives you the flexibility to take advantage of that. They had that. As things turn out, would the number 1 car have finished at all? We don't know. It certainly didn't finish. But that could have been linked into whether or not it's heats or whatever it was around the full course yellow. Certainly the Ligier didn't like it. So
absolutely, absolutely.
So the end of a historic day, really. First time back to the international sports car racing in the fantastic country of Australia. Let's go down to Nadia, who's down with the winning crew in pit lane.
Of course, now the guy who just got out of car is going around shaking hands, but we can talk to both of you. Congratulations, another win for the Horus by Algarve.
Yes, absolutely. Fantastic time out here. Everyone on the team did an amazing job. The Horus has been quick all weekend. Just, amazing time here. The track, the bend is just unreal to drive this car at. So, yeah, everyone did a great job. So, just so happy. So.
How was your stint? We didn't get to speak to you.
Yeah, my stint was not so easy, but every team and Roman and James and everybody did a good job.
Yeah.
The first, I go out with 2 cents old tires. That was a little bit hard. And then the racer came closer and closer and defend like crazy, but that was good. And then from there, the second one with new tires was okay, only with a small, not a puncture, but low level, some with a puncture, but the car was still okay. And then after me, Roman jumped in the car and he finished the race, and perfect race.
Quick word from Roman because we're going up to Podium.
Yeah, I think it was a really nice race, hard, but in the end we won, so I think this is a goal. Thanks for G-Drive, for Horus, and to my teammates for a great job. Thanks, guys.
Fantastic. We'll see you guys up at the podium. And that was it from your winners from today, Algarve Pro Racing.
Now, I have to say, Graham, they don't look particularly sweaty or in any way troubled by the heat.
Trust me, you won't want to be in the same small room as those driver suits when they come off, and certainly after the champagne.
Very
happy crew.
Yeah.
Looks to me like that Roman Rusinov knows he's been at work today, but he'll be delighted with that. Not a foregone conclusion, these things, that these long-term programs carry on. So a win is invaluable when you're going and arguing for the money to carry on and do this next year. I know he wants to come back and do the Asia Le Mans Series.
Yeah.
Feel sure we're going to see him in the European Le Mans Series in LMP2 again. But good to see two young talents there, James French and Leonard Hugenboom, getting another win. It'll be great for their careers. We were slightly robbed of a kind of last-minute grandstand finish, but we'll go back and we'll take a look at the highlights of the full 4 hours of the Bend right now. Well, it was blue skies after changeable weather for the last few days here at the Bend in South Australia. At the start, cars fanned out to turn one. Jack Manchester defended to the inside, could do nothing about Daniel Gaunt to the outside in the Eurasia Racing New Zealand car going to the front. Trouble for the number 77 Aston Martin. We'll see why in just a few moments. And then there was a punt to the rear that cost the number 7 car a run down pit lane, cost the 16 car time in the gravel. The number 7 car, after that penalty though, took the win. 14 car spun out in contact with another P car. And 65 car, well, had a bit of a comedy of errors, I'm afraid, throughout the race. Trouble late in the race for the number 9.
And it's absolutely a significant win for Auris. Second win for them, and of course halfway through the season, this is the team that you're going to have to look out for come to Sepang and in Buriram. Those two races happening, of course, mid and late February. And I'm sure that now the team, the great thing about G-Drive Racing by Algarve, Graham, you have to say, they have the driver skill, we've seen that. They also have all this know-how. They have, of course, the Orica chassis that's been refashioned into this Orso one, but also they have the know-how of Algarve Pro Racing.
Absolutely. We've got, as we said, in LMP2, a very, very unusual 3 different chassis. The G-Drive Racing by Algarve, the RS01, a chassis built, of course, by Orica, but badged with the Auris brand correctly so. Eurasia Motorsports, LMP2, Ligier, the 36 car, the Eurasia Racing Australia car second, and a third different chassis on the podium, the 45 Thunderhead Carlin Racing. Delara, after setting pole position, couldn't do better than third today. LMP3, it was LMP2 and rather 1-2 for Rickware Racing, a 1-2-3 for the 3 Ligiers with the defending champions ARC Bratislava, bouncing back a little with a podium here, and then the first of the 3 LMP3 three cars, Colin Noble and Tony Wells, with Nielsen Racing giving a win for Norma in Asia ahead of a pair of Ligiers into Europol competition, and Ace 1 for Laura Corsa 13 and the 12. Not, though, able to deal with the threat of the number 2. Then it was a Ferrari 1, 2, 3, 4, Car Guy, Hub Auto Corsa, Spirit of Race and T2 Motorsports. And that, I'm afraid, the bottom end of the order is effectively a catalogue of, well, quite a lot of attrition here in what's been pretty challenging conditions here in Australia for the teams. And that showed, I think, Jivan, with a lot more attrition than we're perhaps used to.
Well, I think that basically shows us now that it is all set up for the rest of the season. We're going to have to see in all 4 classes what's going to happen. We are ready now to get down to the podium. Nadia is there. Let's find out what the winner ceremony looks like.
Good evening, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium presentation for the 2019-2020 Asian Le Mans Series Round 2 here in the Bend. We're really excited to be here, and here we go. We're going to be presenting the trophy for the LMP2 category. So if everybody's ready, let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, in third place for LMP2, car number 45, Thunderhead Carlin Racing, Jack Manchester, Harry Tinknell, and Ben Barnicoat. A round of applause for these boys. All right, in second place, Eurasia Motorsport, we've got Aidan Reed, Nicholas Foster, and Roberto Meri. And our winner for the LMP2 category, let's hear a round of applause for car number 26, G-Drive Racing by Algarve, Roman Rusinov, James French, and Leonard Hugenboom. And the winning team, Algarve Racing. And of course, we are glad to be inviting Mr. Pierre Fion, President of the Automobile Club du West, to present the trophy.
Don't go to my face. Thank you, man. It's a pleasure. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'd like to say thank you to Mr. Pierre Fion. You guys know what to do? Pop the champagne. Go ahead.
That's the scene you always want to see at the end of the race, isn't it? A lot of celebrations happening, and well deserved as well.
Happy people. You know, 4 hours around any track is some challenge, but to do it here in the heat that the guys and the girls...
60 degrees centigrade inside
the cars.
the cars.
You know, and it's been a mental challenge as well, learning this track through what's been a pretty short weekend for the teams and for the drivers. And more to the point, actually, it's completely different between testing and practice and qualifying and then racing. And as you saw with that fantastic battle that we were sort of robbed of at the end by a bit of unreliability from the Eurasia car and by that full course yellow.
And the full course yellow as well, yeah.
But, you know, that tussle between Nick Cassidy and Roman Rusinov, where Cassidy took the advantage and then Roman Rusinov grabbed it back and did brilliantly well to do so. Would have been great to have seen that to the checkered flag. But no shortage of instant drama, no shortage whatsoever of instant drama in every class throughout this race.
Well, the real question here, Graham, is of course how they're going to do in these last two rounds. We just look at the calendar right now. Shanghai was a great win for them, but they won it by default. This 4 hours of the Bend, a much better performance from them. Everything came together in the team for them. They haven't been to Sepang. They haven't been to Buriram. We know what these tracks are like.
Well, Algarve Pro have remember. But remember, there are two big challenges to come. One is it's a race into darkness. It's changing conditions.
That's right.
You'll know the climate in Malaysia more than most.
36 degrees.
That is a real challenge. But more than anything, it's the back-to-back nature of those races.
That's 1 week.
If you have a big problem, who knows? Could we lose a car? Could we lose a car between those two races? Could it be two race problems?
But we're also set up with the fact that if G-Drive Racing do very well in Sepang, then that's pretty much game over for the season.
Yeah, but we've got three other classes. The beauty of endurance racing here, is talking to some fans on the balconies, watching the practice sessions, is it's not one race. It's 4 races. And more than that, it's 4 races with other people, with other things they want to achieve and to actually try along the way. They are looking to take the championship. They are looking to take those Le Mans entries, without a shadow of a doubt. But more than that, you've seen emerging talents looking for an opportunity to actually show exactly what it is that they're actually able to prove against some of their peers.
Absolutely. And talking of some of those other classes, what we saw this weekend is a welcome return for Car Guy and Rick Ware Racing. Let's talk about Rick Ware Racing first. P2M, 1-2 for them. A bit of time between each of the cars. What did you think altogether of their performance?
Rick Ware Racing, great performance by all 4 of the drivers we've seen today. Cody Ware and Gustas Grimberger, Santa Lazaro and Guy Cosmo. Really bad luck for the team not to get their campaign away with a bang.
They literally could have been in a stellar position by now.
Want to say a word there about RLRM Sport. We don't know what happened to cause the fire at the rear of that car. But either way, that was rotten luck. Arjun Mani, a brilliant start to the race season, in the 59 car. John Farana looked to have it all under control, but it finished in a dramatic and fiery way. And mercifully, didn't look to be too much damage to that car.
A quick talk on P3 and GT. P3, did it go the way you wanted? Colin Noble into Europol Ace 1?
Colin Noble has pushed and pushed and pushed for the last 2 or 3 years, and is working up towards being a real star in LMP racing, and is making his headlines in LMP3 now with Tony Wells. Ace 1 Valorba Corsa looked very strong. We know all about the 13 car without a shadow of a doubt. Then we went into GT. Ferraris bounced back after a terrible Shanghai, which is mainly self-inflicted from the Ferrari guys.
Yeah.
What we didn't see is what the Aston Martin could do in that company, and we were robbed of that because, of course, there was that impact with the Dallara at the beginning of the race. Before that, though, it's time to go back to the podiums because Nadia is about to call the second of our podium ceremonies.
Yes, Graham, it was the closing ceremony, but right now we have to say goodbye because the 4 hours of the Bend is officially over, and we had a great time here. Our first race in Australia, and it was something for all of us to remember, of course. It was a day full of incidents, it was full of drama and action-packed, exactly what we had hoped for from the Bend. And of course, not forgetting the beautiful weather here as well. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you have had a great time here in Australia, but it does not end here. This has set us up great for the second half of the season. We will be seeing you once again in Sepang, a circuit we're no stranger to, but we will be adding a little twist. We will be having our first night race for the series there. And then, just a week later, we'll be moving on to the final round in Buriram, Thailand. Fantastic, isn't it? So there's more for you to hang in there and watch the 2019-2020 Asian Le Mans Series. So for now, thank you, Australia. It's been great. See you soon.
So what we were saying, of course, Graham, with all of these 4 classes, that it is something that could evolve into something bigger.
Fabulous action in all 4. We're going to go back, though, to the podium with Nadia.
2019-2020 Asian Le Mans Series, the Bend, of course, for LMP2M category. In third place, car number 4, ARC Bratislava, Miro Konopka, Andreas Laskaratos, and Garnet Patterson. And in second place, car number 25 from Rickware Racing, we have Guy Cosmo, Anthony Lazaro, and Philip Mulacek. Hey. Your name's on the card, I'll just read it. And in first place for LMP2M category, car number 52, Rickware Racing, we've got Cody Ware and Gustas Greenbergas. Woohoo! And once again, the winning team, Rickware Racing. It is my honor to be inviting Cyril Tashwallen, the Managing Director of Asian Le Mans Series, to present the trophy for LMP2M.
Well, yeah, it's a double Adelaide podium as well for Anthony Lazaro, albeit 19 years apart. So Anthony Lazaro on the podium in GT.
A round of applause for your winners
back in the
for
race
the
for 1,000 years.
LMP2M category.
Back now for LMP2M with Rickware Racing his first of what will be 3
get your
races
cameras ready.
there.
We're taking some
Particularly pleased to see young Gustas Grimbergers get the win there.
Celebrations there. ARC
Miro
Bratislava,
Konopka. Yeah.
still on the podium, even though they have had a number of issues to deal with. We still don't know why that car was going so slowly.
Popping of the champagne.
Celebratory scenes for LMP2M. Up next, of course, will be the LMP3 podium.
Yeah, Gustas Grimberger is going to be in trouble here because he's opened a bottle of alcohol and he's underage.
A well-deserved shower there.
Cody Ware there, delighted. That's second consecutive podium for Cody.
Congrats, boys. Nice one.
And as they just get that podium ready, quick shot. This wonderful track here in South Australia. Great weather, held up, no rain.
And actually not too ridiculously hot.
No,
high 20s.
It may look hot there, but it wasn't.
Yeah, but we had 1 day of 42 degrees here. Trust me.
Just one. We knew it was there. Everyone knew it was there.
Properly hot. 23 degrees and rainy, 28-ish. About the same, not quite as warm as we expected today, which will have been a massive plus for most of the drivers. It's the Mustang safety car making its way around.
Okay, now let's invite the winners for the 2019-2020 Asian Le Mans Series, the Bend for LMP3 category. In third place, car number 12, Ace 1, Biloba Cos, we have David Fumanelli, Alessandro Bressan, and Gabriel Lantieri. In second place for the LMP3 category, car number 13, Inter-Europol competition, Nigel Moore and Martin Hipper. All right, now let's cheer for our winners for the LMP3 category. Car number 2, Nielsen Racing, Tony Wells and Colin Noble. Your winning team, Nielsen Racing. And it is my honor to be inviting Swarup Tulsidas, Marketing Manager of Michelin Oceania, to present the trophy for LMP3.
So, prize ceremonies here for LMP3. And Graham, I have to say that this LMP3 category was extremely exciting to watch today.
It was, it has to be said, very, very competitive. And actually, it was up in the air literally right to the line for the final podium position.
Yeah.
With the Ace1 Valoba Corsa guys, David Fuminelli, the new addition to the squad. And only two of the drivers on the podium from the three. Almost right up behind Nigel Moore as they cross the line to take the finish.
Right, it's time for a group photo together with Mr. Swarup and Michelin Man, of course. Snap away, guys. Smile. Yeah, another round of applause. These are your LMP3 winners from the 4 Hour of the Bend. Thank you, Mr. Swarup.
Champagne
and now
for them.
It is time to pop the champagne. Go ahead.
Absolutely exhausted, these drivers, but still, you got to do it. That's what it's about.
Don't think I've quite seen Tony Wells' tactic before of literally pulling up the cork with your teeth. That shows despair to get a drink, Tony.
It could have really ended in
That's a bloke from the northeast of England, if ever there was one.
It could have ended in a lot of trouble by doing
Absolutely.
that.
So we can spot the Skippy or two in the background there.
That's a powered. I think Skippy's gone now.
There, but there's a Ute there. There's a Ute there.
There
you go. That's another Australian classic.
But a really good shot in all of these shots of just the crisp blue sky that we've all been able to enjoy. And as you said, the weather wasn't that bad this week. Not from the reports that we've heard.
No,
maybe it was a bit of fake news saying it was 42 degrees all the time. It isn't. It was nicely peppered by not just a rainstorm for us, but of course it was on track. You saw with the onboard with Jack Manchester earlier on in the program that there was rain on this track. And a good shot there of one of those air-powered Marshall posts. And you can just see that at that speed, the amount of wind with the flags on the other side of the screen as well.
Fair breeze. And
that's a fair breeze. That's what's actually brought the temperature down.
All right, thank you, everyone. That was your winners once again for LMP3 here at the 4 Hours of the Bend. And last but not least, of course, we have one of the most interesting category here. If you don't mind, I will just be announcing it. All right. We will be inviting the winners for the 2019-2020 Asian Le Mans Series, the Bend Round for the GT category. In third place, we have car number 51, Spirit of Race, Francesco Piovanetti, Oswaldo Negri Jr. and Alessandro Pierguidi. A round of applause, guys. Third place winner for the GT category, car number 51. In second place for GT category, car number 27, Hub Auto Corsa, Davide Rigon, Marcus Gomez, and Liam Talbot. And your winner for the GT category here at the 4 Hours of the Bend, car number 7, Car Guy, Takeshi Kimura, Keiko Celino, and Kom Lerega. Your winning team once again, Car Guy Racing. It is my honor to be inviting once again Mr. Swarup Tulsidas, Marketing Manager of Michelin Oceania, to present the trophy for GT category.
Car Guy, Spirit of Race, and Hub Auto Corsa. Of course, Hub Auto Corsa, with that pole, have picked up a point for their championship challenge, as did Thunderhead Carlin in LMP2 as well. 1 point given out for each of those poles, but they couldn't match it up there with an actual win. But being on the podium, of course, is going to keep that championship challenge going for them. And a lot they could learn as they do every race round as to how to execute one of these 4-hour endurance races with such keen competition.
All right, let's hear it for them once again. Your winners for the GT category for this 4 Hour of the Bend, round 2 of the 2019-2020 Asian Le Mans Series.
Ferrari clean sweep.
Very happy. Keiko Kozlina there, even
Absolutely.
though he did
Thank you
punt.
very much, Mr. Suarez. Thank
He
you.
did punt off that
It is now
that
time
BMW.
to pop the champagne. Yes,
But, you know,
of course
after
it
a
is.
Ferrari-free
Undeniably.
podium in China, it's a all Ferrari podium here. So a total turnaround. So the points tables here are going to be very interesting to see. Pretty evenly matched. The top two cars last time around were the two cars that had poor luck here this time. So problem, of course, with that impact on the Aston Martin, and the issue as well with the impacts in the other direction, if you like, with the J-Lock Lamborghini. They're going to have pretty light on the points, where the Ferraris actually picked up a lot of the ground they lost for not dissimilar woes they inflicted on themselves in Shanghai. So it'll be interesting to see where we stand in the point standings once we get the official results here from the Bend. Pretty clear that in LMP2, the G-Drive by Algarve effort is going to be
topping that.
They're going to be in a very good position.
With the biggest championship challenge. Rick Ware Racing now in with a shout, a big shout, because of course RLR M Sport won the Shanghai round. Flame out here. ARC Bratislava, the defending champions in that class. But now Rick Ware with the double means that they're going to feel pretty confident about going into that Sepang race. Night race, of course, in February. So a lot to deal with there as well. But I'm sure, step by step, do one thing at a time.
Yep, the 52 car will lead the championship in LMP2AM, and Rick Ware Racing will feel pretty confident of their opportunity now to claim a potential automatic entry for the Le Mans 24 Hours.
That's what it's all about.
They've got potential to be featuring 2 different entries for the Le Mans 24 Hours. We'll wait and see how that one goes.
And of course, Colin Noble in LMP3 meant it was a rescue for Nielsen Racing, because they're having a lot of trouble with that number 3 car. Into Europol coming in second, Ace 1 Villorba Corsa. I can see that evolving into something a bit more, but over the years we've seen some very interesting battles in LMP3. That's why I was saying I think that's going to be a very interesting, exciting, and tight category.
Some bad luck for Graf Racing in that category. Let's go down to Nadia, though, who's got the race winners from G-Drive by Algarve down in the press conference room.
Yes, your winners for today's here at the 4 Hour of the Bend. We have got the team that finished first, of course, Algarve Pro Racing. We have James French with us, Hugenboom, and also Ruben Rusinov with us. Now, we want to know, how was it out there today? Because a lot of incidents took place, some spins in here and there, and it's a new circuit for you guys to learn also. So, but how was it?
Honestly, it was a bit tough, I think, for everyone. Just managing traffic and just the heat and everything. It was very busy, I think, for all of us. But we all managed to do a good job of keeping the car in one piece and staying out of trouble. And I think that was the main objective for the race, just keeping everything in one piece and handing it on to these guys. And obviously, they did a fantastic job. The strategy was on point. So.
Now, it is your second win already, so congratulations on that. So how important was this round, to win this round, moving into the second half of the season?
Yeah, I think it was quite important for G-Drive to win, especially here in Australia. I think it was very hard track for us. But I think the team, the G-Drive Racing, did a very good job, and my teammates as well. I think the key point was managing the tires and do the right strategy. And I think both of them did an incredible job. And in the end of the day, the result is here. So now we're leading the championship even more, and I think this is a goal. But for sure, we have still 2 more races to go. But yeah, let's try to do even better for the next ones.
So, of course, we will be seeing you guys in the next round in Sepang. Can we know your mindset or the spirit of the team moving forward and we'll in the next round?
Yeah, for sure. We never been there, but the team and the drivers are ready to go there. And we look forward to the race.
Of course, so we are hoping to see all you guys at Sepang, of course. And there you have it, your winners for this round of 4 Hours of the Bend, Algarve Pro Racing, G-Drive.
Thanks, Nadia. They're pretty much echoing exactly what we were speculating about just now. All 3 of the drivers coming out and saying that it was just a very good team effort, and they're very proud of that aspect of it. It wasn't necessarily, yes, they were helped along, but I think this was a clear run for them. And as Nadia pointed out, they're all ready and psyched up for Sepang. They're hoping to do this exactly the same way.
You've got to run trouble-free. I mean, you can be the quickest car on track, but if you can't run trouble-free, keep the car at the pits. When you're in the pits, get the car at the pits quickly and run trouble-free on track.
And watch the evolving situation of the race.
And there were some, some standout moments for the 26 crew. That battle with Nick Cassidy, we all thought would go one way when Nick actually caught the car.
Yeah.
It didn't. Nick got by Roman Rusinov, but Rusinov then made two pretty gutsy moves to regain the position and get an advantage back. Who knows at what point, whatever damage happened to the one, happened, whether or not it was in having to respond to that. You've got to keep that track position. You've got to be fault-free. And in this case, it was some pretty constructive aggression for Roman Rusinov. He won the race, make no mistake. And that was a team effort, all three drivers. Great stuff from the team in the pits as well. Their strategy paid off.
Yep. He also stayed out of colour. He stayed out of trouble, I should say. Because there was a lot of incidents on this track. We had 4 full course yellows, pretty much 1 an hour. We had a number of cars. We had about 8 people that retired in the end. So to stay out of trouble, to not put a couple of wheels off track even, meant that there's less for the team in the pit to think about. They can focus on the race itself. Now, we are ready to talk to our LMP2 AM winners. Rick Ware Racing with a famous double here in South Australia. Let's hear from them there with Nadia.
Yes, our winner for the LMP2M category from Rick Ware Racing, Cody Ware with us, and of course, Gustas Greenbergas. Now, we want to know, tell us about your stint today. Of course, congratulations on the win. And also, we want to know the strategy moving into the second half of the race in Sepang.
Well, thank you. Antonio did, our team manager did an amazing strategy, and it got us a lap ahead of everybody at one point. So we just kept managing the gaps, managing the pace, not trying to make any risky moves or mistakes. And we just got the car to the end, and we were, I think, the quickest car out there today.
So, next round in Sepang?
I don't know. We'll see.
Just keep doing what we're doing. Just keep doing what we're doing.
I like that. Just keep doing what you're doing because you're doing great. Of course, LMP2M winners from here, the 4 hours of the bend.
Well, I really can't imagine what it would have been like had they got their cars delivered on time in Shanghai. That looks like a confident team to me. They're very, I have to say one thing. Gustas looks even younger than 17.
Oh, he's ludicrously young.
He's very young.
To explain his slight, I could have put this reticence of talking about Sepang. He doesn't know who he's driving there yet. He's got a very last-minute call-up to come here. I would suspect
last-minute ticket to Adelaide.
Yeah, with the performance we've just seen from Gustas Grimbergers, my guess is his stock is pretty high with the team at the moment. Cody Ware looks happy, but pretty tired. He's one of the drivers that's come across, having just completed the Daytona test ahead of the Daytona 24 hours.
That's a trying schedule.
He is going to be feeling pretty ragged by now, but that will be an amazing result for Rick Ware Racing.
Here are the full results from the 4 hours of the bend. G-Drive Racing by Algarve taking top spot in LMP2 ahead of Eurasia Motorsport, Thunderhead Carlin, and Inter-Europol Endurance coming in 4th. A good result for them considering the problems that they had. In LMP2M, we just saw the Rick Ware Racing double. 1st and 2nd, ARC Bratislava defending champions coming in 3rd there. And in LMP3, Nielsen Racing have come in with the win. Into Europol competition with 2nd, Ace 1 Viloba Corsa with 3rd. And now we're ready to hear from those LMP3 winners. They are with Nadia. Let's find out what they were experiencing today in today's race.
Yes, of course, we are with the winners for the LMP3 here. We've got Nielsen Racing with us, Colin Noble and Tony Wells. We want to know, how was it out there today and that made you guys go through that, checkered flag and got 1st place?
It was the Nielsen did a great job. We've had a fast car all weekend, qualified on pole, and then Tony got off to a really good start. And the boys at Nielsen called a great strategy, and it made my last of my stint a little bit easier. Had a bit of breathing room.
So, great car, good strategy, good drivers. Was that part of the recipe?
Yeah, it definitely helped. We're
But how was it for you guys, the drivers?
Yeah, it's tricky out there. The track's very long. It's very easy to make mistakes. So yeah, it's got a lot of concentration over the 4 hours, and it was just staying out of trouble and just keeping consistent lap times.
Fantastic. So there you have it from your LMP3 winners, Nielsen Racing.
Short and sweet from Colin Noble.
It's not that short, but Scottish he most certainly is. He'll be delighted with that. He has, as we said, and Tony Wells as well. There's a gentleman driver there. Didn't get a chance to have a say-so, but you could tell by Tony's face he looked delighted with it. We've seen the LMP3 winner and second place, Ace One Valour Corsa, almost making it to second, but getting onto the podium with a last gasp run to the front from David Fumanelli. Then that 1, 2, 3, 4 from the Ferrari team's car guy taking the win with the number 7 car. And in close order with Hub Auto Corsa and Spirit of Race, T2 Motorsports dropping back off the podium in the latter stages of the race with a couple of off-track moments. And Astro Veloce Motorsports, BMW, Jens Klingmann not managing to make the difference right at the end of the race there. Blue skies over the bend. I think it's going to be a few cold ones for most of the guys in the paddock at the end of this one. They were certainly feeling some of the heat of the day and certainly some of the hospitality here from the Bend Motorsport Park.
And I think we should be ready very soon to hear from our GT winners. That'll be the last class, of course. So far, very quick responses from all three, and I think they're just tired, basically, from a very hot race.
Yes, that and the fact that I think they'll want a refreshing drink. Let's go down to the press conference room for the final interview of the day. It's our GT winners from Car Guy.
Car Guy is your winner for the GT category, hugging on to that trophy right there. Congratulations, first of all. Now, we want to know, how was it out there today? Because it seems as though the Ferraris are doing really well.
I'm happy. Ferrari very fast. Thanks for Ferrari. オーストラリアがすごい好きで、ハネムーンもオーストラリアでした。
This is his second time here in Australia. The first time was here for his honeymoon, and being back here the second time.
コアラも大好きで、ただサーキットがすごい難しくて大変でした。
I really love koalas, but the circuit was extremely challenging and difficult, but I really loved it at the end.
でも素晴らしい思い出になりました。ただシャンパンが硬くて開かなかったので、今度来年は緩くしておいてください。
Amazing result, but on the podium I wasn't able to open the champagne. So next year hopefully I can open champagne.
Next round, we'll make sure the champagne bottle is open for you. But of course, congratulations, guys. We hope to see you in the next round, of course, in Sepang. So there you have it. Car Guy, your winners for GT class.
I think he's going to get an opportunity to get more champagne at some point. That was a pretty convincing run from them. A very odd GT race, I found. There wasn't really much shape to it. And I think when we get to speak to the teams after the event, we're going to find out there were some niggles for each of those teams. It was not straightforward for any of them. You know, Car Guy possibly a little lucky there not to have suffered even further woes after that incident that caused them to get the drive-through penalty. But a deserved win, did it on pace without a shadow of a doubt. Troubles for T2.
A little bit of trouble with the punt as well.
Yeah. Troubles,
but they served their penalty, I guess.
They did. So, troubles for T2 Motorsport with a couple of off-track moments. Bit of a niggle in the car, we think, for the Hub Autos Corsa guys, and a run back towards the front from Alessandro Pierguidi for the 51 Spirit of Race. But ultimately, you can't argue with a clean sweep 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Ferrari runners. Some result for those teams.
And it's always important to get the defending champions in any class up and running. A lot of people were looking at Car Guy last year, this year, after their clean sweep of wins last year, thinking they were going to hit the ground running. That's what they wanted to do, of course. They got their invite to Le Mans. They performed there as well, but they want another one, and they needed to get their season up and running, and that's what they've done.
Fantastic first visit down under here to the Bend. I'm sure we'll be back, and others will follow. It's certainly a groundbreaking race coming back to South Australia, the first time in 19 years. Time for Nadia to say goodbye from all of us at the Asia Le Mans Series. It's down to Nadia.
That was it, our first race here in Australia, the 4 hours of the Bend, and it was exactly what we all hoped it to be, packed with action. The circuit was fantastic, was challenging though, and I am surprised and very impressed that all the drivers and the teams conquered it. So it just goes to show that multi-class endurance racing does have a home here at the Bend, and of course we'd love to be back. So congratulations to the winners from this round, and this has set us up nicely for the second half of the season, where we will be seeing you in Sepang, a circuit that is no stranger to the Asian Le Mans Series, of course, but we're adding a little twist this time. We will be having our first night race, and if that's not enough to keep you on your toes, we will be going to Buriram, Thailand for the final round just a week later. So 2 races in back-to-back weekends. We will see how the teams will tackle that, but I'm sure it is going to be interesting. But for now, we've had great fun here in Australia from the 4 hours of the Bend. So for now, thank you very much to Australia. We loved our time here, and we'll see you very soon in the next round of the Asian Le Mans Series.